Chapter 51, Zombie Horde. Chapter 51 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang and the group checking the surroundings. Strangely, no zombie could be found around, not even the slow-walking zombie. They started entering the building, but all buildings were empty. No minigame commenced either. This is weird. Where did those zombies go? Zhang Mengyao was also confused. At that time, there were dozens of Stage 2 zombies ambushing them on this road. They searched around, but it was futile. After half an hour of searching, they stopped and went back to the original spot. This is weird. Where could possible zombies go? Zhang Mengyao's former subordinate, Fu Dandan, voiced her thoughts. I was sure there are at least a dozen huge zombies and dozens of Stage 1 zombies, too. Zhang Mengyao's former subordinate, Tan Shaoli, nodded in response. While they were still walking, all out of a sudden, Zhang Mengyao stopped. Fu Dandan was the first one to notice and ask, "What's wrong, Captain? Don't you guys hear it?" She motioned her hand to the others not to make any noise. Tang Shaoyang stopped next to Zhang Mengyao and tried to listen as well. But the same for the others too. They did not hear anything. Steps! A lot of steps there! Zhang Mengyao pointed toward the east. Her finger was pointing at a 2-story building. As the others are still clueless, she rushed toward that direction. She entered the small pathway between the building to go the next road. Tang Shaoyang followed her closely with the others behind him. After a minute of running, Tang Shaoyang heard it, the steps. Not only that, but he also felt a weak vibration on the ground. Without a doubt, either a massive number of people walking together or massive zombies who caused this. As they were getting closer, the vibration was getting stronger as well. Soon, the group found the source. It was a massive zombie horde. Yes, countless zombies filled the main road and they headed toward a direction, to the south. Tang Shaoyang felt bad about this. If the zombie horde followed the main road, they would cross a river. After crossing the river, his main base was not far by then. Looking at the lines of the horde, he immediately turned around and pulled Zhang Mengyao with him. "Don't make any noise. We leave now." "Huh? Why? Shouldn't we investigate this dangerous horde first?" Zhang Mengyao's former subordinate, Dai Wenqian, questioned Tang Shaoyang's decision. "There's no need if they followed the main road. They would cross the river. My guess is the horde heading toward our base. We have to get ready for that." Tang Shaoyang picked up his pace. As for why he had guessed that because the zombies were moving in a group like that, based on his experiences, the zombie was just a walking dead body. They did not have the intelligence to move in a group like that. Forming a horde and marching to one destination, there must be someone or something commanding the zombie. He had to investigate that, but not now. The base was in danger if the horde reached the base and they were unprepared. He could see Stage 2 zombies mixed in the horde. He even saw a few Stage 3 zombies. As for the number of zombies, it could easily reach 1,000. However, as long as the people in the base worked together. The zombie horde was not a big problem. There were over 3,000 people. Even though only half of it could join the fight, the zombie horde should not be a problem. The others then realized the severity behind the horde. They indeed had to go back and warn the others about the incoming horde. Soon, they hopped on the car and rushed back. When they reached the bridge, the zombie horde was still out of their sight. But they knew, from the slight vibration on the ground, the zombie horde was coming toward their direction. They soon went back to the base. Tang Shaoyang could still see the crowd gathered at the counter. These people were registering for the work he posted. Looking at the crowd, Tang Shaoyang was satisfied, as many people wanted to be part of the Tang Empire. "Emergency! Emergency! We have an urgent situation! I want your attention!" Luan stepped into the crowd and shouted. He hopped onto the counter and caught everyone's attention. Everyone knew Luan was the boss's right hand, so they put their ears to listen to what Luan wanted to say. "There's a zombie horde heading toward our base. I want all of you to raise your weapon and fight with us." Luan announced the incoming horde. However, the enthusiastic response he expected did not come. Their response was silent until a random guy raised his hand and asked, "How many? How many zombies in the horde?" Luan answered straight away, "Thousands, but it's supposed to be less than 10,000. The answer terrified many people, including the guy who asked. Are you insane? You want us to fight thousands of zombies with our number? The other people reacted the same way to the emergency situation. They were terrified when they heard the number of zombies. Why should we fight them? Isn't it better to escape while we have time to run? Yeah, escape is a wise choice rather than fighting the horde. We can look for a new base again after that. Then what? What are you going to do when another horde attacks your new base? Are you going to escape again? Keep escaping like rats? Luan's face contorted in anger. His boss and he saved them from the zombie and gave them a new home to live in. But when a situation like this arose, these people just thought for themselves. Luan had regarded this place as his home, so he was being sentimental when someone proposed to abandon his home. What do you say? Who do you call rats? Say it again if you dare. The random guy was pissed off when Luan called him a rat. Not only him, but the others were also pissed off. Just as the people were about to riot at Luan's provocation, a deep and loud voice rang out. Leave. If you want to leave, leave now. Everyone turned toward the voice and found Tang Shaoyang stood there with the intimidating battle axe. The guy who had an argument with Luan was terrified. Everyone knew how ruthless Tang Shaoyang was to who defied him. That's not. The man stuttered under Tang Shaoyang's cold eyes. Leave. Leave now before I change my mind. All of you can leave or fight against the horde with me. It's your choice, and I won't force any of you to stay with me. Tang Shaoyang did not bother to listen to the guy's words. He cut him off in a loud voice, making sure everyone in the lobby heard him. Origin. Tell everyone in the base the emergency. Let them make their own choice. But once they leave this place, they can't return to this place anymore. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 52. Quest. Chapter 52 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. More than half of the people left the base when Tang Shaoyang said they could leave. As for his words that did not allow them to return, they were not stupid enough to believe his words. If they left the base, the chance of the base survived from the zombie horde was almost 0. Even 3 out of Zhang Mengyao's former subordinates were persuading their captain to leave with them. Let's leave the base while we can, Captain. Pan Yanyu tried to pull her captain out of the building. Yes, let's leave the base. There's no hope for the base to survive from the horde. Let's leave, Captain. Cheng Mei urged Zhang Mengyao. However, Zhang Mengyao did not budge at her subordinate's persuasion. If she had to follow her rational thought, she would leave the base. But that man's figure flashed in her mind. No, I will stay. If you want to leave, I am not going to blame you. You can leave. Zhang Mengyao smiled at her former team. Her answer was firm, and as her subordinate, they knew their captain would not be going to change her decision. See, Captain, I am sorry. I still have my family in W City. I can't be with you. Tan Shaoli was crying as she knew she was about to part with her captain. I understand. You can go and leave. Zhang Mengyao hugged the crybaby Tan Shaoli. After Tan Shaoli, she hugged Pan Yanyu and Cheng Mei too. It was a farewell between them, and this might be the last time they met. After that, the trio left the base with their military uniforms. They also armed themselves with the gears they bought from the general shop, leaving Zhang Mengyao, Dai Wenqian, and Fu Dandan. You don't have to risk your life for me, you know? Zhang Mengyao turned around and smiled at the 2 girls. Dai Wenqian sighed and replied, You are the only family I have in this world. It's impossible to leave you here. Don't be mistaken, Captain. I am staying because of him. The cheerful Fu Dandan pointed her finger toward Luan, who was having a conversation with Tang Shaoyang. Zhang Mengyao shook her head and smiled. Ah, whatever your reasons are, but I am happy you want to stay with me. Let's move your ass and go work. After having their talk, Luan left the base alone. Does he decide to leave too? Zhang Mengyao asked in a concerned tone. Luan was the longest follower of his man. Luan left the base might hurt him. No, I gave him a task. Tang Shaoyang shook his head. Origin, how many people stay? 1,037 people. An immediate answer from Origin. Over 2,200 people left the base. How many people could fight? 257 people. I can fight too. Right after Origin's answer, a timid voice rang. Everyone looked toward the voice. Lina, the clerk, was wearing leather armor, a longbow, a quiver, and a spear. Despite her nervousness and timidness, she braces herself to volunteer. But it seemed her volunteer was not needed. Haha. Little girl, you are included in 257 people who could fight. Even if you don't volunteer yourself, you have to fight. Origin's teasing voice rang in the lobby. Hearing that, Lina's face turned redder from embarrassment. She was doing something unnecessary. Tang Shaoyang appreciated the girl's bravery. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Then get ready to fight." "Yes," Lina answered firmly. "Me too. Let me fight too." A childish voice rang from Lina's back. Tang Shaoyang looked down and found Lina's little sister. Li Yue stood straight and volunteered herself to fight. Even a 6-year-old little girl was more courageous than an adult. Tang Shaoyang squatted down and messed up Li Yue's hair. "Soldier Li Yue, you have your task. It's to prepare the feast for the soldier after the battle. If you leave your post, who's going to deliver the food?" The little Leo had her round black eyes widened. She just realized this issue. Just like Tang Shaoyang said, the little girl was a helper in the kitchen. She helped to deliver the food to the table. If she left to fight, then who was going to replace her? Tang Shaoyang's grinning even wider. "Soldier Li Yue, your post is in the kitchen, and you are going to be responsible for our supply. Understand?" The little girl stood straight and raised her little hand to her forehead. She saluted Tang Shaoyang and answered loudly, "Understand, boss." After that, she ran back to the elevator. Her destination was clear. The second floor. The canteen. The show between Tang Shaoyang and Li Yue lightened the mood in the lobby. "We can also fight." A group of old men and old ladies came forward. They also wanted to join the fight. The rational thought, Tang Shaoyang could use them as a meat shield to increase the odds. However, it was not him to use the people who trusted him as a meat shield. That was not him. "Don't worry, Elder. You have your jobs later. As for now, let us fight for you." Tang Shaoyang replied with his trademark grin. Then Tang Shaoyang asked Origin to say his words to 257 people to gather in the front of the building. Hundreds against thousands, from the number, the odds were against them. However, it was not impossible to win. "So, what's the plan?" Zhang Mengyao asked. Yes, they needed a good strategy to win with their pitiful number. Before Tang Shaoyang could voice out his idea, Zhang Mengyao continued, "From the main road to our base, the horde must pass these 6 roads." Out of nowhere, she took out a map. She pointed out the 6 roads, the closest road after crossing the bridge to reach the base. "Let's split the people into 8 teams. 6 main teams guard these 6 roads. Another 2 small teams guard these 2 roads." Zhang Mengyao pointed out 2 roads with the smallest possibility of the zombies passing the road. "We can use the abandoned cars to obstruct their path as well. The team should be armed with spears and bows." The plan would be perfect if their enemy was only Stage 1 zombie, but that was not the case. "We have 2 problems. We have a limited supply of arrows and Stage 2 or even Stage 3 zombies." Zhang Mengyao voiced her concerns. "The arrows should not be a problem. The Empire will fully supply the arrows. But Stage 2 zombie." Tang Shaoyang did not know how many people could contend with Stage 2 zombies. "Origin, how many people could contend against the Stage 2 zombie? Your estimation." Origin had all the data. It should not be a problem for it to know about this issue. 44 including you. As usual, Origin gave an immediate answer. Hearing the number, Tang Shaoyang was relieved. "That's enough. Let's divide them into the 6 main teams." Tang Shaoyang headed outside where his people were waiting for him to fight. Just as Zhang Mengyao planned, they divided the people into 6 main teams and 2 small teams. "Get the defense ready." Tang Shaoyang put Zhang Mengyao in charge as he headed toward a direction to the north. "Where are you going?" Zhang Mengyao called out. "I am going to buy time for you guys to prepare the defense." Tang Shaoyang grinned at the girl. "You." Before Zhang Mengyao could finish her words, Tang Shaoyang kissed her. It was a breathless 30 seconds kiss. "There's nothing that would happen to me. Your job is to protect our people, at least for now." Then, Tang Shaoyang left the entrapped girl behind and headed toward the bridge. But then, when he reached the bridge, he was not alone. The couple, Wei Shi and Cao Jingyi, and also Zhao Zhong. "I thought you were going to leave," Tang Shaoyang spoke to Wei Shi. "Hey, my wife tried to persuade me, But this time, I am going to believe in my guts and follow you. Wei Shi grinned, trying to copy Tang Shaoyang, albeit a bit stiff. What about you? The question was directed to Zhao Zhang. Haha. Me too. Berserk from Youyouliucun district. I want to witness his miracle again. Zhao Zhang answered with a heartfelt laugh. Good, I shall grant your wish. Not as Berserk from Youyouliucun district, but an emperor. Having said that, Tang Shaoyang stepped forward to the bridge, toward the zombie horde. The moment he stepped into the bridge, the robotic voice resounded in his head. Quest to conquest. Subject, the Empire of Tang. Objective, clear the zombie horde. Defeat the zombie horde. Reward, level +1, skill points 10, 1,000 game coin, all participants Tang Empire's subject. Reward, level +1 smart base, 10,000 game coin, faction reward. Penalty for failure, level -5, all participants, and smart base destroyed. More reasons to fight and stay. Tang Shaoyang grinned ear to ear as he rushed to the zombie horde. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 53. A Man Against the Horde. Chapter 53 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Wei Shi, Cao Jingyi, and Zhao Zhang were waiting at the end of the bridge. Based on Tang Shaoyang's instructions, they were to stay here to secure the retreat. Berserk from Youyouliucun district? What's that? Wei Shi asked Zhao Zhang. He heard the conversation earlier and got curious. Huh, you don't know Berserk from Youyouliucun? He's an urban legend back then. Zhao Zhang said in admiration. Huh? The couple looked at each other, wondering if there was really such a legend back then. Youyouliucun? Youyouliucun North District? Cao Jingyi recalled there was a truly such hearing. So he was just a thug who controlled the Youyouliucun Northern District? Haha. Zhao Zhang laughed at Cao Jingyi's remark. She was talking as if Tang Shaoyang was just a common thug. Even back then, people in the underworld would tremble in fear when they heard that name. He is not just a normal thug. The couple did not understand where the Zhao Zhang's admiration came from, but they got to know Tang Shaoyang's background. Their boss was just a fierce thug. That was your guts, trusting your life to a street thug. Cao Jingyi scolded her husband in a low voice. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang was rushing forward fearlessly with Destroyer in his right hand. Soon, the zombie horde came into his sight. Not only he was not afraid, but a glint of excitement also flashed in his eyes. The zombies also noticed Tang Shaoyang. The whole horde was excited and picked up their pace. A zombie horde against one man clashed. Wung! In one swing of Destroyer, dozens of zombies butchered into pieces. In the second swing, another dozen zombies cut into pieces. Within 2 moves, a huge chunk of the horde's front line vanished. As soon as the unidentified human entered their formation, the zombies circled the human and stopped advancing. Just like that, Tang Shaoyang continued butchering the Stage 1 zombies. In his 4th swing, Stage 2 zombie, Crawler leaped toward through the air. Huh, you finally appeared. Tang Shaoyang ducked his body down, avoiding the Crawler's long arms. When the Crawler was on top of his head, he stood up and caught the Crawler's neck. Bang! He slammed the Crawler down and pulled his neck out. With his current raw strength, he managed to pull the head off. The spine was pulled off and the innards scattered around on the ground. Wung. Again, with a swing of his battle axe, the surrounding zombies were cleaned up. Despite the zombie numbers, the battle was not that tough to Tang Shaoyang. Swoosh! 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 5 crawlers slipped into the throng of the zombies before they pounced toward Tang Shaoyang. They came from 5 different directions. What a nostalgic scene! Tang Shaoyang muttered, as he was often getting attacked with such a tactic. The only difference was now his opponent was a zombie. He did not wait for the crawler to reach him, but he rushed to one crawler and sent his destroyer to descend at the crawler he rushed to. Splat! The crawler's body split into 2. He did not stop there as he chased after the remaining crawlers. Stage 2 zombie was an easy target for the current Tang Shaoyang. Ha-ha! A man laughed maniacally amidst the zombie horde while swinging the huge battle axe. He pushed through the horde while swinging his battle axe continuously. He stopped until he met Stage 3 zombie crusher. Not only 1, but 5 of them. As Xenios reminded him not to use spirit integration with him, Tang Shaoyang summoned Karen. Yahoo! Another great battle. I love it. Again, Charon was excited when he integrated with Tang Shaoyang. As his enemy was stage 3 zombie, he did not underestimate them. He used his skill right away. He raised his hand as translucent green gas formed an axe shape. Then he threw the axe toward one of the crushers, aiming right at the head. Splash! The crusher's face was cut into pieces by the flying axes. Blood splashed everywhere as the giant body collapsed, crushing a few smaller zombies. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. The grin on Tang Shaoyang turned wider when the robotic voice rang in his head. The warm current passed through all his body, washing away the exhaustion on his body. Roar! War cry activated, boosting your attribute by 20% for 5 minutes. The zombies in radius 50 meters swayed after the ear-shattering cry resounded. Even the remaining 4 crushers also lost their balance. Within such a condition, the 4 crushers became an easy target for Tang Shaoyang. He decapitated the 4 crushers in a flash. Ha ha ha! Horde or not, you walking idiots are not this emperor's match. The man pushed his way through the horde unhindered. But then, Tang Shaoyang witnessed the strange movement within the horde. Stage 1 zombies ignored him and kept advancing forward. They were no longer swarmed toward him like before. Even the Stage 2 and Stage 3 zombies did not attack him anymore. Tang Shaoyang ceased his rampage and stood there motionless. He wanted to confirm his guess. Sure enough, the zombies merely passed by him. Even though he just stood there, they did not attack him. As expected, the zombies are being controlled. Tang Shaoyang muttered. The one who controlled the zombies realized these zombies could not defeat him. Instead, he was being an obstacle, slowing down the horde's advance. That being then commanded the zombies to ignore him and continued marching to their destination. Most likely it was what happened. This is more troublesome than I thought. I can't slow them anymore. The only thing I can do is to reduce their number as much as possible. With those thoughts in his mind, Tang Shaoyang continued his rampage, but he deactivated his spirit integration. The skill was taking quite a toll on his body, after all. While Tang Shaoyang continued his rampage in the center of the horde, the zombie horse already passed through half of the bridge. Wei Shi, Cao Jingyi, and Zhao Zhong saw the incoming zombie horde. Looking at the number, the 3 simultaneously swallowed up mouthfuls saliva. It was just too many. Wait, where is he? Where is Tang Shaoyang? Cao Jingyi was quite fast with the uptake. She noticed the missing Tang Shaoyang immediately. Only then the 2 men realized Tang Shaoyang was nowhere to be seen. An intense silence shrouded the 3. Don't tell me. He. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 54, Battling Against the Horde, Part 1. Chapter 54 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. He is dead. Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhong laughed loudly when he heard that. What? Why are you laughing? Have you gone insane? Cao Jingyi startled. Huh, insane? Zhao Zhong merely shook his head at Cao Jingyi's words. Back then, Tang Shaoyang could even defeat dozens of men at once. Let alone now, with the level system and attribute, the walking dead bodies, aka zombies, would not be able to kill that man. It was what he believed. Cao Jingyi did not understand Zhao Zhong's train of thought. She did not even care about his thoughts. What the matter was to save her and her husband from the horde. Let's leave now, Wei Shi. She called out her husband's full name while pulling his hand. However, Wei Shi did not budge from his spot. His eyes were glued to the zombie horde. Wait, dear, let's wait a little longer. What? What are you waiting for? Your death! Cao Jingyi was pissed off by her husband who believed a certain ruthless thug. In the first place, she never agreed to stay in the base since the start of the establishment, but she knew the base was the best place to live in. She followed her husband to stay, but now, she was not going to follow her crazy husband. Then I am going to leave. You stay here with your dead, cold-blooded boss. She threw her husband away. Of course, Wei Shi did not release his grips on his wife. Look, dear, I am right about him. With a displeased frown, Cao Jingyi followed her husband's direction toward the zombie horde. There, she saw zombies were flying around in pieces. A man kept swinging the huge battle axe, killing dozens of zombies in one swing. Told you, he was not that easy to be toasted before Cao Jingyi. The girl rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhang. She made no further comment on Tang Shaoyang as she was amazed by the sight. Should we help? Wei Shi was worried. No matter how strong Tang Shaoyang was, he was alone while the horde was just too many. It was impossible to defeat the horde alone. Zhao Zhang nodded his head. We should assist, boss. You two take the right wing, I will be taking the left wing. The three nodded and made their move to help Tang Shaoyang. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang was frustratingly swinging his battle axe. Why don't you fight me, fuckers? Stop and fight me. Don't you fucking ignore me. He was pissed off. No matter how much zombies were butchered, they were not bothered by him, as if he was air. Boss, we come to help. Zhao Zhang shouted from behind. Along with the voice, Tang Shaoyang noticed the change in the horde. They marched forward faster, trying to reach Zhao Zhang. In fact, the zombie horde was split into two, one to his right and one to his left. He looked back and found the zombies were after Zhao Zhang and Wei Shi. Hold your ground, he shouted to the two. From the current situation, he could use the two to buy more time. Hence, he commanded the two to hold on their ground. Tang Shaoyang helped Zhao Zhang and Wei Shi, while Cao Jingyi supported them with her bow. She only shot stage 2 zombies after her husband and Zhao Zhang. Soon the woman realized something fishy. It was the fact the zombies were ignoring Tang Shaoyang. It's unfair. What trick do you use? Why the zombies are not attacking you? Cao Jingyi called out loudly. Like hell, I know. I also don't want to be ignored as well. Tang Shaoyang retorted furiously. Thanks to the reinforcement, the 4 people managed to slow the horde further. Unknowingly, the 4 were pushed out of the bridge, but they managed to buy time for almost an hour. At this time, Zhao Zhang, Wei Shi, and Cao Jing were at their limit, their breath ragged as sweats flooded their back. All right, it's enough. You can go back and inform the defense force the horde is coming. I am going to stay to reduce their number further. Tang Shaoyang ordered the 3 to get back. But Zhao Zhang wanted to stay and fight alongside the boss. Go back, now, Tang Shaoyang insisted. Yes! The 3 nodded and retreated. As the 3 retreated, the zombie horde resumed with their normal speed. They were still ignoring Tang Shaoyang's presence. Not long after the 3 rushed back, they met with Zhang Mengyao and her 2 subordinates, Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian. Looking at the 3 in a sorry state and the missing Tang Shaoyang, Zhang Mengyao panicked. Where is he? She subconsciously raised her voice. Don't worry about him. He was good and still fighting the horde. He ordered us to get ready. The horde is coming. Cao Jingyi reported to Zhang Mengyao. Only then, the female general was relieved. She nodded and immediately told the 3 to get a quick rest before ordering Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian to inform the 6 main teams to get ready. Zhang Mengyao herself stayed behind and rushed toward where Tang Shaoyang was. Soon, she saw the man was fighting the horde alone. It could not be described as fighting, as only Tang Shaoyang who attacked the horde, whilst the horde ignored him. Zhang Mengyao rushed and pulled the bloody Tang Shaoyang. Yes, Tang Shaoyang's whole body was soaked by the zombie's blood. Enough! Don't waste your stamina on the small prey. Your power is needed to fight against Stage 2 and Stage 3 zombies. The girl pulled her man with him. Tang Shaoyang refused to follow at first, but he found she was right about that. Moreover, Stage 1 zombies could be used by others to level up. Tang Shaoyang and Zhang Mengyao retreated, letting the zombie horde advance unhindered. Everything is prepared. As long as we take care of Stage 2 and Stage 3 zombies, defeating the horde is not impossible. Let's do that then. The pair rushed back to the defense they had been built. Putting the car into a line, it would be a perfect barrier to slow the zombie. Especially Stage 1 zombie, it would take some time for them to climb up the car. By then, his people would kill them by the spear. That was why Zhang Mengyao, especially the requested weapon, was a spear. They could poke the zombie from behind the car. The flow of the battle was going as Zhang Mengyao had predicted. The horde split into 4 predicted roads at first. Later, the horde filled the other 2 main roads as well. Strange enough, the horde that attacked them only consisted of Stage 1 zombies. Despite being overwhelmed by the number of zombies, The Tang Empire managed to fend off the zombies well. After 5 hours of continuous battle, all Stage 1 zombies were cleared. Yes, no more zombies attacked them. We won? A man who was holding the spear with his trembling hands muttered unbelievably. He could not believe they would be able to defeat thousands of zombies with only hundreds of them. Zhang Mengyao frowned. She felt something fishy. Because all the zombies that entered her road were only Stage 1 zombies. She exchanged a glance with Tang Shaoyang. The latter also felt fishy with the horde. Not only had he seen Stage 2 and Stage 3 zombies in the horde, but he had also killed a few of them as well. But where were they now? While the pair confused, a scream resounded from the back. The two looked back and saw a massive Stage 2 zombies. Even Stage 3 zombies came from their back. The crawlers moved in the group, attacking the archer teams. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 55, Battling Against the Horde, Part 2. Chapter 55 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang did not know how Stage 2 zombies ambushed them from behind, but it was not the time to think about that. He had to save his people. Swoosh! He rushed to the incoming second wave of the zombie horde. Stick to me! Stick to me! Tang Shaoyang yelled to the terrified people. Hearing the yell, the remaining people immediately rushed to the boss. They come from the back. There are many possibilities for this, and most likely all stage zombies grouped into one and swarmed a road. It means one of the main teams have fallen. This was one of the possibilities that were logical to Zhang Mengyao. If it was what truly happened, then there was truly something that commanded the horde. Shaoyang was right. Something is controlling the horde. Zhang Mengyao shook her head and chased after Tang Shaoyang. If one of the main teams have fallen, then the base is in danger. We have to hurry to get back. The main road to the base was open to the horde, and the people who stayed in the base were people who could not fight. Most of them were elderly and children. We have to get back to the base. Zhang Mengyao urged Tang Shaoyang. I know, but before that, we have to save the other teams first. Tang Shaoyang prioritized the other teams that might be in danger. Zhang Mengyao agreed to that. Almost all archers died during the ambush. A few of them managed to save themselves. From 40, the team now only left with 18 people. Follow me. Don't stop and move your ass faster. Whoosh! The 18 people clashed against dozens of Stage 2 zombies. Tang Shaoyang swung his battle axe horizontally, sweeping the crawlers who blocked his path. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Despite the level up notification, Tang Shaoyang was not happy in the slightest. He swung his battle axe again, pushing his way through the horde. Help! A man's scream resounded from his back. A man was caught by a crawler. However, Tang Shaoyang did not stop to help. Instead, he picked up his pace. If he stopped, he might save the man, but the whole would be in danger. At this state, only Zhang Mengyao was concerned. She wanted to save the man, but when she turned her head, more crawlers had swarmed to the man. She gritted and picked her pace to follow Tang Shaoyang. She understood the decision behind Tang Shaoyang's action, but the cold-blooded side of him made her uncomfortable. If it was me, would he save me? But then she immediately shook her head, shaking away such a useless thought. Thanks to Tang Shaoyang's lead, the team broke out of the road and reached the main road. But what was waiting for them was another horde of Stage 2 zombies. By the time they were out, the team was left with 16 people. Tang Shaoyang immediately led the team to the next road. They pushed through their way to the horde and immediately met with another team. A team under the lead of Wei Shi and Cao Jingyi. They fought against the massive Stage 2 zombies desperately, with 10 people left. Follow me! Tang Shaoyang yelled at them as he swept the zombies with his destroyer. The two teams united, making it 26 survivors. They broke through the horde and went to another road. The team under Zhao Zhong's lead was doing better even compared to Tang Shaoyang's team. 27 were still alive. 53 people survived from the second wave. Just like that, the group continued to save the other teams. In the next 20 minutes, Tang Shaoyang saved all teams. After the disastrous ambush, the team was left with 109 people. One team got totally wiped out, and as Zhang Mengyao predicted, all Stage 2 zombies swarmed to one road, hence her team only faced Stage 1 zombies. With 109 people, Tang Shaoyang pushed through the way to the base. The base was their last defense line. However, by now, Tang Shaoyang noticed many people were exhausted. After hours of battle, it was natural for them to get exhausted. They were at their limit. Zhang Mengyao, Wei Shi, Zhao Zhong, Tao He, Qin Shoushan. Go lead the group. After he instructed 5 people to lead the group, Tang Shaoyang slowed his pace and stayed at the back. The bloody and exhausting escape continued. With Tang Shaoyang staying on the back, many were saved by him. 20 minutes. It took the group 20 minutes to reach the base. The people who stayed behind in the base were shocked when they saw the combatant group was being chased by the horde of Stage 2 zombies. Enter the base! Enter the base! Zhang Mengyao shouted to the people who stayed outside. In fact, there was no need for Zhang Mengyao to yell. They were terrified by the sight of the horde. They immediately ran back to the base in their own will. The lobby was in chaos as people tried to get upstairs. They rushed to the emergency stairs. However, Tang Shaoyang never planned to continue the battle inside the base. As soon as they reached the entrance, he stopped and turned around. Whoever can still fight, stay at the entrance and battle with me, he shouted to the group. At his yell, Zhang Mengyao, Tao He, Wei Shi, Qin Shoushan, and Zhao Zhong made a sudden turn. The 5 people immediately created a barrier at the entrance. Cao Jingyi perceived Tang Shaoyang's plan. She stopped running and shouted, "Archer! Stick with me." 10 people immediately came over and they headed toward the entrance. 6 people in the front and 11 people acted as support from behind. A new formation formed at the entrance. The second round of battle ensued at the base's entrance. Dai Wenqian and Fu Dandan, Zhang Mengyao's former subordinates in the military, were quite fast with the uptake. They immediately organized another group to support the front line. A new formation formed. 30 people created a barrier in the front, while another 25 people supported the front line by shooting the zombies. The advantage of the base was the zombies could not forcefully break the base to enter the smart base. They had to enter through the entrance. The wall could not be destroyed, and the entrance was the only way to enter. Tang Shaoyang used this advantage as the last defense line. 20 minutes passed. There was no sign the number of the zombies were reduced. They kept coming toward the base. By this time, the early 50 who got 20 minutes of rest joined the fray. Just as they saw hope, a zombie that was about 2.5 meters came to their sight. Not only one, but dozens of them. The giants were followed by dozens of crawlers. These crawlers were different from normal crawlers. They had 8 limbs and longer than usual. There was no need to use basic detection. They could tell these zombies were Stage 3 zombies. Finally, Stage 3 zombies appeared. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 56, Zombie Lord and Zombie Warrior. Chapter 56 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. At the sight of Stage 3 zombies, the people who had seen a hope early despaired. Stage 2 zombies were pressuring them hard. Now it was massive Stage 3 zombies. They lost their spirit and will to continue the battle. It was natural. When you knew you would lose the battle, regardless of how hard you tried, your morale would just drop. But of course, there was an exception amongst the group. Tang Shaoyang, his eyes were burning in fighting spirit. He would never admit his defeat as long as he was still breathing. He was ready to use spirit integration and took all Stage 3 zombies alone. He still saw the hope to win. Zhang Mengyao seemed to be able to read Tang Shaoyang's mind. "I will have your back." She was getting closer to Tang Shaoyang, ready to follow him at any moment. Tang Shaoyang nodded, and just as he was about to activate spitigration, one crawler. No, an upper body of a crawler fell right before him. Bang! Yes, only the upper body. It was squirming on the ground, tried to reach Tang Shaoyang's feet, but before it could reach the feet, a huge figure fell right on top of the crawler. Bang! A 5 meters tall figure crushed the crawler. Not long after that, more and more giants landed in front of Tang Shaoyang. The people behind Tang Shaoyang were frightened by the sudden giant appearance. They took a few steps back, a few fell on their butt, and the remaining were running inside to the base. Cao Jingyi despaired and regret filled her eyes. She regretted that she failed to convince her husband to leave with her. She did not blame Wei Shi for his choice. "At least, even if we die, we will die together," she muttered under her breath. The others were the same as Cao Jingyi. They regretted choosing to stay at the base. They despaired. They were doomed to die today. The zombie horde was still there, yet now giant apes came for them. Yes, it was a group of giant apes. But then what happened next shocked everyone. The demonic ape in the front suddenly knelt to Tang Shaoyang and followed by the silver apes behind. "Your Majesty!" The group of giant apes called their boss with "Your Majesty." It was natural for them to feel shocked. They failed to comprehend what actually happened before their eyes. After that, a figure hopped down from the demonic ape's back. A petite figure, and he was holding a sword in his right hand. To their surprise, it was Luan who came down off the demonic ape's back. Luan's body was covered in blood. From his hair to his toe, all covered in red blood. Not much different compared to Tang Shaoyang. That was right, they were the reinforcement, Tang Empire's first vassal. The Fogged Ape tribe. The demonic ape was Pride. "You have come. Now it's not the time for useless formality. Follow me to the battle." Swoosh! Tang Shaoyang rushed to the zombie horde with his battle axe. With the reinforcement, it was time to turn the tide of the battle. Pride and Luan followed closely behind Tang Shaoyang, rushing toward the overwhelming zombie horde. The surviving people were looking at the battle, dumbfounded. They failed to comprehend what actually happened. Why was a group of giant apes submissive to Tang Shaoyang? From the build, demonic ape, Pride looked stronger and not less intimidating compared to Tang Shaoyang. Then why? The third round of battle commenced. They looked at the battlefield in a daze. Stage 2 zombie was nothing to the giant ape, while Stage 3 gave the apes a fierce battle. The flow of the battle favored their side with the reinforcement. After a momentary silence, Wei Shi broke the silence with his question. "Who are they?" He stuttered a little to utter that question. Amongst the group, only Zhang Mengyao, who remained calm and collected. Now she was smiling happily, in fact. "They are the Fogged Ape tribe, the Tang Empire's first vassal," Zhang Mengyao replied proudly. Her answer stunned the others. The first time since the ancient time they heard a thing called a vassal. Moreover, the vassal was quite unique, a tribe of apes. "A vassal?" Zhao Zhang muttered unbelievably. But then his eyes were gleaming in excitement. He did not choose the wrong path. He did not choose the wrong man to follow. "All right, it's not time to be in a daze. Get your ass ready. We are going to support them," Zhang Mengyao yelled, organizing the team to join the third round of the battle. With the help of Fogged Apes, the tide of the battle changed. Under Tang Shaoyang's lead, the zombie horde was getting pushed back. Stage 2 zombies stood no chance in front of the Fogged Ape. The zombies were torn by the Fogged Apes. In an hour of a long battle, the zombie horde out of sudden ceased their assault. They stopped attacking and made a distance from Tang Shaoyang's group. Afraid it might be a trap, Tang Shaoyang also ordered his men to stop chasing after the zombies. The horde ceased their movement, and Tang Shaoyang too. The two groups were separated by 30 meters. Then, the zombie horde was separated, creating a 10 meters wide path. Not long after that, a group of zombies emerged from the path. The group comprised 10 zombies, 4 of 6 meters tall zombie, 5 of crawlers with 6 arms, and a 2 meters tall zombie who led the group. What was surprising Tang Shaoyang was that the giant zombies had armor covering their certain parts of the body, and a helmet covered their heads. The same for the 6-armed zombie. It had certain parts of its body covered by armor, and also a helmet to protect its head. All of them were also armed with weapons. The giant zombies armed with a big mace, while the 6-armed zombies were holding spears, 6 arms, and 6 spears. The weirdest amongst the group, it was the zombie leader. It did not wear any armor, but a suit. Yes, the zombie who led the group was wearing a black suit. Affiliation, Dark Lord, Evolution, Stage 4, Class, Zombie Warrior. Zombie Crawler. Affiliation, Dark Evolution, Stage 4, Class, Zombie Warrior. Name? Affiliation Dark Lord Evolution Stage 5 Class Zombie Lord. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 57, Teamwork. Chapter 57 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The group of strange zombies walked to the front of the horde. The zombie in the suit did not like a zombie at all. Its flesh was not rotted like the other zombies. It was normal flesh and it had an extremely pale white skin. If not for basic detection told him this zombie was a zombie lord, he might think he was a living human. And with the zombie lord appearance, everything became clear. The zombie horde moved based on the zombie lord's will. This pale white zombie must be the one who controlled the zombie horde from the back. But the surprise did not stop here. The zombie lord suddenly spoke. "Hello, humans. I am the Lord of the Zombies, Dark Lord." The zombie in a suit introduced itself in a peculiar way. Shock flashed on Luan and the other faces. The zombies in their minds were the Walking Dead, but this one could communicate with them, fluent at that. Tang Shaoyang merely frowned. The zombie was the same as telling him he was the culprit behind this zombie horde. He was the mastermind behind all of this. Rage boiled inside him, but he managed to hold it back. "Let's stop this pointless battle. I have a good offer for you. Join me. Join the Dark Lord to conquer the world. Let's conquer the world together, humans and beasts." He raised his hand to offer to Tang Shaoyang and Pride, asking them to join his conquest. From the look of it, Dark Lord had guessed the leader of the opposite party. The frown on Tang Shaoyang's forehead deepened. To him, listening to the zombie lord was a pointless thing. "That's it!" Tang Shaoyang opened his mouth annoyedly. "Haha! Humans, your vision is too narrow. How can you take a great conquest lightly?" Dark Lord shook his head in regret. But then, Tang Shaoyang suddenly smiled at Dark Lord. "So you want to be my subordinate then?" He had one vassal. Adding one more would increase the strength of his empire. Anyway, he had apes as his subordinates, so mixing it with zombies was not a bad idea. "Presumptuous!" The zombie lord raised his voice. "How can this lord become the underling of humans? Humans! This your last chance. Follow me and become underlings. Let's conquer the world under the banner of the great Dark Lord." The zombie raised both hands and praised himself in front of his enemy. Somehow, Tang Shaoyang found similarities between him and the zombie lord's action. While watching the zombie lord oration, he also did not remain still. He signaled his people through his palm. He kept opening and closing his palm, signaling them to get ready. "Then there's no need to talk." Tang Shaoyang rushed to the zombie group, dragging his big battle axe. The 30 meters distance shortened in a flash. The action surprised the zombie lord, but then the surprise only lasted for a moment before it was replaced with a smirk. "I have waited for you to make a move like this, stupid human. If you die, then your defense will crumble on its own." The zombie lord revealed his true purpose for showing himself up. Before Tang Shaoyang could reach the zombie lord, 4 zombie warriors of Crusher type walked forward and blocked Tang Shaoyang. At the same time, 6 zombie warriors of Crawler type circled Tang Shaoyang. In an instant, Tang Shaoyang was surrounded by 10 zombie warriors. Even so, Tang Shaoyang was not flustered in the slightest. He returned the smirk with his trademark grin. Boom, 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 boom. A series of booming sounds resounded. 10 apes that were about the same size as zombie warrior of Crusher type landed around Tang Shaoyang. Of course, Pride was the one who led his kind. While the two groups were about to clash, Dark Lord noticed a blurred figure circling the group and headed toward him. Luan activated Dash and rushes to the zombie lord. He was aiming at the leader, while the boss took care of the zombie warriors who guarded the lord. The teamwork was working perfectly fine until the zombie lord found out. Dark Lord did not lose his condescending smile at all. Clearly, he was not afraid of Luan. "Hoo-hoo, do you think this great Dark Lord only has 10 guards? Stupid humans." The zombie lord giggled out as he motioned his right hand forward. Swish! 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 3 figures flashed out the horde. The 3 figures were zombie warrior of Crawler type. The difference from the earlier 6 crawlers was their weapon. The 3 crawlers were holding 6 swords in each of their hands. Luan's path to reach was blocked, and he was in danger. All 3 zombie warriors brandished their swords toward Luan. But again, Luan was not alone. One figure flashed to his left, and two figures flashed to his right. Zhang Mengyao appeared on Luan's left, Wei Shi and Zhao Zhong on his right. Clank! 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 With a shield in her right hand, Zhang Mengyao blocked all 6 swords. Wei Shi and Zhao Zhong faced the other zombie warrior, while Luan faced the one in front of him. Like that, 2 groups were tied up in a battle. Hoo-hoo, while you guys are entangled by my warriors, I will slaughter your people. Just as Dark Lord was about to order the horde to attack Tang Shaoyang's people, a figure appeared in front of him. Tang Shaoyang and his battle axe had arrived. The zombie lord was surprised for a moment, but then he sneered at Tang Shaoyang. Stupid human. You are underestimating this Dark Lord. Swoosh! 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 8 tentacles made of flesh burst out from the zombie lord's back. The tentacles rushed toward Tang Shaoyang. Despite the surprise of the disgusting tentacles, Tang Shaoyang was still grinning at the zombie lord. Spirit integration was activated, his skin already turned greeny, meaning he had integrated with Karen. Before the flesh tentacles reached him, Tang Shaoyang opened his mouth wide. Roar. Warcry activated, boosting your attributes by 20% for 5 minutes. As soon as the ear-piercing cry came out of Tang Shaoyang's mouth, the zombie lord was paralyzed. Die, you butch! Wung, he swung the destroyer toward Dark Lord's neck. The huge blade sliced through the air and the flesh tentacles before it finally cut Dark Lord's neck. Splash! The zombie lord's head flew to the air and blood splattered everywhere. Along with that, the tentacles dropped down to the ground. This is for my people. Tang Shaoyang slashed his battle axe downward to the zombie lord's falling body. Slash! The battle axe cut through the body and split the body into 2 parts. As if he was not satisfied with this, he swung the battle axe at the body again. He cut the body into pieces, venting out all his fury to it. In this battle, he lost more than 200 people. The zombie lord died with his body turned into minced meat by Tang Shaoyang. As if he was not satisfied with this, he raised his head to the remaining horde. The zombie lord died. The zombies went wild. Tang Shaoyang pounced toward the horde. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 58. Depressing Victory. Chapter 58 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. When the zombie lord was hacked into pieces, the zombie horse went wild. They attacked the living being in their sight, no longer fighting in order. At this time, Tang Shaoyang also went wild. He aimed only at Stage 2 and Stage 3 zombies, letting his people take care of the rest. As for the zombie warrior, they were able to put them down after a combination of great efforts between humans and apes. The battle continued for the next 3 hours. With the help of the fogged ape tribe, the zombie horde was wiped, indicating the first victory of the Tang Empire. Congratulations! You have completed the quest to conquest. You have gained the rewards, level 1 skill point 10 and 1 million game coin. Tang Empire Castle has leveled up. A new feature has been unlocked. 10 million game coin has been distributed to the treasury. Not only him, but the surviving people also received a notification. The rewards they got from wiping out the zombie horde. However, none of them were happy about it. They had their heads hung low as more than half of them fell in the battle. Even Tang Shaoyang stood there without words or any excitement. In his first battle, he got the result he wanted. They won, but he did not like how he achieved the victory. He lost many people, indicating he was not good enough, but he knew it was not the time to show his depressed mood. He had to lead the remaining people, making sure the same thing would not be repeated again. It was my fault. A dejected voice entered Tang Shaoyang's ears. He turned around, and Zhang Mengyao was just as depressed as him. Yes, it was his general. She blamed herself for the casualties. Tang Shaoyang shook his head and rubbed the girl's hair. All on me. I am the leader. It's me who is supposed to be blamed. But it was me who made the strategy. And... Stupid girl. I am the leader and I approved your strategy. Without my will, we will not implement your strategy, so stop blaming yourself. It was me who was incompetent. Zhang Mengyao shook her head. Please choose another to replace me. I don't deserve to be Supreme General. Tang Shaoyang fell silent when he heard this, not expecting the girl to break at her first battle. But then, he realized that even though she came from a military background, it did not mean she had experienced the real war. Losing many people in her first battle as a general, it was enough to put her in a tough spot. "Stupid girl. Let's talk out later. We have to go back now. The people in the base must be anxious." He decided not to talk it out now. It would be useless to comfort her now. She was in the state that she would not listen to anything he told her, because this was the moment she felt guilty the most for the people who died in the battle. Looking at the surroundings, Tang Shaoyang remembered that he could use the zombies as a sacrifice for spirit summoning, as if Xenios, the demon swordsman, could read his mind. He spoke to him. "Don't bother to waste your time to summon another spirit. It will be for sure you will be able to summon a stronger spirit with a big sacrifice, but can you subdue it to make a contract? A stronger spirit also has high pride. You would not be so lucky to meet a spirit like me or Karan. You might lose your life instead, so just focus to get stronger before thinking of summoning another spirit. Tomorrow, we will start the training from the basics. You have the strength, but you are not able to use your strength properly. You were fighting with your brute force. What a waste of your strength." Xenios made a long speech in his head, and he found Xenios was right. He could summon another spirit, but could he make the spirit sign a contract with him? But it would be a waste of sacrifice material if he just let the bodies rot in the street like this. Is there a way to preserve the bodies? Origin might have a way to preserve the body, or I can make a giant fridge in the base. It will cost game coin, but it's worth it. On the way back to the base, Tang Shaoyang was thinking of a way to preserve the bodies. "Boss, I am sorry." Luan approached Tang Shaoyang. The young man also felt as guilty as Zhang Mengyao. He blamed himself for the people who died during the battle. He was late in bringing the reinforcement, too late as the zombie horde almost broke in the base. So what made you late? Tang Shaoyang did not accept the apology instantly. If the young Luan made a mistake, he deserved to be punished. If Zhang Mengyao's mistake was from her lack of experience in a battle, Luan's mistake was completely different. He was tasked to bring the reinforcement, and the reinforcement was supposed to come in an hour, but he was 5 hours late. However, Tang Shaoyang knew there must be a reason for that. That was why he decided to listen to Luan's story. It was because of another zombie horde. I don't know what happened, but a zombie horde surrounded the fogged land. Luan told everything. It turned out there was a zombie horde besieged the fogged park. The fogged ape tribe was also in a war against a zombie horde. It took him a long time to breach the horde to reach the fogged park. In the end, with his call, Pride decided to abandon his home and answered his call. Pride took all his people with him and went to help Tang Shaoyang. But it took them a few hours to break through from the horse, hence the reinforcement came late. Soon they arrived back at the base. Pride immediately approached him. "Your Majesty." Before Pride could finish his words, Tang Shaoyang raised his hand. He looked at Luan and put his hand on the shoulder. "Your apology is accepted, and your mistake is pardoned. Go inside and get a rest." After that, he turned back to Pride. "You helped me to defend my territory. It's time for me to help you to take back your home." Tang Shaoyang did not enter his base. He decided not to rest. He decided to vent out all his depressed mood to the zombies, in a battlefield. To his surprise, Zhang Mengyao reacted the same way as him. "Let me follow you. I am not going to rest until all zombies are eradicated." Tang Shaoyang did not lower his voice, and he did not plan to hide Luan's story from the rest of the people. They deserved to know all of this, hence the conversation between him and Luan was heard by them. Knowing there was another zombie horde, they decided to help the fogged ape tribe. "Let me join as well, boss. Our ape friends helped us. It's time to repay them." Zhao Zhong braced himself to step forward. "Me too. I will join and kill all those bastards." Wei Shi gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Hatred could be seen from his eyes as he lost his friend in the battle. Along with that, all of them decided to join another fight. The battle had not over yet. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 59. Together. Chapter 59 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Just like Tang Shaoyang said, the battle was not over. The people who were early desperate to end the battle, now they spirited up to fight again. Of course, Tang Shaoyang did not let all people follow him to fight again. Half of the surviving people, 57 people to be more exact, had to stay. The base could not be left unguarded, and they needed to rest as well. So Tang Shaoyang only brought 50 people with him, while leaving the rest to guard the base. He also told them they could switch later on. Lina was amongst the 57 people left behind. She was unwilling to stay, but she could not disobey the order since she was not chosen. Yes, the one who always stayed behind the counter, doing a clerk job for 8 hours a day. The cowardly girl who braced herself to fight the zombies outside because of a man. Somehow, she survived through the battle, though all of that was thanks to Cao Jingyi. Lina stayed with Cao Jingyi, who saved her when they got ambushed. Until then, she followed everyone to fight with all she had. However, the man she looked up never looked back at her. It made her frustrated. Splash! Splash! She washed her face and looked through the mirror. She was not a stunning beauty, but she was still a beauty, yet the man never looked for her again since that night. Yes, the man she looked up was Tang Shaoyang. Lina sold her body for a safe job as the clerk. Thanks to that, she never worried about her grandmother and her sister being starved. But then, since that night, Lina could never forget the man. It was just supposed to be a one-night stand. But she could never forget about the man since then. The face of that man still lingered in her head. It's almost there. You have to be patient. He is still grieving as he lost many men in the battle, so now he vents out his frustration to another zombie horde. Just be patient, and soon the chance for you to strike will arrive. Origin's voice rang inside the bathroom. I know. Despite her answer, she was still depressed. But are you sure about your choice? I am telling you, you will not be the only woman who will stay on his side. There will be more women in the future. I know that, but as long as I can occupy a small place in his heart, it's enough. Surprisingly, the dejected Lina turned energetic as she gave the AI firm answer. Origin fell silent at the answer. Hello, are you still there? Lina's voice echoed in the bathroom. Anyway, you just need to be useful, and you will catch his attention. In your case, you have passed the huge ordeal. He will see you in a new light. It's all I can help you. You do the rest. Origin had been helping the girl back then. Lina decided to fight outside and raised her level. All of that under Origin's persuasion. Origin saw potential in her, the potential to be Tang Shaoyang's loyal follower, hence it guided her. All right. The girl nodded. Oh, right. You participated in the battle, then you should receive the reward, right? Lina responded with a nod. Indeed, she received a notification after they defeated the zombie horde. A lot of some game coin, 10 skill points, and a level. Then you should get rest soon and join the battle again. Reach level 30 as soon as possible and get your class before it's too late. Too late? Yes, you are not the only one who received the reward, so you should get enough rest and join the battle again. Reach level 30 and get advanced class. There are only 10 limited advanced classes. Master has taken 1 and Luan has taken 1. There are only 8 advanced classes left. You have to hurry if you want to get the advanced class. Even though Origin knew that one could only get the advanced class under Tang Shaoyang's consent. It told her like that so the girl would be stimulated. Sure enough, Lina nodded her head and immediately went to rest after that. Meanwhile, on Tang Shaoyang's side, the zombie horde that took the fogged land was enormous. The zombie completely blocked the street to the park, and the group had to stop their advance, even though they were still far from their destination. They stopped 500 meters away from the horde and gathered to discuss the plan. So how are you going to fight them? Tang Shaoyang asked Pride. How? We are going to crush them head-on. They are just walking flesh. Pride's answer was simple. Meeting the horde head-on. Recalling the ape's size, this was the best way of the Fog tribe to fight. But not for his people. Then the Fogged Ape tribe will be the vanguard and you guys support the Fogged Ape tribe. Tang Shaoyang made the plan. It was crude, but it could work. He pointed toward Luan, Zhang Mengyao, and the other 47 people. The current Zhang Mengyao was down, and she would not come back to the past of herself, hence he made the plan. Split into 5 groups. You will move in the group. Luan, Taohe, Zhang Mengyao, Zhao Zhong, and Qin Shoshan. You will be the leader group. Remember, we are not defending the base, so your safety is a top priority. Understand? The pointed people nodded, but then Luan raised his hand. What about you, boss? Me. Tang Shaoyang pointed to himself and replied, I will be leading the vanguard with pride. Your priority is to level up, so don't force yourself in the battle. If you get overwhelmed or exhausted, immediately retreat. The remaining 49 people nodded, and they divided into 5 teams. Luan team, with the least member, 9 people, while the other had 10 people in the team. Just as the group was about to launch the attack against the horde, Zhang Mengyao approached Tang Shaoyang secretly. I can't lead the people. I am afraid. Tang Shaoyang put his hand on her shoulder before she could finish her words. Mengyao, this won't do. If you turn like this, they died in vain. Let's say you give up your position. Who's going to replace you? Are you sure the new general would not repeat the same mistake? Instead of blaming yourself, you should fight for them. You should live for them. Show them that they are not dead in vain. Zhang Mengyao lowered her head, and she did not refute Tang Shaoyang's words. Her shoulders were trembling visibly. Tang Shaoyang smiled and hugged her. Good girl. Don't suppress your feeling. Pour it out. Ent it to the zombies. You can cry. Go angry and direct your anger at them. Also, no matter what's your choice, you can always rely on me. However, I want you to stand together with me as we conquer the world together. That's my wish, but I am happy as long as you stay with me. After that, Tang Shaoyang left the girl alone. He led the Fogged Ape tribe and fought the second zombie horde. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 60, Locating Zombie Lord, Chapter 60 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 20 hours since the battle against the second zombie horde commenced. Tang Shaoyang had his people retreat from the battle and regroup in empty space. His people included the Fogged Ape tribe. Even after a long battle, the number of zombies was still a lot. The estimation of the number of zombies was triple or even quadruple compared to the first horde. They tried to search the zombie lord, but to no avail. The long battle continued until finally Tang Shaoyang decided to retreat. He could still continue the unending battle, but not for his people. They were exhausted. Even the vigorous ape was exhausted after the long battle. We can't continue the battle just like that. Tang Shaoyang turned toward Pride. The number of the zombies we face is much more than before. Also, Pride met with his master's gaze. We will change our tactic. We will be entering the Fogged Park and starting a new round of battle there. Why? Pride could not understand the decision at all. He thought they were doing fine. If they rushed to the Fogged Land, they would be defensive. Haven't you realized it yet? Tang Shaoyang questioned Pride. Huh? The demonic ape truly did not understand. Huh. He sighed and pointed at the other apes behind Pride. Look at your kind. Pride looked back, still clueless what his master talked about. Tang Shaoyang was left speechless as Pride had not realized it yet. You number. Look at your people. Many of them have fallen in the battle. What's wrong with that? It's an honor for a warrior to die on a battlefield. Pride hit his chest twice proudly. Stupid. If they can survive, it's much better than dying on the battlefield. We are not fighting against the time. We can take our time, using your advantage to fight them defensively. If it was Fogged Land, the Fogged Ape tribe had a high rate of survivability. It was their domain, and they had a big advantage there. But what about our people? The Fogged Land put us at a big disadvantage. Zhang Mengyao raised her hand. Yes, the Fogged Park might give the ape a big advantage, but it would give the opposite effect for them, as their vision would be limited because of the fog. Moreover, the zombie could still move freely under the fog. The zombie could locate their enemy with their sharp hearing, as zombies were attracted by the noise. We have a different task. Our task is not to confront the zombies head-on, but to search the zombie lord. After we locate the zombie lord, then we will face them together. Tang Shaoyang tapped Pride's big arm and stood in front of the big guy. I know you are a great warrior. Getting into a defensive position doesn't mean your tribe is a coward. Remember your position. You are their leader in this war. You win if your tribe survives. You lost even if you destroyed your enemy while all your people are dying. Pride looked at Tang Shaoyang into the eyes. Then he realized what Tang Shaoyang was true. If he lost all his people in the battle, it was not a victory even if he defeated his enemy. I know, Pride nodded. Good if you understand. Get enough, we will start to move in half an hour. After that, Tang Shaoyang turned around and faced his people. It's time to switch. You guys go back and call the first team here. I will be waiting for half an hour here. They nodded and left the gathering place, leaving 4 girls behind. Zhang Mengyao, Fu Dandan, Dai Wenqian, and Li Na. What are you doing? Go back, Tang Shaoyang ordered the 4 girls. No, I will stay until the battle is over, Zhang Mengyao replied firmly. Nope, this is an order. You go back now. Unfortunately, Tang Shaoyang was even firmer with his decision. But I order you to go back, Zhang Mengyao. If you are worried about them, Luan will replace your position during your absence. Go back now. Zhang Mengyao had been staying on the battlefield for almost 2 days, including the beforehand battle. Her body might not be exhausted, but he believed she was mentally exhausted, hence Tang Shaoyang commanded her to go back. Moreover, you have something more important to do, right? Added Tang Shaoyang. She had reached level 31. It was time for her to get a class to upgrade her strength. Zhang Mengyao gritted her teeth and met with Tang Shaoyang's gaze. What about you? Tang Shaoyang himself had not gone to rest yet. She was worried about him. And about your promise? She was talking about yesterday's promise. He promised her to fight together. Stupid woman. I never say to break the promise. This is not our last battle, and I am much stronger than you. You know about it. Tang Shaoyang shook his head with a wry smile. He approached the girl and gave her a hug. Go back, okay? I don't want to lose you. Tang Shaoyang whispered with a magnetic voice. Subconsciously, Zhang Mengyao nodded her head obediently. She could not refuse him somehow. She broke free from Tang Shaoyang's embrace with a reddened cheek. Be careful. After that, Zhang Mengyao delivered a kiss to his cheek and left. Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian also followed Zhang Mengyao, leaving Li Na. What about you, girl? Why don't you go back too? No, I want to stay. I can hold another 10 hours battle, and we'll switch in the next wave. Li Na replied with a stronger determination. Tang Shaoyang was surprised at the girl's firm reply. He scanned the girl's expression and found she was truly not someone that looked exhausted. He looked at the girl's body. Her armor was still intact and clean. Understandably, as she was an archer, Tang Shaoyang could see dried blood at her sheathless short sword, indicating she also fought in close combat. In the end, Tang Shaoyang relented at the girl's request. Good. You can stay. Get good rest. We will start our next movement in half an hour. Lina nodded in response and found a comfortable place to stay. Tang Shaoyang also chose a corner to get a nap. Half an hour later, Luan, Weishi, and Qin Shoshan came with the switch team. It was the team that got the rest 10 hours earlier. Now they came back with a fresh complexion. As soon as the group came, Tang Shaoyang woke up and briefed the plan. We are going to search for the Zombie Lord. All of you had seen the Zombie Lord's appearance, so immediately regroup after you find the Zombie Lord or the Zombie Warrior. After that, 55 people split into 5 groups. Tang Shaoyang himself led one group this time. Li Na immediately slipped herself to Tang Shaoyang's team. Good. Let's depart. The Fogged Ape tribe took different directions as the team also spread. Tang Shaoyang took a detour and tried to sneak to the zombie horde back, a place where the Zombie Lord would most likely stay. After 15 minutes of running, Tang Shaoyang led the team into a 7-story apartment. There were a few Stage 1 zombies inside, and it was taken care of easily. They rushed to the rooftop. Search for the zombie warriors. They must be guarding the Zombie Lord like the beforehand zombie horde. 10 people immediately spread and looked down at the street, searching for the zombie warrior. Maybe the Lady Luck was on their side. It did not take long before Li Na yelled excitedly, I found them! I found the zombie warriors! Everyone gathered around Li Na and looked at the direction she pointed out. She was pointing at 5 floors of the KT building. At the entrance, 2 Crushers stood with their big maces. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 61, Night Chapter 61 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Back to the smart base. After Zhang Mengyao washed up, she did not go to rest or get her meal. She went to the basement floor, toward the advancement room. She was about to get her class. Under Origin's guide, Zhang Mengyao entered the advancement room. Under Master's permission, you are allowed to choose a unique class. Unique class. 1. Summoner. 1000 GC. 2. Assassin, advanced class. Not available. 3. Swordsman, advanced class, 1000 GC. 4. Ranger, advanced class, 1000 GC. 5. Knight, advanced class, 1000 GC. 6. Berserker, advanced class, 1000 GC. 7. Cleric, advanced class, 1000 GC. 8. Flame Mage, advanced class, 1000 GC. 9. Blacksmith, advanced class, 1000 GC. 10. Spirit Contractor, not available. The translucent screen appeared in front of Zhang Mengyao. She had heard about the class from Tang Shaoyang himself. Do you need a recommendation from me? Origin's voice rang again while Zhang Mengyao was reading the class. Only 8 unique classes were available. Luan must be the one who took the assassin and he took Spirit Contractor? She muttered under her breath. After reading all 8 unique classes, Zhang Mengyao asked Origin with a frown. There's no description. She tried to click one of the classes, intending to find the detail of each class, but things were not working as she expected. Do you want to choose Summoner as your class? Yes, no. It was what appeared when she tried to press the Summoner class. Unfortunately, I am not allowed to tell you anything about the classes. Origin gave a negative answer. The frown on Zhang Mengyao's face deepened at the answer. How she was supposed to choose if she did not know the details of the class. She could not find a suitable class for her fighting style without the description. Then she remembered Origin offered a recommendation. So what's your recommendation, Origin? I am glad you ask me. Origin's delighted voice filled the room. I have 3 recommendations for you, Swordsman, Berserker, and Knight. Take your time and choose carefully. Origin kindly reminded the girl. Amongst the 3 classes, Zhang Mengyao had a gist of understanding of Swordsman and Knight, but she was clueless regarding the Berserker class. As for Swordsman, the class reminded her of the Xanios of the Demon Swordsman. Just from the quick encounter, she could tell Xanios had big destructive power. I want you to stand together with me as we conquer the world together. Tang Shaoyang's words were ringing in her head. He told her that yesterday, together. Then I don't need a destructive power to assist him. He has that destructive power, but he is pretty reckless on the battlefield. I don't need a class with destructive power, but a class with high defense. I will protect his back. She immediately crossed the Swordsman class from her options. Then Zhang Mengyao looked through the other classes. She was looking for a class focused on defense, but also a combat class. Summoner is no, Ranger. It was a class she did not understand again. Pass. It took her some times and she eliminated the other 7 choices. Her eyes landed on the Knight class. She pressed the choice without hesitation. Do you want to choose Knight as your class? Yes, no? Yes, Zhang Mengyao firmly responded. Everyone looked at Tang Shaoyang. They found the zombie warriors, but what would they do next? The decision was in Tang Shaoyang's hand. The dilemma was the building surrounded by Stage 3 zombies. Yes, aside from the zombie warriors, many Stage 3 zombies on the street. There was even a new type of zombie amongst the many Stage 3 zombies. The zombie had a big chunk of fat on its belly and thigh, but its hand was the meat that formed a round shield. There was even a zombie hammer-shaped hand. They found their target, but this place was more dangerous than everyone thought. Affiliation, the Fallen Evolution, Stage 3. The Fallen Evolution, Stage 3. Buckler was a zombie with a round shield-shaped hand, while Hammer was a zombie with a hammer-shaped hand. These 2 were truly new to Tang Shaoyang, and they looked even more deadly than the Crusher and Crawler. The Fallen, it was the affiliation of the zombie horde, their faction. Tsk. Without communication tools, we have to inform them by mouth. Since the world turned upside down, the cell phones and even the phone booth miraculously disappeared. Even radio vanished. The communication was truly broken off. the main reason that caused the confusion. With no communication tool, people did not know whether the government truly had fallen or not. Should ask Origin about this. The military needs communication for this moment. Tang Shaoyang thought to himself as he turned to his team member. You guys move and gather with the other teams. After all of you gathered, get to the Fogged Ape tribe and lead them to here. What about you? Lina immediately asked upon finding out Tang Shaoyang did not join with them. I will be watching the building, just in case if the zombie lord moves out from that building. That was the best scenario for now. At least it was what Tang Shaoyang could think of. But Lina wanted to volunteer herself to stay with Tang Shaoyang, but she was rejected outright. No but. Go right and assemble here quickly. That's the order. Tang Shaoyang sternly responded. Lina flinched back for a moment before she nodded her head. After that, the group immediately left Tang Shaoyang alone on the rooftop. Tang Shaoyang walked back to the side and looked at the KT building. He rubbed his chin and calculated the time of his people's arrival. It will take them at least 50 to 70 minutes. Gathering all the teams and called the Fogged Ape tribe and broke through the zombie horde toward here. It was his estimation, 50 to 70 minutes to arrive here. Ho ho. Hold back, Tang Shaoyang. Hold on. His hand was trembling with Destroyer in his hand. His eyes also shone brightly as his eyes landed on the two zombie warriors at the entrance of the KT building. Better you guys come quick to level up, or I'm going to finish this alone. Tang Shaoyang's expression was brimming in excitement. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 62, Zombie Apostle. Chapter 62 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Youyouliucun was in the third year of a prestigious private high school in SH City, a school for the rich and someone with status. His father put him into that school so he could have his own connection to the influential family in SH City. That was his father's wish, and Youyouliucun also heard it was a prestigious school. He immediately agreed without hesitation. However, little did the boy know that school was just the start of his hellish life. Full straight 3 years, he was bullied for 3 years straight. At the start, he became a shuttlebred for his friends, a son of a general and a son of governor. The start of it was still bearable for the young Youyouliucun, but later on, as more people joined the gang, the bullying was becoming worse and worse. The reason? Because he was the lowest in rank. His family was rich, but that wealth was nothing if had to compare with the others. He was rich, having a high-end hotel in 5 cities, rich enough to have his family comfortably live. But again, those properties were nothing if he had to compare to the others. A punching bag for the son of the general, having to bring his friends' bags, and even turning him into a seat for the governor's son. It was getting worse and worse. He tried to escape from his hell. Youyouliucun asked his father to transfer him to another school. However, everything was too late. His friends had taken care of everything. His father's company cooperated with his friend's family in many ways. On top of all that, his friends' family asked his father to make him be their son's friend. At that point, the young Youyouliucun did not know whether this was his friend's doing or not. He was scared. He was scared if he forcefully transferred out of the school, his family would be their target. He knew how crazy his friends, after all. That time, his father only told him to befriend them even closer. Just like that, Youyouliucun experienced a hellish school life. 3 years, he had to face the bullying for 3 years. The school? The school knew the bullying incident, but they did nothing. None of them stupid enough to stand out to face these young masters. The bright and lively turned to a gloomy boy under the bullying. Fortunately, it was his secret crush who helped him pass these 3 years of hell. A young and new math teacher, she was bright and beautiful. In his 2nd year, he confessed and was accepted by the teacher. A hope. He began to see hope. He endured the bullying until he graduated. Yes, he thought he would be free from these friends after graduation. He thought he had endured, and it was time to start a new life. However, that night, the graduation party that must be attended by the 3rd year, it was the peak of his suffering. Somehow, his friends managed to find out his relationship with the math teacher. They drugged her and said to him, "We are friends, right? You should share something this good with your friends, Youyouliucun. The meek and coward Youyouliucun could no longer endure it. He tried to fight. What he got was a beating. There was no way he could win against 7 people who had a bigger frame than him. The other teachers and the principal did nothing despite witnessing such a scene. No, not only that, they even provided the room for the kids to do the deed. No, please no. He begged to his friends, but to no avail. His cry was enjoyable to them. The more he cried, the wider their smile. Maybe God was still watching over him and gave him a blessing. Out of nowhere, a robotic voice rang in his hand, and a zombie appeared. A strange course occurrence happened, and the people who tried to hold him down were surprised by the zombies. My chance! It was then Youyouliucun dashed to his lover. He did not know where this strength came from, but he managed to carry his drugged lover. He brought his lover to the infirmary amidst the chaos in the ballroom. While his breathing ragged, he put his drugged lover to the bed. Amidst the chaos, the boy lost his virginity to relieve his drugged lover. While he was about to push his lover, his girlfriend's face changed to someone who bullied him. Argh! Youyouliucun woke up from his nightmare with a sweated face. He breathed heavily as his eyes shook. The trauma, he had a deep trauma from what he experienced during his high school. What's wrong, dear? A gentle voice of a woman entered Youyouliucun's ear. The woman next to him was his lover, the math teacher he saved from his friends. He looked toward her, looking at her delicate and beautiful face. Do you have a nightmare? Luolan asked in a concerned tone. Youyouliucun nodded his head. Luolan pulled Youyouliucun's head to her naked chest and rubbed his hair. It's okay, dear. You have killed them, and they have gotten what they deserved. Rot in the hell. It's okay. It's okay. Youyouliucun nodded his head. Yes, he had killed everyone in the school, including the principal and the teachers, even all his friends who were certainly becoming his main target. As someone who spent his time playing the game, Youyouliucun was quite fast in adapting to the new game-like world. He managed to raise his level and his revenge. After his revenge, for some unknown reason, the whole school turned out to be a dungeon, just like in the game, or minigame, the robotic voice said in his head. He somehow managed to clear the minigame with only him and his girlfriend as survivors. He got a treasure chest, the chest that changed his life completely. It was a scroll, an advanced class scroll, Zombie Apostle. This class was an amazing cheat in this apocalyptic world. The class gave him a skill to control the zombies. Even though he could only control 10 zombies, for now, he used the skill efficiently. Days passed, and the zombie under his control evolved into zombie lords. 3 of them. Thanks to these 3 zombie lords, he could control a lot of zombies through the zombie lord. He went around with an army of zombies. He tried to save his lover's family, but unfortunately they were all killed. His family also suffered the same fate. So, the 2 now relied on each other to continue living. Youyouliucun and Luolan wandered around SH City to level up the zombie lords and the zombie armies. He tried to avoid killing the people and only aimed to kill the mutated beasts. Despite suffering from awful bullying, Youyouliucun still maintained his reason. All of it thanks to Luolan. After a moment of silence, Youyouliucun opened his mouth. We have to move now before this group of people comes for us. Should we talk to them? We can explain everything. This is just a misunderstanding. Luolan voiced out her thoughts. I am afraid. Youyouliucun's eyes wavered as he looked at his girlfriend's eyes. Their leader looks fierce and overbearing. I am afraid you... Youyouliucun did not finish his words, but Luolan understood her boyfriend's concern. Then, let's leave this place. Luolan immediately agreed to his boyfriend's notion to retreat. Yes, it was Youyouliucun's zombie army that attacked the Fogged Ape tribe. He never thought this Fogged Ape tribe was related to any people. Boom! Just as the couple was about to move out, a battle broke outside the building. Youyouliucun's expression changed and said, They are here. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 63, Promising General, Chapter 63 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang did not wait for his team to attack. He immediately jumped over after waiting for 15 minutes, but his team had not returned yet. He activated Spirit Integration with Karen and immediately started his slaughter. Tang Shaoyang started with an earth split, crushing 2 Stage 2 zombies instantly. At the same time, the ground slightly shook and caused the zombies around to lose their balance for a moment. He used this chance to use another skill, Wild Axes. His target was Stage 3 zombies in the back. The axes sliced through Stage 2 zombies and reached the Stage 3 zombie, Buckler. However, the axes proved to be useless against it. Buckler out its buckler-like hand to the front and blocked the incoming axes. Bang! The axes disintegrated into nothingness, and Buckler was pushed back by the impact. Heh, it seems you are quite strong, Tang Shaoyang smirked, instead of being disappointed after his axes were blocked. Thanks to Wild Axes, the path toward Stage 3 zombies opened. With his battle axe in his right hand, he rushed toward Buckler and Mace. Of course, Buckler and Mace did not stay still. The moment Tang Shaoyang rushed toward them, they also charged toward Tang Shaoyang. Not only the 2 Stage 3 zombies, but the zombies around Tang Shaoyang also swarmed toward him. Just as Tang Shaoyang was about to clash against the zombies, he heard a male's voice from inside the building. Stop! To his surprise, the zombies stopped their advance, and Tang Shaoyang also stopped. He immediately retreated to keep a distance from Stage 3 zombies. Huh? Am I hearing things? He was not sure where the voice came from, but if he was not wrong, the voice came from the building that was guarded by the zombies. He gazed toward the building, and to his surprise, Stage 3 zombies split up and made a path. From the path between the zombies, he saw a woman and a young man walking side by side. From the young man's face, Tang Shaoyang was pretty sure the young man was a high schooler or the freshman who just entered a college, around that age. However, the woman was more mature than the man for sure. A beauty at that. The beauty hooked her hands toward the young man, and from this, Tang Shaoyang was 100% sure these two were a couple. No, you were not hearing things. It was my voice. The young man opened his mouth. So you are the culprit behind this zombie horde, I presume? Tang Shaoyang confronted the young man with a frown. If the zombies were controlled by this young man, this boy's power was terrifying for sure. Technically, yes. The boy nodded his hand and flicked his finger. After that, 2 Stage 3 zombies came out of the crowd. Tang Shaoyang recognized the 2 zombies. The zombie lord, a zombie that controlled the other zombies. He was quick with the catch-up and guessed the whole situation. So you control the 2 zombie lords, and the zombie lords control the other zombies. That's right. But I am surprised that you know about the zombie lord. The young truly had a surprised look when Hero instantly called his 2 zombie lords without carefully inspecting them. Anyway, I am Youyouliucun, and yes, all these zombies are my subordinate. Youyouliucun introduced himself and his girlfriend. This is my girlfriend, Luolan. Tang Shaoyang, the Empire of Tang's first emperor. Tang Shaoyang said his identity without blushing. He said that proudly, and his voice contained big confidence. Huh! Luolan and Youyouliucun had the same reaction. They were not expecting this. Is he a Chunibyo or something? That was what Youyouliucun thought of Hero. His first impression of the fierce man. Nah, don't care about that. His strength is a real deal. Youyouliucun's expression returned normal, and continued with his purpose of meeting Tang Shaoyang in person. It seems there's a misunderstanding between us, and I want to talk it out with you. You want to talk to me, huh? Tang Shaoyang looked straight to Youyouliucun. But then, he smirked. You have killed people, it seems. I can tell from your eyes. He was surprised and intrigued at the same time. Did he kill people to get the woman? The woman was a beauty, and had a kind of foxy look. Killing people for his desire, there was nothing wrong with that. Youyouliucun furrowed his brows, and the corner of his mouth was twitching slightly. He did not know, but he felt nervous when faced with Tang Shaoyang. The unnatural green skin, and the man remained composed despite being surrounded by his underlings. Youyouliucun could tell Tang Shaoyang was not someone could be trifled with. Luolan noticed her boyfriend was nervous. She held her boyfriend's hand tighter to support her boyfriend. However, such a reaction puzzled Luolan. She knew how strong Youyouliucun's underlings were, so why was her boyfriend nervous when he faced only one man? It's not something I want to talk about. Youyouliucun shook his head in response. That's right, your zombie underlings haven't killed a single of my people. However, we do have unpleasant memories of zombies and the zombie lord. I know that guy because I have killed one before. Tang Shaoyang was willing to talk rather than blindly harvesting these zombies. He could also stall some time for his people to come to share these zombies with them. Moreover, he had another purpose too. Once again, Youyouliucun was surprised by the fact the man in front of him had killed a zombie lord before. He knew well how strong a zombie lord was. Could he be bluffing to scare me? But he looked so confident even facing a couple of stage 3 zombies. I don't mean to fight against you. My target is a group of the big apes. Youyouliucun showed his real intention, trying to clear the ill misunderstanding between them. First, the group of the big apes you are talking about is my subordinate. Second, the zombies are our natural enemy. Killing these zombies means killing my enemy, Tang Shaoyang replied, with his usual grin. Once again, Youyouliucun furrowed his brows. He could tell that the man in front of him seemed not to want to reconcile with him. Then it's my turn to talk. You have a quite useful power. What about joining my empire? I love to have useful people under my wings. This was Tang Shaoyang's purpose that made him willing to talk with Youyouliucun. He wanted to take this boy under him. With the boy under him, he could have legions of the zombie army. Moreover, the zombie army also had a big pro. There was no need for him to worry about betrayal or spies snuck into his army. It was the reason why he wanted to recruit the boy under his wing. Then there's no use talking with you. I would never put myself under any man's order again, ever. Youyouliucun gave a direct and straightforward refusal. Kukuku. I love your unyielding character. More reason to take you under my wing. Tang Shaoyang's grin became wider. Just as Youyouliucun was about to respond to Tang Shaoyang, he received telepathy from his zombie lord subordinate. There was a big group rushing toward his location. Based on the information he received from the zombie lords, it was the big group, a combination of people and apes. There's no need to talk further then. Let's leave, Lan. I truly don't want to fight you, but... Youyouliucun shook his head and tried to pull his girlfriend with him. Do you think you can leave me here? Tang Shao grinned as he raised his destroyer. He would not let a promising general such as Youyouliucun slip out of his grasp. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 64. Over Chapter 64 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Do you think you can catch me? Youyouliucun sneered back as his figure slowly backed away. Stage 2 zombies and Stage 3 zombies, including the 2 zombie lords, stayed behind. But there were 2 Stage 3 zombies following Youyouliucun, Buckler, and Mace. Tang Shaoyang tried to use wild axes to clear the path. But the zombies blocked his path and there were just too many of them. It only sliced a few Stage 2 zombies on the path. Just like that, Youyouliucun and Luolan escaped from the scene. He pulled his girlfriend with him, with Mace and Buckler followed them closely from behind. Why do we have to run? Can you just beat him? Luolan asked as she did not understand her boyfriend's decision. They were in a big advantage in the number while the opposite part was just one man. It's not that simple, Youyouliucun shook his head lightly. He is not alone. There's reinforcement come to our location. Are they stronger than your zombie army? No, it's not about who's stronger. That guy just now, he's dangerous. Youyouliucun was not afraid of the incoming enemies but Tang Shaoyang. That man just now gave a dangerous vibe to him. His guts were telling him to escape. Is he a human or a monster? Luolan asked out. Tang Shaoyang spoke Chinese just like them, but he was taller and bigger than a normal human. He also had green skin that confused her too. I am pretty sure he's a human. Maybe it was his skill or something. Having not finished his words, the couple heard a yell from behind. You may escape now, but I will not let you escape the next time we meet. It was Tang Shaoyang's scream. The moment he realized that he would not be able to catch up, he screamed out his thoughts. The couple looked at each other for a moment before the smiles broke. Both of them were smiling when they heard the scream. Ah, what a waste! Tang Shaoyang shook his head in regret. If the boy just now joined his team, taking over SH City was a cinch. It would be a huge boost in power for his empire. Tsk! What a pity, a pity. Zombies kept blocking his path despite his attempt to chase after Youyouliucun. There was no need to doubt. The boy must be giving his order to block him at any cost. At this point, chasing Youyouliucun was pointless. By the time he broke the encirclement, Youyouliucun should have escaped. The good news is he left his underlings behind for me to harvest. Kill the 2 zombie lords and it should be easy to clear the rest. Tang Shaoyang's eyes glinted dangerously at the zombie lord. 12 hours. It took Tang Shaoyang and his friends 12 hours to clear the horde. They battled non-stop and finally they defeated the horde. Tang Shaoyang was standing in the middle of the road. He looked at his surroundings. Corpses were here and there. He was surrounded by the dead zombies' bodies. Ha! Ha! As soon as the spirit integration wore off, he breathed heavily. The burden of holding up spirit integration for over 12 hours was no joke. Just now, he had been battling madly against the zombies. He did not feel tired at all. He was filled with bursting energy as he slaughtered the zombies. Now the battle was over and he could feel it, the exhaustion. On top of that, this was his second battle against a horde of zombies. A wave of exhaustion hit his body, but he remained standing still. The battle might be over, but his job was not. He dragged his exhausted body and came to meet Zhang Mengyao. "How is it? Are there any casualties?" "We don't have casualties on our side, but dozens of fogged apes died," Zhang Mengyao reported. She joined the battle halfway, and she was glad. She was glad that she chose night for her class. During the battle, for some unknown reason, most of the zombies swarmed to Tang Shaoyang. She had done her job. She protected Tang Shaoyang's back. Tang Shaoyang nodded as he felt a little relieved inside. He then headed toward Pride's direction. This demonic ape king did not feel remorse even after losing a dozen members of his tribe. Pride was letting out a victorious cry while hitting his chest loudly. It was a celebration for defeating his enemy. "It seems he's okay, but I need to change his mindset," Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice. Pride did not care about the casualties as long as he won the war. He would crush his enemy with his strength and the number of his tribe. That was how the Fog tribe waged war. They did not care about the process, but the result. But it's not something easy to change. It will take a while. Tang Shaoyang muttered under his breath and closed his eyes. "The battle is over and we have a big win this time. Boss!" Luan waved his hand toward Tang Shaoyang while holding a sword. Blood covered his clothes and swords. He stopped next to his boss and did not disturb him. Luan stayed close while waiting for his boss to open his eyes. Tang Shaoyang turned toward Luan and grinned. "You did well, let's go home." Despite the heaviness from the exhaustion, Tang Shaoyang walked back with his feet with Destroyer on his shoulder. On the way back to the base, it was as if the sky also cheered for them. Thunder was rumbling beyond the sky as if welcoming them. Not long after that, heavy rain started to pour down, and the rain washed the blood on their bodies. The next day, Tang Shaoyang opened his eyes lazily. He flipped out and looked toward the window. The curtain was opened and showed the yellow light of sunset. He was not surprised that he woke up this late. As soon as he arrived at the base, he washed up and immediately fell asleep like a dead log. It was not only his body was exhausted, his mind also weary from continuously battling the zombies. He sat up and stretched up his body lazily. After a while, his hand tried to reach someone next to him. He found no one but only him on the bed. Tang Shaoyang got up and reached the kimono jacket beside the bed while yawning. Where does she go? She in his mouth was Zhang Mengyao, of course. He thought the girl would be more exhausted than him, but it looked like he was wrong about that. Where is Mengyao, Origin? Tang Shaoyang asked Origin as he headed toward the bathroom. She's on the first floor right now. Mistress is managing the survivor for the castle's management, Origin instantly answered. Huh, is she okay? Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice as he washed his face. He was asking himself, not Origin. In the fight against the second zombie horde, Zhang Mengyao was mentally unstable. She was feeling guilty as she blamed herself for the dead. He was quite concerned. She should be okay. No, she was doing well. Origin gave an honest reply. From its perspective, Zhang Mengyao was doing well. Tang Shaoyang waved his hand lightly toward the ceiling. It was understandable if Origin did not get his concern. Tell the kitchen to prepare a huge load of the meal for me. I am hungry. Tang Shaoyang rubbed his belly. After resting his body and mind by sleeping, it was time to replenish his energy with food. All right, do you want to eat here, or... I will come down. Tang Shaoyang went out of the bathroom and changed his clothes into a casual outfit. Then he went out of his room into the elevator, heading to the cafeteria. At this point, I have established my position within them. They must have accepted me as their leader after that battle. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 65. Hearty Meal. Chapter 65 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. When Tang Shaoyang arrived at the cafeteria on the second floor, he was greeted by Li Yue, the little girl that bravely said she wanted to join the battle before. Welcome. We have prepared the table and the food for you. Li Yue greeted Tang Shaoyang with a wide smile. Good kids. Tang Shaoyang rubbed her hair and the little girl next to her. There were 6 little girls with Li Yu. After that, Li Yu and her friends led him to a table. There were only a few people in the cafeteria after the life and death battle in the last few days ago. The atmosphere was a little gloomy and quieter than usual. Moreover, some people also left the base, which made the number of people who stayed much less than before. The only thing I need is to establish authority and law. I can't let the same incident happen twice. If the people did not leave the base, there would be fewer casualties. But he did not prevent them from leaving. It was a process of elimination, so all assholes would leave. With fewer assholes, it would be easier to manage the base as well. While Tang Shaoyang was thinking about the next step of his empire, the aroma of food assaulted his nose. He looked toward the direction of the aroma. Li Yue, with the help of her grandma, was bringing a tray of food. They brought a steaming basket toward and placed the basket on the table. This is the appetizer for you, big bro. Li Yue proudly pointed at the steaming basket. This is my grandma's handmade dumpling. The most delicious dumpling in the world. You get lucky to be able to taste it. Oh, really? Tang Shaoyang played along with the little girl as he put a surprised face. Yes, the little girl replied with an unwavering look. She was dead serious with her words, it seemed. Ha ha! Don't listen to her. She's saying nonsense. I hope you like the food I made, and I am here to say my thanks to you for protecting us. The old lady bowed toward Tang Shaoyang with a grateful look. Li Yue's grandma was in her 55. Despite the wrinkles on her face, she looked healthy for someone her age. It's okay. It's my job to protect you guys here. Tang Shaoyang nodded as he opened the basket. The steaming dumplings were lining up inside the basket as a tantalizing aroma assaulted his nose once again. Ha-hoo. Well then, let me taste the most delicious dumpling in the world. Tang Shaoyang then took a dumpling with his chopsticks. He delivered the steaming dumpling into his mouth and took the first bite. Crunch! The lower part of the dumpling was crunchy and soft on the inside. A juicy and steaming liquid flowed out of the dumpling after the first bite. Even though it was hot, Tang Shaoyang's face brightened. He blew the hot air from his mouth, but he still chewed the dumpling. Wow! That was the first thing that came out of Tang Shaoyang's mouth as he cast a surprised look toward the old lady. Li Yue grinned as she looked at Tang Shaoyang's reaction. She was truly proud of her grandma's dumpling. How is it? The little girl asked with great anticipation. This is truly the most delicious dumpling in the world. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head with a still surprised expression on his face. Yay? The little girl raised her hand and jumped up before she turned to her grandma. I told you, Grandma, Big Brother will like your dumplings. It's truly the best dumpling I ever have. Tang Shaoyang did not forget to compliment the old lady, too. Thank you, sir. I am glad you like the dumpling I made. Li Yue's grandma smiled in return. She was truly happy that her dumplings were to Tang Shaoyang's taste. Then she noticed her granddaughter tried to take one dumpling sneakily with her little hand. Li Yue, you can take that. You have yours in the kitchen. The old lady reprimanded the little girl as she hit Li Yue's hand lightly. Oh, she can have one if she wants to. Tang Shaoyang did not mind if it was the little girl who tried to steal his food. Li Yue stuck her tongue out as she smiled embarrassedly. It's okay, I have mine in the kitchen. Okay, let's get yours in the kitchen. Don't disturb Big Brother's meal. After that, the old lady pulled her granddaughter with her to the kitchen. Tang Shaoyang then feasted himself with the dumpling. He was genuine with his praise. The dumpling was truly delicious. More importantly, the meat inside the dumpling was the fogged ape meat. He could tell that in one bite, and it was also another factor that made the dumpling the most delicious dumpling in the world. He finished the whole basket of dumplings pretty fast. The whole basket dumpling was not enough to satiate his empty stomach. Fortunately, the main course came not long after he finished the dumpling. This time, it was not Liyue who delivered the food. Maybe the girl was busy filling her stomach with the dumplings as a lady in her early 20s who delivered the food. From her face, the lady looked pretty nervous around him. Her hand was shaking visibly as she put a bowl of rice in front of Tang Shaoyang. After that, the lady took a bigger bowl next to the rice. Tang Shaoyang looked at the main dish. It was a meatball in the size of a fist with red sauce. Around the meatball, there were also 4 smaller meatballs. Maybe he was hungry, but the dish looked so appetizing to him. Thank you. He did not forget to say that before he scooped the smaller meatball into his mouth. It was the same meat used to fill the dumpling, fogged ape meat. The red sauce was a little bit spicy and sweet. Overall, it was delicious to him, but he liked it more if the sauce was spicy. This is good, Tang Shaoyang complimented as he chewed the meatball in his mouth. He scooped a little sauce and put it onto the rice before he scooped the rice into his mouth. This is actually very good. He could not help but compliment the dish once again. The sauce was blending pretty well with the rice. It gave a new taste when he mixed the sauce and the rice. Since when we have a good cook in our base, the food was more delicious than usual. He was surprised. Or maybe I'm just too hungry, so the food is more delicious? The lady also seemed happy with his praise. She was no longer nervous, but happy now. Can I have more rice? 2 more bowls, please. Yes, right away. Please wait for a moment. The lady immediately nodded and left the table to the kitchen. Tang Shaoyang was served pretty well by the kitchen people. After the meatball, he ate 3 more dishes before he finally stopped. Leaning back against the chair, his stomach was bloated. He was satisfied with his meal after the long battle. Lady Meng Yao has managed the kitchen staff. You now have a proper chef and staff for the kitchen. Origin voice rang in Tang Shaoyang's head. It meant Zhang Mengyao had taken care of the kitchen for him. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head. The food was getting more delicious for a reason, after all. They were the pro in their fields. Then the dessert came. It was Liyue and the other kids who delivered the dessert. Ice cream and pudding for dessert. What was funny to Tang Shaoyang was the kids. They looked into the desert with an almost drooling face. There were 6 of them, including Liyue. Before he could say something, Origin's voice rang once again. There's a group of people coming to our base, but Lady Meng Yao blocked them by the entrance. The group is about to create disturbance. Who's these people? Why does Zhang Mengyao block them? Tang Shaoyang asked Origin. They were exchanging conversations through their minds, so the kids could not hear it. They are the people who left from the base to avoid the battle against the zombie horde. When Tang Shaoyang heard the answer, he immediately stood up. He rubbed the kid's hair and said, "You can have the ice cream and the pudding. Big brother wants to get exercise after eating a lot." Really? Liyue asked back with a pleasantly surprised look. Yes, you can have it, but you have to share it equally. Understand? Yes, big bro. Thank you, big bro. The 6 kids answered simultaneously. Tang Shaoyang nodded and headed toward the elevator. Where's Luan? Is he still sleeping? No, he just finished washing up. Nice timing. Tell him to get my weapon in my room. A little exercise after eating is good for the body. Tang Shaoyang grinned evilly. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 66, the 4th Unique Class. Chapter 66 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang left the cafeteria. He headed toward the elevator. It was a private elevator exclusive to him, Zhang Mengyao, and Luan. Once he pressed the arrow down button, the door immediately opened. Zhang Mengyao was in the lobby and Luan was still in his room. No one used the elevator, hence he did not need to wait. He got inside and pressed the L button. Ding! Hoo-hoo-hoo. They still have the nerve to come back after leaving the base? Teaching them some lessons may not be enough. What should I do about them? Tang Shaoyang rubbed his chin as he walked out of the elevator. His eyes glanced toward the entrance. Indeed, he saw a big group outside the door. There was a little commotion as well. I should wait for Luan to bring my destroyer. With my weapon, I look more intimidating. Tang Shaoyang walked toward the counter, where two beauties stood up behind. The two beauties did not notice his arrival as they kept glancing outside worriedly. The battle against the zombie horde just finished. Now there was a group coming to create some trouble. Do you know them? Tang Shaoyang asked the ladies. The two receptionists were startled by Tang Shaoyang's voice. They almost jumped out, but they immediately bowed their heads as soon as they noticed Tang Shaoyang. Boss! Tang Shaoyang nodded and pointed at the crowd. Do you recognize any of them? The two ladies looked toward the outside. As this was their boss's question, they took that seriously. They scanned the crowd one by one, but they recognized no one. I don't know. I can't see all of them, but there may be someone I recognize there. Both ladies gave a different reply to Tang Shaoyang. Then they waited for Tang Shaoyang's response intensely. However, he merely nodded his head as he rested his hand on the counter as he watched the outside situation. The question was just to spend his time while waiting for Luan. He had no other intention with his question. Meanwhile, Lina, who did not know what happened outside, was currently on the underground floor. She was about to get her class after getting Zhang Mengyao's consent to choose a class. There were only limited unique classes. Lina was chosen as someone who deserved to choose a unique class after the battle against the zombie horde. Now she was standing in the room of class advancement. She was unsure and nervous. The girl did not know what to choose. Should I choose a basic class instead? She began doubting herself despite knowing how important the class was. She was afraid of wasting a unique class. Choosing a unique class meant she would hold a bigger responsibility in the future. It was natural if she chose a unique class. Stupid girl. If you want Master to notice you, you should have chosen a unique class instead of a basic class. Do you think Master will look at you if you choose a basic class? Do you forget the reason why did you quit the useless receptionist job? Origin's loud voice rang inside the girl's head. It startled her. Indeed, Tang Shaoyang was the reason why she decided to join the front line. If she chose a basic class, she would be an ordinary female like the others. If that were the case, Tang Shaoyang would not be looking at her, and all her efforts were in vain. Lina gritted her and looked at the translucent screen in front of her once again. Choosing a unique class cost her 0 GC. It was the Empire-sponsored her unique class. 1. Summoner. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 2. Assassin. Advanced class. Not available. 3. Swordsman. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 4. Ranger. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 5. Knight. Advanced class. Not available. 6. Berserker. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 7. Cleric. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 8. Flame Mage. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 9. Blacksmith. Advanced class. 1,000 GC. 10. Spirit Contractor. Not available. Lina's lips moved as she read all unique classes one by one. After reading that, she looked at the bow in her hand. Should I choose Ranger? Lina questioned herself. Her thoughts were simple. Based on the name of the unique class, Ranger was the class that related with a bow. Do you want to hear my suggestion? Origin's voice rang again inside her head. Lina did not immediately answer Origin. She felt that she had to choose by herself without Origin's help. If the cycle continued where she always listened to order when a situation like this occurred to her, she would never be standing out, and the chance of Tang Shaoyang looking at her was small. But then again, I have no choice but to trust Origin at this time. I have no clues about the class. Listening to his suggestion may be the best choice in this situation. I would like to hear your suggestion, Origin. After struggling with her inner heart for a while, Lina chose to listen to Origin's suggestion. What's the best unique class for me? I have 2 suggestions for you, but listen to me until the end, okay? Lina nodded her head. Good, the first choice is Ranger, as you most excelled with a bow than the other weapons. Just like you guessed, Ranger is a class that relates to a weapon like a bow, however. Lina did listen to every Origin's words. However, if you look from the group's perspective, the Empire's perspective, Ranger should be given to someone good with a bow, someone that much better than you, so that person could utilize the class well, right? Lena did not get Origin's intention at first, but then she understood it after she listened to the next words. Are you the best archer in the group? The girl came into a sudden realization as scene after scene flashed in her head. She recalled the battle that was still fresh in her mind. She figured out that there was someone that much better than her using the bow. No, not only better than her, but the figure in her mind was the best in the group. I see. Lena nodded her head. If she looked for the group's interest, then she should give up picking up Ranger. She should leave the class for the person in her mind. Then, what about the second suggestion? Just a reminder, I am not preventing you from choosing Ranger. You are given the privilege as the fourth person to choose a unique class. It means the Empire trusts you. We will not blame you if you choose Ranger to be your class. I know, but I want to listen to your second suggestion before I decide on my class. Lena did not think so. Indeed, from the Empire's interest, she had to give Ranger to that person. Good. My second suggestion is Summoner. I can't tell much except about the class, but you can guess it based on the class name, right? Origin gave her an unexpected choice. It was the last choice in her mind, but Origin recommended the class to her. Does this class is the best one for me? Lena fell silent after hearing the suggestion. She was thinking of taking Swordsman class. She could learn to use a sword, but Origin's suggestion caused a hesitation. If you want to hear my third suggestion, then Cleric is also a good option. But if you want to achieve your goal, Summoner is the best one in my opinion. But of course, you can choose the other classes as well. The choice is in your hand, girl. For some reason, Origin's suggestion sounded convincing to her. After she struggled for a moment, then she decided to take Origin's suggestion. All right, I will trust you once more. I will choose Summoner. Lena then pressed Summoner with her finger. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 67, Crescent Moon Bear, Chapter 67 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Name, Lena, age, 20, affiliation, Tang Empire, level 33. Talent, attribute point, 34. Strength, 16, agility, 17, vitality, 11, stamina, 10, magic power, 75, sense, 8 skill, basic detection, arcane summoning, celestial summoning, infernal summoning. Lena checked her new status window. She just got a new class, hence she checked her status. She was shocked when she saw her magic power. Her eyes widened a little as it increased so much. If she remembered correctly, she only has 11 on magic power before she chose the summoner class. Now her magic power rocketed up, even though she did not know what the use of the magic power was. An increase in her attribute was a good thing. Then Lena looked at her skills. There were 4 skills added to the window. It was certainly a good thing, but the girl did not understand a single thing about the skill. Honestly, you have the good luck to survive from battling 2 zombie hordes with your current attribute. Origin's voice rang in Lena's head. Under Lena's consent, Origin was allowed to see the status window. Lena recalled the battle she experienced. Indeed, she was saved many times by the people around her while killing the zombies as many as possible. You are right. I am quite lucky to meet him. Without him. Lena paused midway. If she did not meet Tang Shaoyang and come with him, maybe she would not be here. Lu Wen, her old group's leader, might force his way onto her. But now I have to rely on myself, Lena muttered firmly. That is what we try to achieve with the new class. But receiving help is not necessarily bad as well. You just need to know when you have to ask for help and when you have to face your problem by yourself. Lena nodded her head. Origin made a good point. Good. Do you want to hear more suggestions from me? Before, Lena had not chosen her class yet, hence Origin could not help to explain the class. Now, Lena had chosen the class. It could help by explaining the skills, for example. I am willing to listen. Lena nodded his head. Good girl. Before we go with the skills explanation, what about if you get your talent first? Lena followed the instruction. She came out of the advancement room and went into the next room. For the talent, Lina did not have another choice but to choose random talent. The Empire sponsored her class advancement, but it was not possible to sponsor her in getting talent as well. 10 million GC, it was too much for sponsoring someone like Lina. She immediately pressed random talent. The room flashed as words flashed out one after another. It lasted for a while until a word appeared in front of Lina. It was her talent. A D-tier talent. Lina let out a sigh of disappointment. As an ex-receptionist, she knew a lot about talent. D-tier talent was one of the common talents everyone got. Don't be disappointed, girl. It is a decent talent, even though it is a D-tier talent. It's just a pity that the bonus attribute does not sync with your class. Class needed a big magic power to use the skill, but swiftness gave +1 strength and +1 agility each level up. Lina did not feel good despite the consolation from Origin. Now, I will explain a bit about Summoner class. Your class is about summoning a creature with your skill. Then you use your summoning creature to fight for you. Lina nodded her head at the explanation. She started to understand a little bit why Origin recommended this class to her. She did not have the basics for close combat, and her archery was so-so. Summoner was the right class for her in that sense. She relied on her summoning creature to fight. What creature can I summon? Is it a zombie? Or a mutated animal like the fogged ape? As she relied on a summoning creature, she wanted to know what creature she could summon with her skill. Her future was depending on her summoning creature, after all. It's random, but mostly it is based on your magic power. No, it's 70% based on your magic power and 30% luck. The higher your magic power is, the stronger creature you could summon. Lina nodded her head. The explanation was easy to understand to her. Now let's figure out about your skills, girl. Your skill is completely different from the other class. It's a one-time use spell rather than a skill, so you can only use the summoning spell once. Lina only got half understanding of what Origin talked about. She nodded her head nonetheless, trying hard to follow Origin's words. Summon Space is a passive skill for Summoner. It's an exclusive space for your summons later. Why don't you try your spell for now? The girl nodded as she looked at her skill. Arcane Summoning, Celestial Summoning, and Infernal Summoning. Origin told her that the skill or the spell would summon a creature. A creature belonged to her. Lina judged the skill based on its name. She did not know what Arcane was, but Infernal Summoning gave her a bad vibe. The only skill that gave her a good vibe was Celestial Summoning. After a short of hesitation, she tried to use Celestial Summoning. Magic power is not enough to use Celestial Summoning. You require at least 100 magic power to activate your first summoning spell. A cold robotic rang in Lina's head. It was not Origin's voice. Lina panicked as she was unable to use her spell. She picked a class, and now she could not use the skill. It meant the class was useless. That thought struck her, and she panicked. Calm down, girl. Calm down. You are okay. Origin noticed the girl panic through her expression. Do you remember what it told you when you tried to use the spell? Lina fell silent for a moment as she tried to recall the voice just now. It said she could not use the spell because she was lacking magic power. She nodded her head, indicating she still remembered. Good then. You have 75 on magic power now, and you also have 34 free attributes. You are okay, girl. This is why I told you to save your attribute points. Origin had planned everything from the start. The moment it successfully persuaded Lina to join the front line, and until now, choosing the class. Origin had thought of Lina's beginning path. Lina's face brightened up. She opened her status window. She immediately allocated her attribute point, name, Lina. Age 20, affiliation, Tang Empire, level 33, talent, swiftness, attribute point 0, strength 48, agility 49, vitality 11, stamina 10, magic power 109. Sense 8, skill, basic detection, arcane summoning, celestial summoning, infernal summoning. Now I have enough magic power to use the spell. Lina was about to use celestial summoning as she figured now she could use the spell. However, she stopped midway as she thought of something. Origin told her that the higher her magic power was, the stronger creature she could summon. Should I wait until my magic power is higher? You have a good course of thinking there. But this is your first summon. Just like you, Your summoning creature also needs to level up. You have to groom your summon creature to grow it stronger. At this early stage, you have to use your spell and summon a creature so you can groom it easier as the monster outside is still a low-level monster. For your second summon spell, then you should think carefully about when to use it. I see. Lina nodded her head. At this point, she completely trusted Origin. Arcane Summon activated Arcane Summoning. In that instant, the room brightened, and a projection of a 10 meters white bear appeared in front of him. The white bear with blue stripes on its body, a crescent moon mark on its forehead face downward, and blue flame covered its paws. The white bear roared toward her. It lasted for a minute before the projection sucked into one spot. The projection transformed into a ball of blinding light. Lina closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes. A bear with white, thick fur and blue stripes, about half of her height, appeared in front of her. The bear blinked its light blue eyes adorably toward Lina. At the same time, a robotic voice rang in Lina's head. You have successfully summoned Crescent Moon Bear. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 68, Confrontation. Chapter 68 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hanjiang, he was one of many people who left the base the moment the danger arrived. However, little people did know that he did not truly leave the base. He was hiding the proximity base with his group, watching the battle unfolded. When the first zombie horde was cleared, he planned to go back and took over the base from Tang Shaoyang with his group. But then, he heard there was another zombie horde coming, a bigger zombie horde. With an additional group of apes, Hanjiang canceled his plan to take over the base. He then searched for more people and recruited them into his group. Hanjiang and his group were one of the famous groups in the base, hence he easily recruited more people into his group. When he told his plan to his people, everyone immediately agreed to his plan. The importance of the base was absolute. Hanjiang realized that after staying in the base. It had resources that people could not get just by killing the zombies. A talent, the general shop, and more importantly, the rumored class. Hanjiang could not miss this chance to take over the base. While Tang Shaoyang and the people staying in the base fought the second horde, Hanjiang had been gathering people. Thanks to his unrelenting effort, he managed to recruit 209 people to his group. With his original party, now he had 239 people. All these people were the people who decided to leave the base just like him. Hence, he easily recruited him either by force or persuasion. On the fourth day, he managed to gather 239 people. It was time to claim the base. Why are we not allowed to go back to our home? Hanjiang shamelessly confronted Zhang Mengyao. He claimed the base as his home when he left the moment crisis arose. Zhang Mengyao cast a disgusted look at the shameless man. You left instead of protecting your so-called home, and you still dare to call this as your home. I left to persuade these people to come back with me to protect our home. Hanjiang smiled in return as he was not bothered by Zhang Mengyao's words. He also pointed to the people behind him. After taking the base, you will be mine as well. But when we come back, the battle is over. It's unfortunate, but we are trying our best as well here. Hanjiang shook his head as he tried to look as sincere as possible. It took 4 days to come back, huh? Zhang Mengyao replied sarcastically. We know we are at fault, but we regret our choice and come back. We apologize for our cowardly action. We come back to make our mistake. The man next to Hanjiang bowed his head toward Zhang Mengyao in the form of apologizing. He was Hanjiang's right man, Shi Ping. He was in fact the one who planned everything, the mastermind behind Hanjiang's action. Your apologies accepted, now you can leave. Tao He, who was watching silently from the sideline, finally spoke out. With his cold voice, he told these people to leave. But why? We have apologized, we regretted our choice, and I do believe we deserve the second chance. Shi Ping raised his voice at Tao He. This unknown dude acts as a leader in front of me. Let's see how you're going to face my people. Yeah, we deserve the second chance as well. We regret it. Why can't we join back with you guys? We promise we will not do it again. We have apologized. Who are you? Why do you act as a leader? Where's Tang Shaoyang? We want justice. The people behind Xiping and Hanjiang started to raise their voices as well. Zhang Mengyao flinched slightly. She was unsure of what to do. Accepting these people had pros and cons, she had to think carefully. Moreover, she needed to discuss this with Tang Shaoyang. After the battle, they lost half of their forces. Accepting these people back would recoup their loss. If another zombie horde came to attack, they would have more people to fight the zombie horde. This was one of the pros. The con was she was afraid these people did not blend well with the people who chose to stay in the battle. It would break the harmony in the base. "You don't like it, then fight me." Tao He raised his spear and pointed the spear toward Xiping. Tao He's hot temper was understandable. He lost his two friends in the battle against the first zombie horde. He did not blame Zhang Mengyao, but he blamed the people who left the base. If they did not leave the base, he believed they could defeat the zombie horde with fewer casualties. "What? Do you want to fight? Let's fight then. Let's kill this cocky guy. Yeah, kill that annoying guy." The people behind Xiping and Hanjiang started to pull their weapons out as well. A clash was about to break up between the two groups. However, Zhang Mengyao's group only had 33 people. They lost in numbers. During this time, Xiping winked his right eye at Hanjiang. Even though the plan did not go smoothly because of Tao He's intervention, it still went well. The original plan was to lure Tang Shaoyang out of the base before they started the fight. They wanted to take advantage of Tang Shaoyang's exhaustion to kill him and his people. That was the plan, but with or without Tang Shaoyang, they had to give a go now. Killing these 30 people would also cripple Tang Shaoyang's strength. It was the same as cutting one of his arms. Zhang Mengyao panicked on the inside. She was still unsure of what to do with these people. Since the first battle against the zombie horde, her confidence was shaken. She was starting to afraid to make a decision without thinking about it carefully. She was afraid her decision would lead to a disaster just like before. However, the people behind Zhang Mengyao also started to pull their weapons out. Despite being overwhelmed by the numbers, they were not afraid. They had faced the zombie horde, many of them. Over 200 people did not scare them at all. When Zhang Mengyao was about to calm the two sides, she heard a familiar voice. "What's with the commotion?" Her face immediately brightened up as if her savior was coming. She truly did not want bloodshed after the long battle against the zombie horde. Zhang Mengyao's group lowered their weapons as the 30 people moved aside, creating a path for Tang Shaoyang to walk. Tang Shaoyang walked up with Destroyer on his shoulder. Behind him, Luan closely followed with a sword on his waist. Xiping and Hanjiang's face brightened up at the sight of Tang Shaoyang. Even though they could not see a sign of exhaustion on his face, Tang Shaoyang was their main target. The main reason was Origin, the AI that controlled the base. By killing Tang Shaoyang, Xiping thought the AI would obey Tang Shaoyang's killer. Hence, if they wanted to take the base smoothly, they had to kill Tang Shaoyang at any cost. Tang Shaoyang hugged Zhang Mengyao's waist with his empty hand and whispered, "Dear, you should not hesitate when facing unfaithful people like them. Their mouths may say they regretted their past action, but we don't know their hearts. However, I know a certain thing. They leave once when the crisis arises, so I have a question for you. Do you think it would be easier or harder for them to leave again when danger approaches our base?" Zhang Mengyao fell silent at the question, despite having an answer. She knew the answer. It would be easier for them to leave the base again. There would be less burden as they did it once. For the second one, they would leave without any burden since they had done it once. Unless they truly regretted their action and wanted to change, but she did not know what these people were thinking of. "It seems you know the answer." Tang Shaoyang then looked toward the group in front of him. "If you truly regret your past action, prove it with your action, not your mouth. Become my slave for a year, hand over all GC you have, and all your loot will be handed over to the Empire during this 1 year. How is it? If you agree, this base will be your home once again. This is the second chance you seek." Hero grinned at the group. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 69. A twist. Chapter 69 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ha ha ha. Han Zhang laughed aloud when he heard the so-called second chance. Slaves? Are you kidding me? We are living in the 20th century. Slaves. Seriously. A man behind Han Zhang could not help but ridicule Tang Shaoyang. Maybe he thought he has become an emperor, so he wants to establish slavery. An emperor with one base? Hoo-hoo. There's something wrong with his head, maybe? More and more people started to ridicule Tang Shaoyang. Han Zhang's group started to show their true color as they openly mocked Tang Shaoyang. Luan showed his killing intent as his eyes scanned the people who laughed at Tang Shaoyang. His right hand was on the handle, ready to pull the sword anytime. Calm down, boy. I am not a tyrant, not someone unreasonable to speak with too. I heard you guys want a second chance. This is your second chance. If you can't accept the term, leave now. Tang Shaoyang waved his hand casually at Xi Ping and Han Zhang, motioning them to leave. Not only Han Zhang did not leave, but he also took big 3 steps forward, shortening the distance between him and Tang Shaoyang up to a meter. He smirked and said in a nasty tone, "You should stay inside your base so we can't touch you." "Let's start the party, guys." Han Zhang raised his sword. It was so sudden that alarmed the people behind Tang Shaoyang. "Die, you daydreaming bastard!" The sword was about to slash Tang Shaoyang's head. Bug. However, the sword never descended as Tang Shaoyang kicked Han Zhang on the belly. Han Zhang's body flung back. Xi Ping reacted faster. He caught Han Zhang's body. Even so, Xi Ping was getting pushed back by the impact. He was shocked and looked at Tang Shaoyang with his widened eyes. The impact was so strong that he almost crashed down along with Han Zhang. He just could not believe that such a simple kick was this strong. Am I wrong? Did the long battle not affect him in any way? Just how strong he is? What about his level? He should be at least at level 40 at max, right? Xi Ping started getting nervous on the inside. He was not expecting Tang Shaoyang would be this strong. No, we still have a chance. We have over 200 people, while there are only 30 people with him now. If we act now, we may have a chance to take him down. He may be strong, but we have the numbers here. In the end, he is still human. Xi Ping looked down, checking Han Zhang's body. The guy coughed up blood by just 1 kick. He did not look in pain, but his face showed that he was in shock. Han Zhang is not in the state of leading these people. I have to act now. Xi Ping turned around and yelled, "What are you doing? Kill him! He attacked Han Zhang first. We can't let him bully us like this." It was clearly Han Zhang who was the one who tried to attack Tang Shaoyang first, but Xi Ping made it. Tang Shaoyang who started it first. At this point, he did not care about his image anymore, as he straight up directed his sword to Tang Shaoyang. At Xi Ping's words, the people behind him charged forward toward Tang Shaoyang. "I would like to remind you once again, dear," Tang Shaoyang whispered to Zhang Mengyao, "our future enemy is not only the zombie or the beast, but people as well. No matter who they are, if they try to harm us or block our path, then they are enemies." After that, Tang Shaoyang released his hug and brandished the destroyer with his both hands horizontally. Swoosh! It caused wing-blowing noise as he swung the big battle axe. The people who tried to attack Tang Shaoyang immediately put their weapons forward. They tried to block the battle axe with their weapons. Clang, 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 however their efforts were futile, as their weapons were blown away by the battle axe. They could not contend with Tang Shaoyang in pure strength. Splash! At the same time, the battle axe also cut through a few bodies, while a few managed to duck out from the battle axe's range. After that, Tang Shaoyang took a big step forward and slammed his battle axe on a guy who fell right in front of him. Splat! The poor guy had his head split open as the axe cut his body through the head. The internal organs and blood sprayed around. Tang Shaoyang's face also got sprayed by the blood. He did not bother to wipe the blood as he let out a cry, "Who's going to die next?" Tang Shaoyang killed 12 people, but his action instilled a fear of the rest group. With a dead body with disarray organs in front of him, face covered with blood, and added with a big grin on Tang Shaoyang's face, the hundreds of people subconsciously took 3 steps back. Tao He on Tang Shaoyang's back also gasped in shock. Even he got intimidated by his leader. As I thought, Wei Shi relieved on the inside. Next to him, his wife, Cao Jingyi, was also stunned. At this time, she remembered her husband's words about Tang Shaoyang. That guy is dangerous and scary, but it only applies if you become his enemy. He will be someone dependable if you have him as your ally. So far, her husband's words were proven to be true. He was merciless to the people who tried to harm him, but he was someone you could depend on the moment a crisis arose. The battle against the zombie horde was proof that Tang Shaoyang was someone you could depend on. What are you doing? He is alone. Don't get intimidated by him. Han Zhang yelled from behind. He tried to rally more people to exhaust Tang Shaoyang than he would kill Tang Shaoyang by himself. Han Zhang knew that he had reached a point of no return. However, his words were useless. It moved no one, as Tang Shaoyang's frightening image had been instilled in their mind. Han Zhang gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to rush forward to lead the people, blood splashed to his cheeks. It shocked him as he subconsciously looked to the right. Han Zhang's eyes widened in shock as he saw Xi Ping's head fall off from the body. Blood spurted out like a fountain next to him. He also saw Xi Ping's eyes widened in shock. The guy himself could not believe he would die at this moment. The headless body walked 2 steps forward before it fell to the ground. Han Zhang's eyes immediately spotted the culprit who cut his comrade's head. The guy was still standing with a sword stained in blood. "What are you doing, bastard?" Han Zhang shouted out of his lungs. With an expressionless face, the culprit replied in a flat tone, "Killing you to get my second chance, of course." "I am the one who will kill you." Han Zhang swung his sword toward the culprit's head, trying to avenge his friend. The culprit ducked his body down and thrust his head forward. He headbutted Han Zhang's right on the belly. Han Zhang grunted in pain as his body fell backward. The man did not allow Han Zhang to get up as he stepped his right foot right on Han Zhang's chest. Without any words, the man beheaded Han Zhang. The sudden change shocked everyone, including Tang Shaoyang. He was not expecting such a thing would happen. Then the culprit picked Xi Ping and Han Zhang's head. He held the head by the hair. After that, he walked toward Tang Shaoyang's direction. The group subconsciously created a path for the culprit. In fact, no one dared to get near the culprit. They were afraid they would be the culprit's next target. However, the man did not attack anyone until he reached Tang Shaoyang's front. He knelt as he put the 2 heads down. "I want my second chance, and this is a present for you, boss." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 70, Friend? Chapter 70 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Everyone did not expect such a twist. The 2 guys that schemed to take the base now were dead, getting killed by their own people. The surroundings had their focus on the man who killed Han Zhang and Xi Ping. They tried to get clear on the man's face. Unfortunately, they could not, as half of the man's covered with blood. Even his hair turned red because of the blood. Tang Shaoyang was frozen for a moment before he cast an interesting gaze at the man. For some reason, he saw someone on this man's ruthlessness. The man reminded him of someone in the past. "Raise your head." The man raised his head. Even though Tang Shaoyang could not get a clear look on the face because of the blood, he noticed a long stitch mark, starting from the corner of his lips to the right below his left ear. That was not the only stitches mark. There was another stitches mark on his forehead. There was also another short stitches mark right in the middle of his forehead down to the middle between his eyes. There was also a big scar right below his chin. Even without his merciless action and blood covered his face, the guy had a scary face already. But what shocked Tang Shaoyang was the fact that he recognized the guy. The guy was in fact a comrade when he was in Dragon Wings. "You are the zombie dude, right?" Tang Shaoyang called out, making sure he did not remember wrongly. There were 2 infamous men in Dragon Wings when it came to fighting. First, it was him, the Berserker of Youyouliucun. Second, it was the man in front of him, Zombie. Why did people call him Zombie? One could tell by looking at the scars and stitches marks on his body and face. Yes, in the street fight, this guy always suffered many injuries. He fought in the front line and back with a body full of injuries. However, in the last fight against Hawk Talon, this guy did not participate. The reason? He was still in a coma in the hospital. Meeting the guy here was a surprise for Tang Shaoyang. It's rare for you to run away from the battle? Tang Shaoyang was even more surprised that this guy left the base without joining him and fought against the zombie horde. If this zombie dude in Hanjiang's group, it meant he was part of the people who ran away from the battle. Do you know him? Zhang Mengyao could not help but ask when Tang Shaoyang recognized the man. It was a long story. I will tell you later, Tang Shaoyang replied in a whisper. Yes, that was me. I have my reason to leave. I don't want the people to know about that, but if you want me to say it now, then I will tell you everything, boss. Zombie's voice was hoarse and rough. We will talk about that later. Tang Shaoyang waved his hand at the guy. Afterward, Tang Shaoyang scanned the remaining group. Yet none of them dared to meet his eyes. Each time his gaze landed on a certain spot, the people on that spot would lower their gazes. Follow my rule if you want to stay here, and leave if you don't want to. Tang Shaoyang shouted to the crowd. His shout was replied by silence. No one moved and spoke. They did not even dare to raise their heads. If you want to replace me, then fight me. Kill me. When the words "kill me" came out of Tang Shaoyang's mouth, the nearest people flinched and subconsciously took a few steps back. Just like that, the conflict was solved with a little fighting and killing, with a twist between. From the remaining group, 43 people decided to stay. They were willing to be slaves for a year. Inside the base, Tang Shaoyang sat opposite Zombie, the guy who killed Xi Ping and Han Jiang. Zhang Mengyao was next to him while there were 2 additional girls with the guy. Zombie was a name given to the guy while his name was Baiyuan. A little girl sat on Baiyuan's lap. She was his little sister, Bai Mingyu. The main reason why Baiyuan risked his life fighting on the street. There was a certain rule in the group. The more people you took down, the more money you would get. Baiyuan risked his life for his sickly little sister. Next to Baiyuan, a female in her mid-20s. She had short hair and black hair with chubby cheeks. She was not fat, but for some reason her cheek bulged out. The girl looked cute, and her name was Yu Ting, Baiyuan's girlfriend. From Baiyuan's story, Yu Ting was the nurse who nursed him while he was in a coma. She was the girl who also helped him to take care of Bai Mingyu. They are the reason you ran away? Tang Shaoyang looked interestingly at the 3. Yes. You did not prevent the others from leaving, and many of them left. A little over 200 people against a zombie horde. I did not believe you would win, so I ran. Baiyuan told Tang Shaoyang the story from his perspective. I could not risk my life in the fight that was impossible to win, even though I was wrong in the end. Tang Shaoyang and Zhang Mengyao could understand the reason. It was understandable, but it did not change anything. Even though they were friends, they were not close enough for Tang Shaoyang to overlook Baiyuan's misjudgment. He should be a slave for a year with the terms they had agreed with. All right, Origin has shown you the terms of the slave contract. If you agree with the terms, you can stay. If you don't, then you can leave. Tang Shaoyang leaned back to the chair. When he mentioned the slave contract, Yu Ting had an uncomfortable look on her face. She was still concerned about her boyfriend. I'm fine. After a year, I shall be free from the contract and would have regular treatments like the others, right? Yes. If you make a special contribution to the Empire, you can end the contract faster too. Tang Shaoyang assured Baiyuan with a nod. I believe if it's you. Baiyuan nodded his head seriously. Nah, maybe I have changed. You should not trust someone easily, especially in the current situation. Tang Shaoyang grinned. After a small exchange with Baiyuan, he had his eyes landed on the little girl. What about her? Is she okay now? We have a magical tech now. Maybe we can help her. She's fine. The disaster healed her. Baiyuan's wordings were quite weird, but it was true. Since the thing called Game Start, his little sister's sickness never relapsed. In fact, she was extremely healthy. Tang Shaoyang also recalled that his injuries were healed when the robotic voice said the game started, so he understood Baiyuan's words. For your girlfriend, have her send her profile to the receptionist. We don't accept an idle here, so we will assign her for work based on her expertise. As for your little sister, we have a few kids. Maybe you can... Tang Shaoyang wanted to say, you can introduce her to the other kids, but stopped midway. With Baiyuan's face, he would scare the kids before he could introduce his little sister to her new friends. You can ask your girlfriend to meet the other kids so she can play with her peers while you're doing your work. Tang Shaoyang paid some details as he said those. The reason was Baiyuan. It was worth putting some investment feelings into this man. As long as he could make the man follow him loyally, it was a big win. All right, we are done here. You can go. Baiyuan picked his little sister up and bowed his head slightly toward Tang Shaoyang. Yuting also did the same before they left the room together. As soon as they left the room, Jiang Mengyao turned her head toward her man and immediately asked the thing she was curious about. How did you meet him? Her impression of the Baiyuan was dangerous and wild. From the way Baiyuan killed Xi Ping and Han Jiang, she felt that was not his first time killing people. It was a long story, including my past too. Tang Shaoyang then hugged her waist and pulled Jiang Mengyao closer to him before he whispered with his deep voice, "How about if I tell you about that in our room?" It had passed 2 hours since the mess. The sun had set and the moon shone. Jiang Mengyao got the meaning behind Tang Shaoyang's proposal. Jiang Mengyao had her face flushed red. She was still not used to how bold Tang Shaoyang was. Nonetheless, she still nodded her head shyly. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 71. Discovery. Chapter 71 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Early in the morning, fogged park. The fogged apes were looking at the group of a human running around at their flat ground. The apes looked at the human as entertainment, as they had nothing to do this early morning. Next to Pride, there was an ape that was interested in what the human doing, so he asked, "What are they doing, Chief?" Pride looked at his subordinate and looked back at the human. They were running together in a line, in an orderly manner. He wanted to answer, he did not know, but he did not want to appear not knowledgeable in front of his subordinate. If it was before, he would reply with, "I don't know," immediately, but since Tang Shaoyang's teaching, he wanted to build a good image in front of his subordinate, just like his master. He tried to recall Tang Shaoyang's words early in the morning. "Let me borrow your ground for an exercise." That was his master's word. Pride glanced at his curious subordinate that looked at the people who still ran. "They are exercising." "Exercising," the fogged ape muttered while nodding his head. "Exercising? So running around in a group is exercising? What's that for anyway?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Pride saw his master as well. He was running around with a big log tied to his waist. "Does Master also exercise? Should I join him too?" Pride was tempted to join, running around with a big log tied on his waist. Tang Shaoyang was indeed exercising. It was just that he did not do this of his will, but under his teacher's order. Xanios asked him to do this, warming up before the actual training. With the system and attribute, physical training was worthless. At least, it was Tang Shaoyang's train of thought, which was understandable. He controlled his breathing properly under Xanios' instruction. With proper breathing, running with a log on his waist was not that tiring at all. He had been doing this for an hour, and he was barely sweating from the workout. "All right, that's enough. 5 minutes break." Xanios' voice rang in Tang Shaoyang's head. "Sit down, cross your legs, and follow my instruction." Tang Shaoyang obediently followed the instruction. He closed his eyes and followed the instructions. After 2 minutes, Tang Shaoyang opened his eyes, and to his surprise, he breathed out hot air. He could feel his mouth was slightly hot. Just as he was about to ask Xanios about the hot air, the cold robotic voice rang in his head. "You have entered the training state for 27s. Your stamina has increased by 4. Tang Shaoyang's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect that running with a log tied on his waist would increase his stamina. The warming up was not useless at all. He immediately checked his status. Status. Class Spirit Contractor. Age 26. Affiliation Tang Empire, level 61. Talent Divine Body Attribute Point 0. Strength 200 and Agility 70, Vitality 137-70. Magic Power 52. Sense Lil Point 0. Skill Basic Detection, Spirit Summoning Level 2, Spirit Contract Level 1, Contracted Spirit. Xanios, the Demon Swordsman. Before this morning, his stamina was 66, and it was 70 now. It was not a scam, and he also discovered something that would help his force to grow strong. Leveling up was not the only way to increase the attribute. Training also increased the attribute. For stamina, it meant he needed leveling up 2 times. It was a huge boost. "What's wrong? You seem surprised?" Xenios noticed Tang Shaoyang's strangeness and asked out. Tang Shaoyang, without hesitation, told Xenios about his stamina increase. So how'd that work? That was Xenios' responses. He was not as excited as Tang Shaoyang, as if he did not care about the attributes. "I have a request, Xenios." Tang Shaoyang was getting serious as he thought of something. "Oh, what is it?" Xenios asked back. "Can I teach them your breathing technique?" Tang Shaoyang spoke out his mind as he pointed at the group, who was also running. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao was leading the first 100 terriers. This was not training for their body, something like that. It was more for discipline. However, now, Tang Shaoyang had a plan in his mind. If the breathing technique could help him enter the training state, then it could be used for his people as well. It would be a huge boost for his force if they could increase their attribute with an exercise like this. The key was the training state. If they could enter the training state like him, increasing the attribute would be easier. More than that, he could try to nurture the next batch terrier properly. Tang Shaoyang thought the key was the breathing technique Xenios taught him, hence he made such a request to Xenios. "So do you think it was my breathing technique that helped you to enter the training state?" Xenios asked Hero. Just now, Xenios was trying to figure out what made Tang Shaoyang enter the training state. If his breathing technique was the key, then his breathing technique was extremely powerful. "Otherwise?" Tang Shaoyang asked back. "He did nothing that special during an hour of exercise. If there was something special, it was the breathing technique Xenios taught him." "What about talent? It maybe has something to do with your talent as well. There are so many possibilities we could not think of too, but teaching your people my breathing technique is worth trying," Xenios revealed his thoughts to Tang Shaoyang. "You are right." Tang Shaoyang nodded his head. There were so many possibilities. With the addition, his taken that far superior to his people, it could be the factor as well. However, since he got Xenios' permission to teach his people the breathing technique, he would still teach them the breathing technique. "Let's figure out about that later. We should continue with my training." Tang Shaoyang then got up from the ground. At this round, the group was about to pass him. He found there were over 20 girls in the group. It was quite a lot for the girls to join the army. As he was about to turn around, he found a familiar face. Ah, she joined as well. The she in his mouth was Li Na. She left an impression on him. It was hard for him to not notice her. In the first meeting, she led him to the man he hated, Lu Wen. The second time they met was on the bed as she wanted to get an easy job. The third time they met was in the battle against the second zombie horde. He thought the girl volunteered to fight the zombie horde because they lacked the manpower, but it seemed not. She was committed to being in the front line by joining Terrier. Mengyao is also doing good. She could make them listen to her even without my help. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head with a satisfied smile on his face. His force was growing smoothly, albeit a little slower because of the big battle. He was still satisfied with what he had now. After that, he turned around and went to space. He was going to continue his training. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 72. Yet Another Discovery. Chapter 72 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang made a big discovery in the morning training. In fact, he not only increased his stamina attribute, but his strength attribute as well. After taking a shower, he had a cup of coffee and started discussing the discovery with Xenios. It certainly has something to do with your breathing technique. Tang Shaoyang concluded immediately after taking a sip of his coffee. He had asked Zhang Mengyao and the others if they had an increase in their attribute. Yet none of them had their attribute increased. It can't be the main factor. First of all, your people have less workout than you. They merely ran around in a circle. Second, most of them have inferior talent. Third, the connection between us. I am your contracted spirit, so it could only work for you. Xanios explained more possibilities about how the training state was working. But we can try tomorrow. Have your people. Xanios stopped midway. Don't teach all your people my breathing technique, but the people you can trust only. If the breathing technique is the key, just like you said, you have to keep it for your people only. While both were having a conversation, Zhang Mengyao went out of the bathroom. Wearing a white bathrobe with her hair still wet, she sat next to Tang Shaoyang. Who are you talking with? Origin? No, I am talking with Xanios. I made a big discovery this morning. Tang Shaoyang told his discovery to Zhang Mengyao. If someone asked who he trusted the most, there were two names on top. First it was Luan. The second was Zhang Mengyao. So he did not hesitate to tell his discovery to his woman. Really? Should I join your morning exercise too? I can ask Wei Shi to lead the terrier's exercise. Zhang Mengyao was interested to give the method a try. We can test it out with your woman and your young subordinate tomorrow morning. Maybe we can try it on Pride as well. It will be interesting if we can make that ape master a weapon. Xanios gave his permission before Tang Shaoyang could ask his consent. The demon swordsman knew that his master respected him, despite him being a contracted spirit. What about me? Should I join the training as well? Karen immediately joined the conversation. You don't have a physical body. Training is useless for us. While the two spirits were having a conversation. Zhang Mengyao shared her discovery too. Actually, the kitchen people generated a new skill by cooking. Attribute and skill, both were equally important. Tang Shaoyang was equally surprised when heard this. He eagerly waited for Mengyao to elaborate more. Cooking mastery. It was the skill they got from cooking. Don't you feel it? Our meal has become tastier lately? Zhang Mengyao asked her man with a smile. When Zhang Mengyao brought this up, Tang Shaoyang recalled his last meal. Indeed, it started yesterday, when he tasted the dumplings and more. So a skill can be learned as well. Tang Shaoyang held his chin. He thought the skill was something provided by the system. You got what the system provided. You chose a class. You would get an exclusive skill from the class. You chose talent if you were lucky enough. You would get an exclusive as well, like Zhang Mengyao. Then we should change your training menu. I am going to teach you the way to use a sword. Xanios joined the conversation. He spoke inside Tang Shaoyang's head. Maybe you can use my skill without activating spirit integration. The more Tang Shaoyang talked about this, the more excited he became. The path for him to grow stronger was open wide for him. After having discussed the skill and attribute, they talked about the growth of their base. For the time being, we have enough people. Management and security are good, but we have two problems. First, the food supply. All this time, we gathered the food from the abandoned store, house, etc. But we don't have a permanent resource for food supply. We will be fine for a few months, but it will be bad for the long term. Especially if we keep accepting more people to our base, we need a permanent resource for food. Zhang Mengyao elaborated on the first problem. They did not need to discuss the details for the time being, but the basic things for survival were the things needed to be addressed first. Oh, we can build a farm, actually. We can use the GC in our treasury to purchase the land near our base and buy the seed from the general store. As for livestock, I don't know if we can acquire normal livestock now. Tang Shaoyang got a solid solution for this issue. This was Origin's idea, in fact. Origin was helping him with basic survival, such as getting a permanent supply of food. Zhang Mengyao's face brightened. If that was so, their problem was easily solved. She could search for the survivors to take care of the farm. Then we are good about food for now. The second problem is the medical team. We need a medical team. For people with high vitality attributes, they don't need the medical help to heal their injuries, but not for the people with low vitality, the kids, and the elderly. They need medical help. We need a medical team to maintain our people's health. Zhang Mengyao was right. They needed a medical team, or even he wanted to build a medical division. So far, he still had not found a healing skill or something similar. For this one, Tang Shaoyang did not have and could not offer a solution to Zhang Mengyao. What about the survivors? Do we have nurses or doctors? We have 3 doctors and 10 nurses, but they left when the zombie horde attacked. Now we only have 2 nurses. Zhang Mengyao had checked all the survivors. The base only had 2 nurses. Looking at the troubled look on Tang Shaoyang's face, she offered a solution. We don't have them, but we can look for them. SH Hospital, the biggest hospital in the city. One of the nurses say the hospital has a dormitory for the doctors and nurses. We can go there and save them if they are still alive. At least, this is the only available option for now. Tang Shaoyang had to agree with the plan. The medical team was really important for the base and his people. That's good. Where's the... Tang Shaoyang paused as he remembered Baiyuan was hospitalized at SH Hospital. He and his nurse girlfriend could be the guide. Let's prepare a team for the hospital expedition. You choose the team and I will lead them. Get 20 slaves and 20 terriers for the team. Tang Shaoyang made a decisive decision. The next morning, Tang Shaoyang, Luan, and Zhang Mengyao together ran with a big log tied to their waist. Tang Shaoyang added 1 log, so 2 logs tied to him, while Luan and Zhang Mengyao had 1 log. He also has taught the 2 Xanios' breathing technique. Tang Shaoyang easily finished his round. Zhang Mengyao was doing good, but Luan had a hard time finishing the round. Among the 3, he was the one with the lowest stamina. After finishing their round, they also did the afterward breathing technique. Just like Tang Shaoyang did yesterday, Zhang Mengyao and Luan breathed out hot hair. They also felt a current warmth on their chest. You have entered the training state for your stamina has increased by 3. The robotic notification rang in Zhang Mengyao's head. She opened her eyes in surprise. The method was actually working for her. You have entered the training state for 01 Wenten 2. Your stamina has increased by 2. At the same time, Luan also finished his breathing. He heard the notification and opened his eyes in a pleasantly surprised manner. When he opened his eyes, he met with Zhang Mengyao's eyes. From such a short exchange gaze, both could tell the method was working. They maintained their silence, so they did not disturb Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang opened his eyes. At the same time, he heard the same notification. You have entered the training state 4011. Your stamina has increased by 2. The increase was not as much as yesterday morning, but it was better than nothing. He then turned his head toward Zhang Mengyao and Luan. How is it? It's working. The 2 answered simultaneously with a big smile. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 73. The Last Night. Chapter 73 Opponent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Huh. Lina was following the person in front of her while trying to control her breathing. She was doing daily exercise for terriers. While maintaining her breathing, she also tried to synchronize her steps with the person in front of her. This was the 6th day and she started improving. At least she was much better than the first day she started the exercise. Stop! You have 15 minutes break before the basic combat training. Wei Shi loudly announced to the group. Huh? Lina breathed out relievedly. She immediately went to the nearby tree. She sat down and straightened her legs out. Here, your water. Cao Jingyi tossed her a bottle of water to her. Thanks, Sister Jingyi. Lina cheerfully thanked Cao Jingyi as she shook the bottle. She opened the bottle and gulped down half of the bottle. Wah! It was just mineral water, but it was very satisfying. A drink after the exercise. Cao Jingyi was one of the closest people to Lina. She saved her life on the battlefield, and she had been taking care of her in the base as well. Now she has been looking for her since she joined Terrier. Have you heard about the expedition? Cao Jingyi asked the young girl. She paid more attention to Lina because Lina was one of the youngest girls around. She also respected her that Lina was doing this for her little sister and her grandmother too. Expedition? What expedition? Lina had not heard about it yet. Mengyao will announce today. You will know soon. Cao Jingyi waved her hand casually as she took a sip of water. Not long after that, Zhang Mengyao truly came. It had been 5 days since Zhang Mengyao did not participate in the group's daily exercise. The rumor said she was in intense training with Tang Shaoyang, so no one complained. Can I have your time, please? Zhang Mengyao called out. The little over 100 terriers immediately looked toward Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao then explained the base that wanted to form a medical team, but they did not have the people. No one disagreed about the need for the medical team, as Tarrier was the one who benefited the most if a medical division was formed. Tomorrow, we will form an expedition team. The team is composed of 40 people. We have chosen the first 20 people from the slaves group, so we need 20 more people from Tarrier. No one interrupted her, as Zhang Mengyao continued. The mission is to rescue the doctors and nurses as much as possible. It could be a dangerous mission or maybe just like a daily hunt. And the destination is SH Hospital, and the one who will lead the team is our leader. Any volunteer? The group immediately fell silent. Most of them were thinking about the distance between the base to the hospital. SH Hospital was the biggest hospital, so they certainly knew where it was. It was far, a long journey, and they might meet a zombie horde in the way. Just like Zhang Mengyao said, the mission could be very dangerous, or it may be just like a daily hunt. However, despite all these issues, 2 people raised their hands to volunteer themselves. Zhao Zhong and Lina, 2 immediately raised their hands when they heard Tang Shaoyang would be the team leader. Cao Jingyi, who sat next to Lina, was surprised by the girl's decisive decision. She did not expect the girl would have a big gut. Are you sure? Cao Jingyi could not help but ask the girl to confirm she was in the right mind. Yes, I am sure. Sister Mengyao and boss are kind enough to let me choose the advanced class. I can't disappoint them by backing down from a mission like this. Lina answered with a strong determination. Of course, one of the reasons was because Tang Shaoyang was the leader. As for the main reason, we need the medical division badly. I have a fragile grandma and little sister. If we don't have doctors or a medical team, who's going to treat them? More than that, she needed to level up her summon as well. Looking for zombies around the base was getting harder and harder. So she was having a hard time leveling up, now added with her summon too. So an expedition like this was needed for her to grow stronger. Hearing Lina's strong reply, Cao Jingyi smiled. She then also raised her hand, volunteering herself to join the expedition team. After the first 3 people raised their hands, more and more people also raised their hands. All right, we have enough people. Zhang Mengyao stopped more people to raise their hands as they had enough people. With Tang Shaoyang, the team only needed 19 people. Zhang Mengyao wrote down the name that would join the expedition team. This time, Cao Jingyi approached her and looked into the list. She was surprised that she did not see Zhang Mengyao's name on the list. You are not coming with us? Zhang Mengyao shook her head. Nope. Shaoyang asked me and Luan to stay. He said the base needs a temporary leader to keep a check the base when he is away. Ah! Cao Jingyi nodded understandingly. Tang Shaoyang's decision was understandable. The base could not be left defenseless just in case other people like Han Jiang and Xi Ping appeared. As the 2 girls were having a conversation, Wei Shi appeared again. All right, the break time is over. It's time for close combat training. The training for Tarrier continued after a small announcement. At night, Tang Shaoyang was holing up in his room. He was in the control room, looking at the map around the base. He was looking for a suitable place for the farm region to purchase. He could purchase the land and connect the land to the base, then he modified the land so it became a suitable place. Doing this, Tang Shaoyang remembered a game, the only game he played in middle school. What is it? Empire of something? He rubbed his chin, trying to recall the game name. Ah, it's the Age of Empire. Remembering the old days, he smiled to himself. What he was doing was similar to the game. He would arrange the farm area orderly, the houses as well. Then the door of the control room opened. A fragrant smell assaulted his nose. There was no need to guess. From the odor, it was Zhang Mengyao. She brought a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Tang Shaoyang. What are you doing? Why are you smiling by yourself like that? I just recall that my big ambition is coming for an old game. It's kind of silly and funny. Tang Shaoyang did not bother to hide it as he told her his past. He then turned toward her. His eyes widened a little bit when he saw what Zhang Mengyao wore. It was a cream-colored lingerie dress, the sexy one, and with a black stocking covered her feet up to her thigh. It seemed the girl was no longer shy about their relationship. Tang Shaoyang put his right hand on her waist and pulled her closer. Then he kissed her neck as he greedily smelled her body's sweet, fragrant smell. Zhang Mengyao's cheeks reddened, but she did not struggle. I am here to report to you the expedition team. I have chosen the member. With her small and shy voice, she spoke up. Oh, really? I thought you came to seduce me? Tang Shaoyang teased her with a surprised voice. You. She did not know what to say after that, as she indeed came to seduce him. It was just very hard to admit it boldly, even though there was no one but Tang Shaoyang in the room. Good. What do you have? Tang Shaoyang decided to let the girl slip for a moment as he asked out. Zhang Mengyao was somewhat flustered. Instead of replying to Tang Shaoyang, she put the folder in front of Tang Shaoyang. This is the list. Coo-hoo, you are too cute. I can't resist it any longer. Without looking at the folder, he picked up Zhang Mengyao. The girl did not struggle as she buried her head on Tang Shaoyang's chest. He kicked open the door and brought her to the bed. Throwing the girl onto the bed, Tang Shaoyang immediately undressed. When he was on top of Zhang Mengyao, he did not plan to undress her. He only needed to pull out her panties. To his surprise, the girl did not wear panties. Ho ho, the naughty girl does not wear panties. It could not be more clear than this. Her purpose, coming to the control room, was to seduce him. He dived into the forbidden place. The girl started moaning after that. After Tang Shaoyang felt it was enough to score a goal, he pushed the little Tang Shaoyang to the goal. Zhang Mengyao's mind blanked the moment the little Tang Shaoyang entered her. In the second push, she could not help but let out a lewd moan. She did not know why, but it was so good. With a desire to take over her, Zhang Mengyao was no longer shy. She followed Tang Shaoyang's rhythm afterward. It was truly the best last night before they temporarily parted. The next morning, Tang Shaoyang went out of the elevator with a refreshed face. He enjoyed the night to the fullest. Even until now, Zhang Mengyao was still sleeping on the bed. They went crazy last night, and he also woke up late. When he arrived at the lobby, the team was there. They were ready to depart. With a big smile on his face, Tang Shaoyang shouted, "Let's depart, guys!" Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 74. Blocked by the Entrance. Chapter 74 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The group departed from the base with the car they picked from the hotel's parking lot. There were a few expensive cars that were still working fine, and they picked a few cars randomly. SH Hospital was located to the north of the base. If it was a normal time, it took them half an hour to reach the hospital by car. But now, it would be taking them longer to reach the hospital. The group traveled with 5 luxurious SUs, and Tang Shaoyang was within the frontmost SU. He was sitting in the front seat while Baiyuan drove the car. Behind, Lina was sitting in the middle of Zhaozhong and Qin Shoshan. She was quite nervous as the 2 men next to her had a fierce-looking face. Zhaozhong had a scary scar on his right eye, but he kept smiling at her, which made even more nervous. As for Qin Shoshan, he always had a serious look, making him hard to approach. The posture of him sitting also upright, with his broad shoulder, he looked like a veteran soldier. The slender Lina was more like a sheep between 2 fierce tigers. On the back seat, Cao Jingyi, Fu Dandan, and Dai Wenqian. Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian were the ex-soldier who was also Zhang Mengyao's subordinate in the military. They traveled in silence, but Tang Shaoyang noticed the poor Lina, who looked very uncomfortable being stared at by the lewd Zhaozhong. "You are scaring her, Zhaozhong." Tang Shaoyang broke the awkward atmosphere. Zhaozhong was being chatty with Lina, while the latter only replied with 1 or 2 words. It was quite awkward, hence Tang Shaoyang called him out. "Tech!" Cao Jingyi followed with a smack on the head. "Did you hear that? Don't bother my little girl." If it was only Cao Jingyi, he would talk back, but his boss also called him out. He did not dare to talk back against his boss, especially in front of the other people. Zhaozhong smiled awkwardly as he rubbed his hair. Qin Shoshan did not even give a glance to them. He crossed his hand on the chest and closed his eyes. At this moment, the car stopped. It helped Zhaozhong to get out of the awkward moment. "What's wrong?" Tang Shaoyang looked forward. "There are a few cars that block the road." Baiyuan pointed to the road forward. A car crashed into another car, and there was a white school bus on the side road as well. Knowing this was his chance to get out of the awkward moment, Zhaozhong volunteered himself. I will move the car away. Leave it to me. He slammed his chest to assure the others before he went out of the car. Without words, Qin Shoshan also went out to help. Tang Shaoyang merely nodded his head. He did not plan to help at all. Such a menial work, he just let his subordinate do it for him. With their current stat, they easily moved the car. Both had reached over level 30 and both already had class. Zhao Zhang had a unique class, Berserker, while Qin Shoshan had a basic class, Warrior. Tang Shaoyang closed eyes, trying to take some nap. He was so crazy last night, so he suffered a lack of sleep. He just closed his eyes for a moment, but a hand shaking his shoulder lightly. Tang Shaoyang looked back. It was Lina who shook him. She pointed her finger to the front. He looked forward. Qin Shoshan and Zhao Zhang had moved the cars. However, there were 3 more people with them now. 2 females and a male. Should we come down too? Lina asked. Recalling the sloppy Zhao Zhang and the quiet Qin Shoshan, Tang Shaoyang nodded. He came down with Lina. What's up, Zhao Zhang? Tang Shaoyang called out from afar. Zhao Zhang turned around. When he saw it was his boss, he immediately ran toward Tang Shaoyang. They are the survivors, boss. They asked us for help. Tang Shaoyang nodded and approached the 3 people. The male was someone in his mid-30s, with a messy beard and unkempt hair. The 2 females were no better than the male. Well, they were much younger, but they had an awful smell like they had not taken bath for a long time. I am the leader of this group. What do you guys need? Tang Shaoyang straightforwardly asked the middle-aged man. The 2 females flinched slightly. Putting aside the 2 fierce-looking dudes on his side, Tang Shaoyang's voice was deep enough to intimidate the 2 females. The middle-aged man also seemed to be intimidated by Tang Shaoyang's aura. However, he looked at the situation much clearer than the 2 females. Qin Shoshan and Zhao Zhang stood slightly behind Tang Shaoyang. From the short conversation between Tang Shaoyang and Zhao Zhang, the middle-aged man could tell the man in front of him was respected by the 2 fierce-looking dudes. My name is Yan Guangli, and I am the head of Century Orphanage. Can you help me and the kids? Please lead us to the shelter. Yan Guangli bowed his head toward Tang Shaoyang. He assumed Tang Shaoyang and the others were coming out of the shelter or something similar, since he claimed to be a leader of this group. The 2 females immediately followed the middle-aged man as well to bow their heads. Where are the kids? Tang Shaoyang did not see the kids around. They are inside that building. The middle-aged man pointed toward the 2-story restaurant that was a few blocks from here. How many? 17 children. We have 5 years old the youngest, while 11 the oldest. The middle-aged instantly replied as he added some details as well. Survivors. Tang Shaoyang certainly needed more survivors to fill the base, even though it was children. He did not mind taking them with him to the base. But he was on a mission. That was the problem. Well, if you trust us, I have 2 choices for you. First, we are on a mission, so we can't take you to the shelter. You can wait here until our return from the mission, and we will bring you and the kids back with us after the mission. Second, I can tell you the way to the shelter. You and the kids can go walk or take some random cars with you and go to the shelter. Yang Guangli had a troubled expression when the second choice was mentioned. If he was not children, he could risk it to reach the shelter. But with the children, it was impossible to do. Don't worry, Uncle Yan. We have cleared the zombie on the way here. You can travel safely. Lina, who never spoke before, finally spoke out to assure Yang Guangli. Nonetheless, Yang Guangli did not dare to take the risk. Is this yours? Cao Jingyi appeared next to Lina as she pointed to the white school bus on the side road. Huh. Yan Guangli was at loss for a moment with Cao Jingyi's appearance, but he still nodded his head, indicating he had the bus. Good. Get the children out and follow us on the bus. We are not far from our destination, SH Hospital. Cao Jingyi told her idea. She thought the mission was not that dangerous with their team. Their team was strong. Protecting them from the zombies should not be an issue. Can we? The middle-aged man was delighted with the idea. He looked to Tang Shaoyang, waiting for him to respond with the idea. We need a driver, especially a bus driver like him, to bring the doctors and the nurse. Why don't bring him with us? Cao Jingyi explained the reason why she wanted to take them to the mission. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brows as he looked at Cao Jingyi. After a moment, he finally agreed. Then you will be in charge to organize this group. Yes, Cao Jingyi nodded. I will also help Sister Jingyi, Lena volunteered to help. Do whatever you want, quick. Tang Shaoyang waved his hand and returned to the car. It took them 15 minutes to organize these people. Just like that, a bus school followed the group to the hospital. Just like Cao Jingyi mentioned, they were not far from the SH hospital. They arrived at the entrance to the hospital in 15 minutes. However, when they arrived at the hospital, there was a group of people that blocked the group at the entrance. Completely different from the beforehand group, this group was armed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 75. I love giving choices. Chapter 75 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The group was armed with various kinds of things that could be used as a weapon. 3 grumpy-looking men blocked Tang Shaoyang's car. Wearing the police's vest with an emergency axe in their hands, they stopped the car. This is Flame Castle's territory. Leave. The man in the middle waves his axe to the car, signaling Tang Shaoyang and the others to leave. Rather than listening to the man, Tang Shaoyang was more interested in the area around the entrance to the hospital. These people built up many tents around the entrance. A few people grouped here, drinking. A few people grouped there, chatting. A few people grouped in another place, sharing the warm food. More than that, these people did not have any interest in the guests. This place was more like a refugee for the disaster. However, one thing for sure, this was not just a normal group of survivors, but an organized group. Dang! 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 Annoyed for being ignored, the man banged the axe's handle to the car. The man did not try to hold back at all. He banged the car very hard with the hand as a few deep bends formed to the car's body. Did you listen to me? Leave this place ASAP, heap! This is the Flame Castle's territory. Unless you have a death wish, come down and we will chop your head off. The man yelled loudly, causing the people behind to look at them. Hoo, Flame Castle, huh? Tang Shaoyang let out a chuckle as he looked at the man. Boss, let me out. I will beat his ass until he begs for his life. Zhao Zhong was about to come out, but he stopped as someone knocked on the window next to Tang Shaoyang. Cao Jingyi was coming to check the situation. She furrowed her brows when she saw the armed group block their path. Tang Shaoyang lowered the window and asked, Why do you come here? You should just take care of your group. You are looking for trouble, aren't you? Huh? Trouble? What are you talking about? Confused with what Tang Shaoyang talked about, she asked back. She came to check the situation as the children were getting scared because of the loud bang. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave, but you have to share the women with us. The man changed his mind when he saw Cao Jingyi. As he walked closer to Cao Jingyi, he pulled out a pistol from his back and placed the pistol on top of the car. His gesture was telling everything. Obey, or you would be gunned down. Only then Cao Jingyi became aware of why Tang Shaoyang said she was looking for trouble. Listen, girl, you may be married to Wei Shi, but the current world is completely different from the world when you married your husband. There was a law to protect you, and there was the police to keep this kind of guy in check. But it was before. Tang Shaoyang opened the door. He stepped out of the car while pointing his index finger to the guy who stared at Cao Jingyi lewdly. Now, there is no law to protect, and you have to use a fist to beat this kind of guy. Tang Shaoyang's hand moved toward the man. The man did not expect Tang Shaoyang would make a move on him. He was caught unprepared. Leave this to the men. You need to make sure the kids don't see this, or they may get traumatized. Cao Jingyi was certainly a beauty with a mature charm on top of that. She would draw men's attention wherever she went. That was why he thought this would happen. The man grunted, trying to take a breath as Tang Shaoyang gripped his neck forcefully. He tried to break Tang Shaoyang's hand off his neck, but it was to no avail. He just did not have enough strength to do that. The other 2 men immediately pulled their pistols and aimed toward Tang Shaoyang. Release him, or we will shoot you. The man's friend tried to scare Tang Shaoyang. His voice was loud, so his friends behind could help him as well. He was quite smart and quick-witted. Sure enough, after hearing the yell, the people around at the entrance gate of the hospital came forward with their weapon. Machete, pipe, knife, and one man even had a nail gun. More and more people started to gather and surround the car. However, because of the man in Tang Shaoyang's hand, none of them tried to get closer. They kept a safe distance to protect their friend, just in case Tang Shaoyang would snap their friend's neck. Tang Shaoyang's lips moved as he scanned the group in front of him. He was counting the people in front of him. Though he gave up counting after 20, it's around 50 to 70. He murmured a random number in a low voice. At this moment, Cao Jingyi listened to Tang Shaoyang. She ran back to the school bus. And at the same time, the other expedition member went out of the car. They had their gears on, and none of them scared despite being outnumbered. Bang! The man's friend fired the gun to the sky, warning Tang Shaoyang and his group. Release him, or the next bullet will hit your head. The man's face reddened as he started to lose his breath. Tang Shaoyang loosened the grip a little, making sure the man did not die. However, he did not release the man. From today, SH Hospital will be Tang Empire's territory. Tang Shaoyang declared it loudly. His loud declaration stunned the group. I love giving choices, so you have 2 choices. 1, empty this place and leave. 2nd, now you're head to me, join my empire, and follow my rules. Choices are given. Now make up your mind. Zhao Zhong scanned the people in front of him. He looked at these people who seemed to be confused with the situation they were in. They were the ones who occupied this place first, yet a guy was coming and claimed their place to be his. More than that, the man asked them to bow their heads as well. If Zhao Zhong was in these people's position, he would be confused as well. However, since he was on a different side, he understood well his boss. Better you guys choose one of the choices. Don't let him make the 3rd choice, or you guys will regret it, thought Zhao Zhong. Well. Amidst the silence, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the opposite group. He had big fat on his belly, and that fat jiggling as the middle-aged man walked forward. The middle-aged man wearing jeans that covered his knees and a colorful shirt with the 2 topmost buttons unbuttoned. My name is Youyouliucun. I am the leader of these people. First of all, this hospital is part of Flame Castle. We can't allow you to have it. Second, we will never bow our heads to you as we have our leader as well. Third, maybe there's a misunderstanding between you and my men, so can we solve it in a civilized way? Youyouliucun smiled slyly to Tang Shaoyang. Are you the leader of this flame castle? Tang Shaoyang asked Youyouliucun instead of answering. I am not the leader of Flame Castle. Our leader is not here, and I am someone who is trusted by the leader to be the person in charge of this place. Can you please release my man first? Youyouliucun was still acting politely in front of Tang Shaoyang. He had his reasons for this. First, Tang Shaoyang and his group seemed to be experienced in fighting and killing. He could tell that by reading their expressions. Despite being outnumbered, these people remained unfazed. On top of that, the man also was not afraid of guns as well. Second, since these people came from an organized group like them, it was better to talk it out first. He did not know how strong this Tang Empire was, after all. Third, he could tell the people in front of him were armed as well, from the outfits to the weapon, swords, spears, and even a huge battle axe on top of the car. He had to be careful, as he did not want to offend a powerful group. Since you are not the leader, it's pointless to talk with you. Then Tang Shaoyang looked at the man in his grip. As for this man, it was not a misunderstanding. This man asked me to share the women with him. Do you think I should forgive him? He asked Youyouliucun with a grin. At the sideline, Zhao Zhong noticed the grin on his boss's face. He immediately held the spear properly the moment he noticed the grin. The same for the others. They immediately readied themselves for the battle. They named that grin Death Grin. The reason? Because when their boss grinned like that meant someone or many would die. If the talk is not possible, then I don't have a choice but to kill you. Youyouliucun's fake smile disappeared as a fierce expression replaced that. He pulled the gun on his waist and pointed the muzzle toward Tang Shaoyang. No. Big no. Tang Shaoyang shook his head. You have choices. I have given you 2 choices already. You can choose one of them. The grin on his face became wider. Or do you want the 3rd choice? Here he came. Be prepared, guys. Our enemy has guns. Zhao Zhong said that in his head. What's the 3rd? Yang Kun asked. Death. The moment Tang Shaoyang said that, Yang Kun pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang, bang. Yang Kun shot all the bullets toward Tang Shaoyang. He intended to kill the leader first. However, unfortunate for the fatty, all bullets were blocked by the hostage in Tang Shaoyang's hand. Yes, Tang Shaoyang used the man in his hand as a shield. As the man in his hand received all the bullets, Tang Shaoyang released the man. He took one step back and reached his battle axe. Swoosh! Tang Shaoyang threw the destroyer forward. Unfortunately for the fatso, all shots missed and a big axe now came for him. The battle axe swirled in the air. He also did not have time to dodge, as he was not expecting such a big axe could be thrown easily like this. Slash! The battle axe's blade sliced through Yang Kun's neck. The destroyer continued flying toward the big group and struck the people on its path down. While the group panicked because of the battle axe, Tang Shaoyang took this chance and leaped to the group from his original spot. Such a move, it even shocked his people. However, a big opening was made. As the people panicked and focused their attention on Tang Shaoyang, the remaining people made their move as well. Pained cry and gunshot rang afterward. It was chaotic, but it did not take a long time before the noise stopped for about 8 minutes. After that, the expedition group entered back to their respective cars as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Cao Jingji was trying to calm the children. They were scared by the noise. Even though she tried to cover it up, but it was useless, most of the kids and the adults on the bus certainly knew what happened on the outside based on the noise. Did I make the right choice? Thought Yang Guangli as he saw what actually happened on the outside. The bus was in the middle of the convoy, the battle was not that far off the bus, and he could still see a glimpse of what happened. As for the children, they were asked to squat down and cover their ears. Yang Guangli could only let out a sigh as he lamented his decision. Sir, you made the right choice. When you know him enough, you will hope that you will be on the same side as him. Just don't offend him in the future. You and the children will be fine. Cao Jingyi said as she tapped Yang Guangli's shoulder twice. The battle was a one-sided slaughter. Thanks to Tang Shaoyang, who took all the aggro, the group did not suffer any casualty. After a momentary stop to clear the path to the hospital, the convoy entered the hospital. With uncertainty and fear of the future that awaited him, Yang Guangli drove the bus. On the way to enter the hospital, he saw the actual battlefield. Badump! 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 His heartbeat naturally increased as he saw the gory scene. With worries, he looked back. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw the children still squatted. Such a scene would traumatize the children for sure. Even for him, it was so hard to handle. Honk! Honk! When he heard the horns from the car behind, Yan Guangli immediately straightened his back and took a deep breath. As he stepped on the gas pedal, he held his breath and looked straight. As the bus entered the hospital, Yan Guangli heard a robotic rang in his head. The condition has been met. You have triggered normal mode minigame. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 76. Scout Chapter 76 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The condition has been met. You have triggered normal mode minigame. Not only Yang Guangli, the children, and everyone received the same notification. The moment the notification rang, Baiyuan immediately stepped on the brake. Tang Shaoyang rubbed the space between his eyebrows when he heard the notification. Ha actually liked the minigame a lot, as it gave him reward and level. The problem was they were bringing children with them. Tang Shaoyang was a little bit frustrated as he got out of the car. As frustrated as he was, he still needed to protect the kids. He agreed to bring them with him, so now they were his responsibilities. It was not the time to blame anyone. Just as he closed the car door with a bang, a translucent screen appeared in front of his eyes. Objective: 1. Rescue the survivors in the hospital area, 31 survivors. 2. Kill all death scythes, 88. Note, completing both objectives gives you a bonus reward. Failure: 1. All the survivors die. 2. All participants die. Note, normal mode minigame does not give you a penalty. Reward: 2. A level 7 treasure chest for each surviving participant. 2. Plus 20 skill points. 3. Plus 3 levels. 4. 100,000 game coin for each surviving participant and 100,000 game coin for your faction if you are in a faction. 5. A random bonus reward if you completed both objectives. Time limit. No time limit. Tang Shaoyang read the objective and skipped the failure as his eyes immediately landed on the reward. He never thought they would fail, so he did skip the failure thing. As expected, the reward is so generous, he muttered while looking at Destroyer. He got his battle axe from clearing the minigame in a mansion. It was from a level 9 treasure chest. Does it mean the lower of the level of the treasure chest, the more precious the thing inside the chest? Tang Shaoyang asked himself within his mind. Let's think about that later. He then looked at the translucent screen once again. The objective was to rescue the survivors and kill the Death Scythe. Let's hope the survivors are the people we are looking for. As for the Death Scythe, no clue. He shook his head. By now, everyone had read the objective of the minigame. The reward was certainly tantalizing for them, but everyone knew that there would be a high risk behind the huge reward. At this time, everyone looked at Tang Shaoyang. While everyone was waiting for Tang Shaoyang's instruction, Cao Jingyi walked toward Tang Shaoyang in a hurry. "What's wrong?" asked Tang Shaoyang to the woman who looked flurried. "We lost 2 cars." Cao Jingyi pointed toward the back of the bus. There were supposed to be another 2 cars behind the bus, but not the 2 cars were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, only then Tang Shaoyang realized the entrance was also blocked by a barrier. He could not see the thing beyond the gate. It was just a reflection of the bright sky. He was mainly too focused on the objective. "More work to do, it seems," he muttered in a low voice. 2 cars were separated from them, meaning now they left with 24 people that could fight the unknown Death Scythe. All right, guys, let's gather and talk about how to finish this minigame. As a note, we are going to complete both objectives. Keep that in your mind. Tang Shaoyang called out his people. "You too, come here and hear the discussion. You are the person in charge of taking care of the kids." He pointed at Yan Guangli before looking at the 2 females. "Take care of the kids while we are discussing." He was ordering, not asking them to listen to him. Yan Guangli nodded his head furiously as he instructed the 2 female caretakers to watch the children before he came to join the group. Cao Jingyi frowned. She did not agree with that, the plan of completing both objectives. She raised her hand to speak out her objection. "Shouldn't it be wiser if we prioritize our survival over the rewards? People's lives are more important than the rewards." "I never said to throw your lives inside." Tang Shaoyang talked back as he pointed to the spooky hospital behind with his thumb. "We are here to talk about that, how to complete both objectives while prioritizing our survival. Though it's unlikely for all of us to survive in this death game," said Tang Shaoyang while grinning at his people. "I have experienced twice of this death game. In the first one, I almost lost my life. The second one was easy for me, but Luan almost lost his life. Well, good luck to you guys. Stop joking around. Why do you want to complete both objectives? Give us a good reason for that," demanded Cao Jingyi. "The reason?" He pointed at the destroyer resting on top of the car. "I got my weapon from my first death game." He then grinned at Cao Jingyi. "Have you seen Luan's sword? We got that sword from the second death game." Tang Shaoyang's grin became wider as he continued. "Do you know where I got the smart base from? The place that became your house now? Do you know? I also got that from the second death game. From these 3 different rewards, they have something in common. Do you know what it is?" he asked Cao Jingyi. "They helped you survive in the outside world." Cao Jingyi was smart enough to know where the talk would be directed to. Tang Shaoyang was trying to tell them to get the reward as much as possible to increase their survivability in the outside world. She could not refute that if the reward was so rich. Especially the smart base, it was the most valuable reward so far. Smart! This death game is a chance to enhance our strength as you rarely encounter one. Rather than prioritizing our survival, we better maximize our gains. He then smirked. "Unless you want to stay at the lower bottom rung forever, I will not force you to follow me." "Good enough for me. You convinced me to put my life at risk, boss." Zhao Zhang immediately voiced his agreement. "Your will is my goal." He slammed his chest. No wonder he's so strong. He always put his life at risk. thought Qin Shoshan to himself before he voiced his agreement. I will follow you, boss. After the two voiced their willingness, the others followed in tow. I don't ask for your agreement, though. You have to follow my order. His lips cracked into a smirk. Cao Jingyi rolled her eyes. Stop role-playing. What's your plan? I indeed have a plan, a straightforward plan. Do any of us know the layout of the hospital? He asked. The question was directed to everyone, but his gaze fell onto Baiyuan. I don't know. Baiyuan shook his head. He stayed in the hospital, but mostly he was in a coma. Even after the disaster struck, he immediately left the hospital with his girlfriend and his sister. The others also did not know. Never mind then. First of all, our mission is to secure all the survivors. If they die, we will fail the game. As we don't know the layout and what our enemy looks like, we need to send a scout inside. When Tang Shaoyang mentioned a scout, everyone tightened their breath. The brave Cao Jingyi was no exception. Relax, guys. I am the scout. Tang Shaoyang grinned playfully. He was teasing them on purpose. I will look for the layout of the hospital and focus our search on a certain area where the survivors most likely to stay, rather than blindly looking for the survivors in this huge hospital while testing our enemy, the unknown Death Scythe. My guess, the survivors will hide around the cafeteria or in the cafeteria. They need food to survive, after all. But we will talk about that later. Tang Shaoyang then looked toward Cao Jingyi. While I am scouting the hospital, you divide the people into a team. We have to split up to look for the survivors. He pointed to Cao Jingyi as the person in charge of dividing the team. Cao Jingyi knew more about his people's strength, so she could split the people into a balanced team. All right, guys, wish me luck. If I am dead, then maybe none of you could survive from this death game. Again, he did not forget to tease his people with his playful remarks and grin while bidding them farewell. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 77. Kang She Chapter 77 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang nailed right on the spot with his guess. A group of survivors consisted of 12 adult females, 3 males, 4 elderly, and 2 children were hiding in the storage room of the hospital's cafeteria. Dr. Kang, his temperature keeps rising. We need medicine to help him. A female in a dirty nurse uniform reported to the female wore a blue shirt. Kang Shui was the newly hired doctor in SH Hospital. At that time, when she was accepted by SH Hospital, she thought that a bright future was waiting for her. The biggest hospital in SH City and the top 10 hospitals in the country, everyone would have the same thought as hers. However, she never thought such an absurd disaster struck. While she was in the midnight shift, a zombie appeared next to her. Her quick reaction saved her from the zombie's first strike. Now she had saved 11 female nurses and a few patients. Just leave him be. Let him die already, don't torment him. We can save more food as well with that. One of the male survivors chimed at the moment the female nurse reported the little boy's condition. Those remarks caused Kang She to frown. The male who just spoke was also a fellow doctor, just like her. How could a doctor speak like that? The doctor was supposed to be saving a life, not watching them die. However, Kang Shui did not bother to talk back as she walked to the corner of the room where the boy was lying down. An emergency axe was hanging around her left hand, making her look more like a butcher as blood covered the axe. She walked to the little boy and squatted down. Sweat flooded his face. His lips had lost their color, and the boy's body was quivering despite losing his consciousness. She put her hand on his forehead to check his body's temperature. It was extremely hot for a body's temperature. Even though she was a doctor, she was helpless without medicine. If you don't want to watch him being tortured like that, give your axe, let me end his life. The male doctor continued as he stared at the emergency axe. The emergency axe was the one who saved them from the zombie. He wanted to have it to protect his life, and ran away from this damned place if he could. At those words, Kang Shui turned toward the male doctor. Her eyes showed some hostility toward him. The male doctor was not intimidated by the female doctor's gaze. He stared back and talked back while raising his voice. What? Do you want to save him and go out there to get the medicine? If you want to die by that scary monster outside there, then go ahead. He was so stressed, being locked in this kind of room for over a month with a scary monster looming around outside there. It was natural for him to turn like this under huge stress. At least, he justified his action based on that. Ha. Kang Shui let out a sigh. She was so exhausted and did not want to waste his breath to the almost breaking doctor like this guy. She then turned toward the female nurses. "Do any of you want to accompany me to get the medicine?" The silence was the reply of the female nurses to her. None of them wanted to follow her outside. Kang Shui could not blame them, as there was truly a scary monster outside there. It was not a zombie. It was a monster that would slice your body into two with one slash of its scythe. On top of that, you could not see the monster, not because the monster was invisible or something. It was because the monster moved so fast that it could not be seen by naked eyes. It was more like a shadow flashed here and there to her. The people inside this storage room were afraid of that monster. The zombie was still okay. They could still kill the zombie or even escape from the zombie with some juke move, but not this monster. How could you escape from a monster that much faster than yourself? "All right then, please look after him for me." Kang Shui asked one of the female nurses to look after the boy. The female nurse nodded in response. Kang Shui then walked to the door. She stood in front of the door for a moment. It was a lie to say if she was not nervous at all. She was extremely nervous and scared on the inside. However, she badly wanted to save the boy. The passion she had as a doctor had not dimmed yet, despite the world had turned upside down. It took her some time to calm her spiking heartbeat and gathering her courage before she finally pushed the door open. She pushed the door slowly, taking a peek at the kitchen. Yes, the storage was immediately connected to the kitchen. The empty and dark kitchen gave her spine chill. She tried to not make any noise to alert the monster outside. Seeing nothing outside, she pushed the door again, slowly, making sure not making any noise. After enough gap was open, she tried to slip out. Taking one step of another, Kang Shui managed to get out of the storage room without making noise. Afterward, she closed the door slowly. Click. With a click of a little noise, the door was closed. Her muscle tensed up a bit the moment the door was closed. She scanned the kitchen, holding her breath. Her eyes darted around to detect any movement. Kang Shui's muscle loosened a little as she found no movement around the kitchen. She paused her steps as she tried to recall the layout of the hospital. She was in the cafeteria on the second floor. The closest medicine storage was on the first floor. Fortunately, there was an emergency stair near the cafeteria. She just needed to come out of the kitchen area and move to the right corridor a few meters. Kang Shui gulped out as her heartbeat spiking up again. Slowly, she crept her way out the kitchen toward the dimmed corridor. She peeked to the right and left, making sure there was no zombie around. As no zombie could be seen around, she braced herself and turned toward the right. 23 steps. It was right. 23 steps, as she counted it inwardly. Fortunate enough, the door to the emergency stair was open. She peeked inside, and it was safe. No zombies around. She released the breath she had been holding in a while in one go. Maybe God perceived her good intention, so God cleared the way to get the medicine. The path to the storage on the first floor was clear. From the emergency stair, she needed to go to the right corridor to reach the storage. She peeked out once again, and it was safe once again. To the left corridor was toward the lobby, but she needed to go right. Moreover, the lobby was filled with zombies, the last place she wanted to go. As it was safe, she came out and went to the right corridor. Maybe she had used all her luck to reach the first floor. The moment she turned her head toward the right, a shiny blade of the scythe appeared in front of her face. Death! That was what she thought at this moment. Boom! But then something big crushed the creature in front of her. God had not abandoned her, it seemed. Hello, lady. Don't daze around like that, or you may get killed. A voice came right from behind. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 78, Death Scythe. Chapter 78 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang entered the hospital through the main entrance. He hid behind the pillar and peeked inside the lobby. There was a big crowd of zombies inside. The zombies were roaming around aimlessly. It was as if they were guarding the entrance. On top of that, the door was closed. Shh! How I am supposed to sneak in? Tang Shaoyang muttered quietly. It was not that he was afraid of the zombie, but he came to scout, not to kill them. Scouting was supposed to be secretly gathering intel, right? Tang Shaoyang thought to himself, "Nah, who cares? This is my way of scouting." In the end, he gave up to scout sneakily. He opened the glass door, which immediately attracted the zombies' attention. All the zombies were merely stage 1 zombie, hence he easily cleared them all. After killing the zombie, he stopped right in front of the big counter while looking right and left. Where should I go now? Maybe to the right. The words stopped midway as he heard something from the left corridor. His hearing detecting a slight movement from the left. Whether it was just him hearing things, or maybe there was something on the left, he changed his mind as he headed to the left. To his delight, he found something that he did not expect to find. A head popped out from a door. She glanced to the right and the left cautiously. Maybe the lack of lightning limited her vision, hence she did not see him. Tang Shaoyang without much thought approaching the girl. But then he saw a small creature appear in front of the woman. The creature tried to slice the woman's neck with its scary scythe. I won't allow that to happen. Knowing the woman was his objective, Tang Shaoyang would not allow the creature to kill the woman. He rushed forward with all his might and slammed the creature with his destroyer. Boom! Hello, lady. Don't daze around like that, or you may get killed. Tang Shaoyang greeted the woman. But then, the woman seemed to be shocked by the event she just experienced, as she did not react to his greeting. At this moment, he heard a movement from behind. Based on the slight noise they made, it was not just 1, but about 4 to 6. He was not sure about that. Kang She was holding her breath with a destroyed wall, and a big battle axe struck on it right in front of her. She thought she was dead for sure just now. She then turned her head around and saw a man smiled at her. Then she heard the man speak to her. Is this the thing called saving the damsel in distress? Then she noticed a change of look on the man's face when they met face to face. But the damsel is an ugly duckling, not a beauty, the man playfully remarked afterward. I am not an ugly duckling. I am a swan, Kang She blurted out. She did not know why, but there was an urge to rebut the man who just saved her. She did cover her mouth afterward, though. All right, ugly swan. We have to move now. That guy's friends are coming, and they are not friendly at all. Tang Shaoyang grinned as he pointed at the creature he just killed. He did not have time to get a clear look at the creature as more were coming toward them. He pulled the destroyer from the wall and held the girl's waist. Where are we going, ugly swan? Kang She gritted her teeth as she accepted the name unwillingly. They indeed had to move out from their spot, or the monsters would come for them. Run ahead and turn right at the 3rd door. We have to get the medicine first before we return to the 2nd floor. Swoosh! She was shocked as the man was moving so fast. A big blow of wind hit her face, and in a few seconds they arrived at the 3rd door. As they entered the door, the man put her down and stayed near the door. Go get the medicine. I will guard the door. Tang Shaoyang paused as he found the room had 2 doors that led to a different room. Follow me closely. He then walked toward the door to the right. With a light step, he reached the door and he tried to peek through the circular glass. He tried to secure the room so the girl could get the medicine safely. The room behind the door was dark with a few desks inside. He saw nothing inside. Where's the medicine? Asked Tang Shaoyang without looking back. The other door. We store the medicine inside. Kang She replied as quietly as possible. She did not want to alert the monster or the zombie, just in case monsters were hiding inside the room. Follow me closely. Less than a meter. Understand? Tang Shaoyang turned around and ordered the girl. He was no longer being playful, and Kang She could tell that by his expression. She nodded her head nervously. Tang Shaoyang then walked toward the door ahead of them. He peeked inside, and it was darker than the beforehand room. Inside, he could see a big shelf lined up orderly where the medicine was stored. Glack. He then opened the door, but the door was locked. He turned toward the woman. The door is locked, ugly swan. Do you have the key? Kang She shook her head, indicating she did not have the key. But she might know where the key was. She slowly turned toward the other door. Bang! Based on the woman's reaction, Tang Shaoyang knew she did not have the key. Using Destroyer, he destroyed the door. He then pulled the woman's hand to the room and commanded, "Get the medicine fast. We don't have much time." The door was made of metal, but it was easily sliced open by the man. Kang Shui was once again stunned by the man's brute force and his idiotic action. They were supposed not to make any noise to not attract the monsters. But this guy not only made a little noise, but he made a big one. "What are you staring at? Go in and get the medicine." Tang Shaoyang could not help but knock the woman's head. Kang Shui did not bother to refute as she flushed into the room. Tang Shaoyang did not follow the woman. He chose to guard the door since the door was locked. That meant there should be no zombie or any creature inside. What was that just now? Tang Shaoyang recalled the creature he smashed just now. He could not get a clear look at it since the corridors had no lightning, but he could see a glimpse of it. The creature was about half of his height, or maybe even shorter. It had dark skin, a big and pointy nose, and its ears also pointed upward. While he was wondering what creature it was, someone nudged his arm from behind. He looked back. The woman already backs with a plastic bag with medicine inside. "I got the medicine. Let's go back to the second floor. We need to deliver the medicine quickly or—" Before Kang Shui could finish her sentence, Tang Shaoyang cut her off with a question. "How many?" "What?" Kang Shui asked back. "The people on the second floor? How many of them?" Even though Kang Shui was clueless why the man asked her the number of people with her, she still answered honestly. 21. 21 survivors including me. Why? The man was her and the other survivors' chance to survive out of the hospital. Right after she finished answering, Tang Shaoyang picked her up with his empty hand. They immediately rushed out of the room, and he stopped at the door toward the emergency stair. While dangling in the air, Kang Shui tried to guide Tang Shaoyang to the stair. "Yes, we can use the stairs to the second floor." She used his finger to point the stairs. However, Tang Shaoyang's eyes gazed into the destroyed wall. The creature's body was nowhere to be seen, but he saw the blood around it. There were two possibilities. Either the creature did not die when he struck it, or its friend brought the body. He was more inclined to the first possibility. Since the body was not here, Tang Shaoyang dashed toward the lobby instead of going to the emergency stairs. "Where are you going?" Kang Shui crooked her head up and yelled at the man. "We have to deliver the medicine to him, or he may die." She struggled hard, trying to break free from Tang Shaoyang's hand. But the hand was firm. She did not have the strength to break free. Tang Shaoyang ignored the struggling woman as he dashed faster, because he felt a strong gaze on his back. Not just a pair, but many pairs of eyes. Meanwhile, Cao Jingyi had divided the team into 6 teams. 5 teams would enter the hospital and 1 team would stay behind to protect the children. "Get ready. We will move very soon." Cao Jingyi called out the people to get ready. She then took the quiver off her waist and got 2 short swords. The bow was certainly not a good weapon to use inside the hospital. "Huh? Why? Shouldn't we wait for boss to come back first?" Zhao Zhang asked back. "He will be back very soon because he is not scouting, but running amok inside. He will be back with the thing called Death Scythe chases after him." Cao Jingyi rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhang. They clearly heard the loud bang noise from the hospital. Tang Shaoyang was clearly not scouting. Sure enough, after she finished her words, she saw Tang Shaoyang came out of the hospital. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 79, Ambush Chapter 79 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Indeed, Tang Shaoyang was rushing back with the doctor around his armpit. However, the Death Scythe did not chase him. Cao Jingyi's prediction was half right. Why? Why don't you save the others as well? Kang Shui kept bothering Tang Shaoyang with his decision to leave the hospital without the others. Tang Shaoyang did not bother to reply to the woman with her complaints. However, he had his reasons why he came back without the other survivors. He dropped the woman down and called his people to gather. "I have bad news and good news. The good news is I managed to get a living map." Tang Shaoyang pointed to the woman he just dropped. "You are a doctor from this hospital, right?" Along with the query, the other's gaze fell to Kang Shui. The girl did not know the man was not alone and had his friends wait outside. She subconsciously nodded her head at the question. Then you know the hospital's layout, right? Right after the nod, he asked the next question. Kang Shui did not know why he asked her that, but she nodded her head in return. The bad news is about the Death Scythe. First, the thing called Death Scythe has a swift movement that is hard to catch with your naked eyes. He was pointing his eyes. While rushing out earlier, he was sure Death Scythe was chasing him, but when he tried to peek, he saw nothing at all. That was why he concluded Death Scythe was hard to catch with naked eyes. Second, that monster is quite durable. I hit one of them with my destroyer. I am pretty sure I hit its chest, but it did not die. Based on that creature's size, it should die as I did not hold back. Tang Shaoyang was 100% sure the Death Scythe he smashed was still alive. Based on the mission screens, 88 Death Scythe were still alive. Yes, I am sure you did not hold back. I heard it, and it was quite clear in my ears. Cao Jingyi remarked satirically. Tang Shaoyang ignored those remarks as he remembered something. Oh, we have a good advantage as well. Outside is a safe place for us to stay. The Death Scythe does not chase to the outside of the building. We can use that to our advantage. Then what are we going to do now, boss? Qin Shoshan opened his mouth and asked. Since Tang Shaoyang knew the monster well, then the boss might have some plans in his mind. Kang Shui was stunned when the stout-looking Qin Shoshan called the man who just saved her with boss. She was shocked a little as to how this good-looking man could make these scary-looking people call him boss. For now, we will split the team into 2. 6 people stay behind to protect the kids, and the rest follow me to rescue the remaining survivors inside. I have found 21 survivors, including this girl. Why don't you bring them out just now, if you have found them? Cao Jingyi again questioned Tang Shaoyang's decision. She was pretty sure that Tang Shaoyang was strong enough to face the Death Scythe. Are you deaf or what? Didn't I say just now that the thing called Death Scythe is hard to see with your naked eyes? How am I supposed to protect 21 people if I can't see them while I only have 2 hands? I can't cover them all. Tang Shaoyang could not help but reply in a sarcastic tone with a smirk formed on his lips. He was having an "Are you an idiot?" expression as he replied, Wei Shi's wife. Yes, the reason he did not immediately come to save the other survivors because of this reason. He could not protect them all when they were too many. On top of that, he made a commotion that would attract the monsters to him. If he decided to bring the survivors out with him alone, the survivors most likely would die by the Death Scythe. Now you can stop complaining to me, ugly swan. I am not abandoning them, but I need my friends to save them. Tang Shaoyang turned around and looked at the still stunned doctor. Cake, ugly swan. Zhao Zhang chuckled as he glanced at the doctor. From the current appearance, the girl indeed looked a little bit ugly. However, it was because she was dingy and her short hair also looked tacky, just like some who did not take baths for weeks. Putting aside that, the doctor actually had a hot body. It was apparent with her bulging asset behind her blue shirt. Boss truly has divine luck on a woman, Zhao Zhang thought to himself. Kang Shui gritted her teeth as she just accepted being called ugly swan. She was quite smart to read the situation she was in. This group was her and the other survivors' hope. She could not openly show her dissatisfaction to the boss of the group. Meanwhile, Lina secretly looked at the doctor and Tang Shaoyang back and forth. The doctor's appearance alarmed her, as both looked so close despite this was their first meeting. She clenched her fists secretly as she could not help but feel jealous. You have to work harder, Lina. The girl tried to encourage herself. After that, they formed a group and left 6 people behind to protect the children. Tang Shaoyang and Kang Shui were in the front, leading the group to the hospital. They entered through the lobby. Badump! Badump! Kang Shui's heartbeats started to accelerate again upon the sight of the hospital's entrance. She just came out of this dangerous place, but she decided to enter again. Slowly, the group made their way into the hospital. Earlier, Kang Shui was not focused on the surroundings as she was yelling at Tang Shaoyang to return. Now, she got a clear look at the lobby. Her mouth was open in an O shape as she saw the zombies' dead bodies scattered around. Dozens of zombies died tragically in the lobby. At this sight, Kang She could not help but crook her head toward Tang Shaoyang. She was amazed by the man who she did not know the name was. Her eyes sparkled in admiration. It was as if Tang Shaoyang had an eye on the side of his head. He could know the girl was looking at him. "What? Do you fall in love with this handsome dude?" Tang Shaoyang's narcissistic remark caused Kang Shui's face to flush red. Fortunately, it was hidden beneath her dingy cheeks, so no one noticed it. She then immediately looked forward and continued to walk. Even though Tang Shaoyang was teasing the girl, he had a focus on his surroundings. To his surprise, the Death Scythe did not wait for them at the entrance. The Death Scythe did not attack even after they entered the hospital in a big group. These guys must be smart. Tang Shaoyang noted it in his mind. First of all, the moment he entered the lobby, he could feel gazes from the right empty corridor. But the feelings of being watched vanished after the group entered the lobby, meaning they retreated after being outnumbered. This was bad news for him. Death Scythe would be tricky to deal with, as they did not attack in sight, just like the mindless zombie. The others felt apprehensive since Tang Shaoyang told them the creature could not be seen with naked eyes. Their eyes were darting around as they were afraid the monster would ambush. However, to the group's surprise, they did not encounter any attack or ambush even after they reached the second floor. They are inside. Kang She was pointing at the door, led toward the storage room. She opened the door and the 20 survivors were inside. Kang She dashed in. She immediately walked the corner to find the boy. The boy's condition was not getting better, but it was fortunate enough his condition did not get worsened. She tore the plastic back and took a small bottle. "Give me water." While Kang She was feeding the medicine to the boy, the other survivors were surprised but also delighted at the same time as they found an armed group came to rescue them. "You arrange the people inside. I will guard the door." Tang Shaoyang chose Cao Jingyi and Li Na to organize the survivors. Of course, at this point, the survivors were listening to Cao Jingyi's every instruction. After brief instructions from Cao Jingyi, the survivors followed the group willingly. The terrier surrounded the survivors. They put the survivors in the middle so they could protect them. This time, Bai Yuan, Qin Shoushan, and Zhao Zhong led the group in the front, while Tang Shaoyang stayed on the back line. Meanwhile, Lina was bringing the sick boy with her. She volunteered herself as she could rely on her summon to fight. Everything went smoothly until they reached the emergency stairs. With his own eyes, Tang Shaoyang saw 2 shiny blades slicing his 2 people's heads. "Get down! Everyone, get down!" Tang Shaoyang immediately yelled as he rushed forward, holding the destroyer at the edge of the handle. He swung the battle axe in the air. "They come from the top! Run! Run! Run!" Screams and panicking shriek filled the hallway as everyone saw 2 heads rolled down on the ground. "Stop f***ing screaming and run, you idiots! Run!" Tang Shaoyang yelled out of his lungs as he kept rotating his battle axe in the air. Only then, they ran toward the emergency stairs. Thanks to Tang Shaoyang's quick reaction, they managed to reach the emergency stair safely after the first 2 victims of the Death Scythe. While everyone was running, Tang Shaoyang did not follow them. He stood at the door toward the emergency stairs with his battle axe. "Since you are here, I will not let you escape from my grasp." He planned to fight the Death Scythe alone. He looked up. On the dark ceiling, red eyes shone. Many of them. All those eyes were looking at Tang Shaoyang as well. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 80, The Hunt Starts, Part 1. Chapter 80 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After hearing the order to run from Tang Shaoyang, everyone was running as fast as possible. The terror of looking at a head rolling down on the ground scared everyone. Even Zhao Zhong and Qin Shoushan were scared. They were scared because they did not see how their friends' heads got sliced off. That was scaring them. Bai Yuan, Zhao Zhong, and Qin Shoushan led the group, charging out of the hospital. However, they did not forget their task to protect the survivors. Meanwhile, Cao Jingyi took the back line by herself. She slowed down her speed while protecting the elderly in front of her. Her hands were always on the sword's handle, so she would be ready when the death scythe appeared. Did she get scared? Yes, of course. She was also frightened by what happened just now. The thing she remembered was Tang Shaoyang yelling at them to get down. She did as per his order. However, as she squatted down, she saw a man's head rolled down right in front of her. She recognized whose head it was, Zhang Tu's head. He was one of 40 people who surrendered to be a slave. Zhang Tu was standing right next to her, and she did not know how this man died. Her mind blanked, but the afterward scream woke her up. The next thing she heard was Tang Shaoyang shouting furiously at them to run. While her mind was preoccupied with the event just now, she did not realize she made it through the entrance and out. Yes, the group safely came out of the hospital. 2 people are missing. Baiyuan's rough voice caused her to snap out of her thoughts and look back. Tang Shaoyang should be right behind her, but she was not there. She turned toward the group, who ran toward the cars. Cao Jingyi could not find Tang Shaoyang among them as well. "It's boss and the doctor!" Zhao Zhong followed up after Baiyuan. Yes, while everyone was busy saving their lives, no one noticed Tang Shaoyang was staying behind to hold the creature. Tang Shaoyang squinted his eyes toward the dark ceiling. Slowly, the creature that hid in the dark resurfaced and showed their figures. Red eyes, a big nose that slightly pointed downward, big ears that protrude upward, and ragged teeth. After getting a clear look at them, he then noticed these creatures were not even half of his height. They were hanging on the ceiling with their left hands while the other hand was holding a scythe. Monster. Class. Level 72. Skill. So these dark-skinned creatures are dark goblins. Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice. What surprised him was this monster had a class. Death Scythe was not the name of this creature, but their classes. 12 dark goblins were hanging on the ceiling. These creatures were grinning at him, taking him as loose prey. At least, that was how Tang Shaoyang perceived it. Heh, I am not the prey, but you guys, cuties. Tang Shaoyang grinned back at the small goblins. He was ready to swing his battle axe to destroy these cute creatures. But then he felt his waist being nudged from behind. He crooked his head to the back and saw Ugly Swan. Yes, Kangshe was standing straight, her eyes showed a strong determination, and her both hands were holding an emergency axe. She was ready to fight with her savior. I will fight them with you. Her voice was a little bit shaky, but she tried to cover it up with her loud voice. Earlier, when everyone was running for their lives, she noticed Tang Shaoyang did not run. She followed the group to the first floor, but she did not follow them to the outside. She went to pick her emergency axe and went back to fight the monster together with Tang Shaoyang. That was her plan. She just wanted to help the man who saved her life. But little did she know that a good intention did not help in the fight against the monsters at all. What are you doing here? Why didn't you run with the others? Tang Shaoyang's voice deepened as he said that. He was surprised to see the girl did not run away. But she was not helping him. Watch out! Before she could answer, she saw one of the creatures lunging toward Tang Shaoyang. She yelled to warn Tang Shaoyang while trying to rush forward. She was ready to hack the goblin with her emergency axe. Quite brave, aren't you? Tang Shaoyang's lips cracked into a smirk upon noticing the girl tried to face the death scythe. He put her hand around her waist as he pulled her into the emergency stairs with him. Swoosh! The death scythe swung the scythe, but it missed. The goblin was still in the air. It was the right chance to slice the goblin. After pushing the girl into the emergency stairs, he turned around and thrust the battle axe toward the door. To his surprise, the dark goblin could maneuver its body in the air. It made some weird movement, and suddenly, its body was moving backward in the air. What was that? Tang Shaoyang muttered under his breath. That was so weird, the movement. Just stay there and watch my back. I appreciate your good intention, but it does not help me. Stay still if you want to help. Tang Shaoyang ordered Kangshe to stay still. He then walked out again. What's that? Stay still if you want to help? Why does he so mean to me? Kangshe grumbled inwardly, but she did not say it out. When he was out of the emergency stairs, the 12 dark goblins were still hanging on the ceiling. They still had the same grin on their face. Kikiki. Kukiki. Kikiki. As soon as they met again, the goblin made some weird laugh. For some reason, he felt they were ridiculing him. "You are messing around with the wrong person, cuties." He grinned back at the goblins. "Come down, you cuties. Let me crack your heads open." Kikiki, kukuku, kikeke. However, then the goblin was laughing louder at him before they abruptly stopped laughing. The moment they stopped laughing, slowly, the 12 dark goblins' figures blended in the dark ceiling. Is his head okay? How could he call those ugly creatures cuties? Behind, Tang Shaoyang questioned the man's taste. She was a beauty, but he called her an ugly swan, and those ugly monsters were cuties in his eyes. While she was in her own world, she saw the man slam the big battle axe forward. Bang! The battle axe destroyed the white-tiled ground, but it did not hit the monster. However, she then witnessed the man release his grips on the battle axe as his both hands moved to the air. She saw his hand caught something in the air. Bam! Kick! Tang Shaoyang caught one goblin right on the neck. He immediately slammed the goblin down with all his might, causing the little goblin to scream in pain. But then, Tang Shaoyang saw 3 scythes slash downward to Tang Shaoyang's back. She did not see the creature, but only their scythes. Her mouth opened. She was about to say, "Be careful." However, those words did not come out of her mouth because she saw Tang Shaoyang pull the battle axe and swung the battle axe upward. Clank! 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 The 3 scythes were thrown away as it clashed against the battle axe. Afterward, the man raised his right leg and stomped right on the goblin who laid down on the ground. Splat! Dark Goblin's stomach was burst out under the stomp. It stopped squeaking as it died instantly. Despite the gory scene presented before her, Tang Shaoyang's gaze never left Tang Shaoyang as she detected a change in him. For sure, the man was getting taller. On top of that, his skin turned green, and his muscles also bulged out. While she was in a daze, a scythe appeared from her top. The frozen Tang Shaoyang stayed still despite the threat in front of her. She was caught off guard. However, the scythe that was supposed to pierce her face did not arrive, as once again the man saved her. Tang Shaoyang caught the goblin's feet and smashed the little guy to the wall. Splat! The goblin's head was cracked open and her face got splashed by the goblin's blood. She finally got to see the man's face once again and confirmed the man truly transformed into something else. Not only his skin turned green, but his black pupils also changed to green. But then, another 5 same creatures showed themselves right behind the man. Watch out! Tang Shaoyang yelled out as she threw the emergency axe in her hand toward one of the dark goblin, hoping to take down one of the goblins. However, the reality was completely different from her expectation. The axe missed the target as the 5 goblins successfully landed their scythes on the man's back. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 81, The Hunt Starts, Part 2. Chapter 81 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. No. Without Tang Shaoyang realizing, tears were swelling up in her eyes as she cried out unwillingly. The man was her savior, and now, thanks to her, he died. If only I follow the others to run. If only, she regretted her stupid decision. After watching the fight, Tang Shaoyang was aware that she was a burden to the man. If she was not here, maybe the man would be fine. But now he had to fight the monsters while protecting her. Why don't you just let me die? Why are you protecting me so hard? That was what she thought as she watched the scythe stabbed into the man's back. But then, a husky voice flowed out of the man's mouth. Why are you being so dramatic? I am fine, you idiot ugly swan. Tang Shaoyang wagged his right arm to the back as he spun his body around. The 5 dark goblins were caught and slammed to the right by his right arm. The 5 goblins were stacked together on the left side. He activated his skill and the 2 axes flew to the 5 stacked goblins. Splash! Merely killed the first 3 goblins. The 3 goblins had their bodies sliced up into 3 by the axes. Tang Shaoyang then picked the battle axe. Since he fought them in a limited space, he had been always holding the battle axe in the middle of its shaft, so he could use the destroyer freely, despite the limited space of the emergency stairs. He swung the destroyer vertically, hacking down the remaining 2 goblins. Splat! The 2 poor goblins split into bile from their chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. The blue-tiled ground now covered by the blood of the goblin. 7 out of 12 death scythes were killed. Without looking back, Tang Shaoyang walked out of the emergency stairs. "Stay there, you noisy idiot ugly swan." He did not forget to remind the girl to step out of the emergency stairs. Even though there were idiot and noisy in front of her unwilling name, she was happy on the inside. Just now, she thought the 5 scythes would pierce through his back to his heart. But now she saw what happened. The 5 scythes were still dangling on his back. However, only 2 inches of the scythe's blade pierced the leather clothes and his back. Blood flowed from the pierced clothes. At this moment, Kang Shui already did not care what actually happened to the man. Whether he was transforming into something else, it did not matter anymore to her. What mattered was the man was safe and sound, though she was worried about the injured on his back. However, since the man told her to stay back, she obediently abided by his words and stayed behind. After killing 7 goblins, the remaining 5 did not show themselves. They hid in the dark. Tang Shaoyang held the destroyer straight as he scanned the dimmed cafeteria. One thing he learned after he re-entered the hospital. He could not see the goblins with his eyes, but he could hear a slight noise once the goblin used their skill, the skill that made them invisible. He assumed it was a skill since the goblin had a class. He focused on his hearing more than his vision. Slowly, Tang Shaoyang closed his eyes. To his surprise, he could hear the woman's breathing behind him. Kang Shui did not know what the man did right now. However, the quiet and dark atmosphere caused her breathing to be hurried slightly. She pumped out and breathed in the air faster, which was caused by nervousness. The game of patience. That was what Tang Shaoyang did right now. He had to be patient to kill the remaining goblins. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. In 30 seconds, his ears twitched slightly as he heard a movement. 2 from the left, 1 from the top, and another from the right. 1 is missing. He counted in his mind as he opened his eyes at the same time. Tang Shaoyang used his skill the moment he detected the movement. A deafening roar like lion came out of Tang Shaoyang's mouth. The roar caused the wall and the ground to vibrate slightly. At the same time, the 5 goblins showed themselves, or maybe their skills got cancelled by his war cry. Tang Shaoyang was delighted by the surprise. Without wasting any time, he swung the destroyer toward the 5 goblins. There was an additional goblin on top of him. He miscounted them. 3 swings of his battle axe cleared the remaining 5 goblins. As soon as he killed the last death scythe, a notification rang. "You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points." You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Despite the cold tone of the robotic voice, Tang Shaoyang grinned while raising his hand. "Yes, baby. Level up." Ouch! The celebration stopped midway as a throbbing pain struck his back. He just realized the 5 scythes were still dangling on his back. He immediately reached the scythes and pulled them over. "Don't!" Kang Shui called out, but she was too late as Tang Shaoyang already pulled them off his body. "What?" Tang Shaoyang turned back. "Why did you pull it off?" She approached as she tried to see the wound on his back. "Of course, I have to pull it off. It's stuck on my body." He did not understand why this ugly swan tried to prevent him from pulling off the scythe. It was painful when you had those things on your back. So to get rid of the pain, he had to take those things off his body. "We have to prepare something to treat the wound and stop the bleeding." She circled to Tang Shaoyang's back. "See, it's bleeding a lot. We have to tend the wounds now, or you are going to lose a lot of blood." She anxiously examined the wound. "Nah, it's fine. I have a high vitality." Tang Shaoyang waved his hand casually. "You better go regroup with the others, or at least get out of the hospital." The hunt starts. Since Warcry could cancel the invisible skill of the Death Scythe, Tang Shaoyang was eager to hunt the Death Scythe down. 12 Death Scythe he leveled up once. Killing 88 of them might give him 3 levels. Normal mode minigame. Objective: 1. Rescue the survivors in the hospital area, 31 survivors. 2. Kill all Death Scythes, 76. Note: completing both objectives gives you a bonus reward. Failure: 1. All the survivors die. 2. All participants die. Note: normal mode minigame does not give you a penalty. Reward: 2. A level 7 treasure chest for each surviving participant. 2. Plus 20 skill points. 3. Plus 3 levels. 4. 100,000 game coin for each surviving participant, and 100,000 game coin for your faction, if you are in a faction. 5. A random bonus reward if you completed both objectives. Time limit. No time limit. He then checked the progress of the objective. 12 had been killed. Only 76 death scythes remaining. 10 more survivors and 76 death scythes. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Cao Jingyi took over Tang Shaoyang's position temporarily. No one objected to that, as Zhao Zhong and Qin Shoshan backed her up. It seems he's fine. A roar just resounded from the hospital. From the roar, she could tell the roar's source was their boss, Tang Shaoyang. They were worrying over their boss since he did not come out with them, but the roar confirmed that he was still alive. Let's wait for 10 minutes. If he does not come back, we will enter the hospital back. We will start the mission, rescue 10 more people, and kill the death scythe, then we are done. Cao Jingyi then turned toward the survivors they just saved. Do any of you know the hospital's layout? Before any of the survivors could respond to her, one of her team objected. Should we enter the hospital again? Isn't it the same as suicide? We don't even know the boss is alive or dead by now. Right after that, everyone had their eyes fell on the man. He was one of 20 people from the slaves group. 2 people died just now, and they wanted him to enter the hospital again? Hell no. He did not want to throw his life there. As the slave group did not experience the battle against 2 consecutive of the zombie horde. They did not have the same mentality as the group who faced the zombie horde. What? Am I wrong? How are we supposed to kill the things we could not see? Being the center of attention, that made the guy nervous. He stood up and raised his voice subconsciously. If you don't want to enter the hospital, then I am going to slice your neck with my sword. Qin Shoshan, who was always silent, stood up. He had his hand on the sword's handle as he was ready to pull the sword. He was serious with his words. Zhao Zhong also stood up with a grin on his face. He was ready to back up Qin Shoshan as well. The man took a few steps back subconsciously. He was intimidated by the 2 guys. He then looked around as he tried to look for friends to back him up. He believed that he was not the only one who was scared of the things in the hospital. However, everyone avoided his gaze. No one was willing to offend 3 important people in the base. Cao Jingyi stepped in as she prevented these 2 went wild and started to kill randomly. She walked toward the man who objected to entering the hospital. If we don't enter the hospital and don't complete the objective, how are we going to come out of this place? She pointed toward the entrance that blocked. On top of that, don't forget your status. You have signed it. You only listen to the order, not otherwise. Do you understand? Cao Jingyi hovered over the guy, and he did not dare to look into her eyes. The man avoided Cao Jingyi's gaze as he lowered his head. He did not even dare to answer the question. Do you understand? Cao Jingyi repeated it once again with her deepened voice. Yes. The man nodded his head furiously as his voice stuttered. Good. Cao Jingyi then turned around, walking back to the survivors. Does any of you know the hospital's layout? If you know, raise your hand. Qin Shoshan and Zhao Zhong also followed Cao Jingyi's gaze. For some reason, the survivors also got intimidated slowly. One after another raised their hands one by one. Good. Tell us then. We're going to start the hunt in 10 minutes. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 82, Hunt or Being Hunted, Part 1. Chapter 82 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 10 minutes had passed and Tang Shaoyang did not come back. It caused a few people to worry as they were uncertain whether their boss, who was also the strongest, survived or not from the death scythe. Cao Jingyi, however, had big confidence in their boss. If they were part of the group who faced the zombie horde together, they would know how ridiculously strong that man was. She believed Tang Shaoyang. It was backed up by the number of the death scythe that got reduced in the objective screen. Zhao Zhong, Qin Shoshan, Lina, and the Terriers believed in Tang Shaoyang. It was the slave group and the survivors who doubted whether their leader was still alive or not. All right, we will go as planned. You 2 stay behind and protect these people. Cao Jingyi called out 2 men. One of them was part of Terrier, and the other was from the slave group. 20 out of 44 people that entered the minigame were the children and their caretakers. Someone who could not fight. The rest was Tang Shaoyang's group, which consisted of 13 terriers, including Tang Shaoyang and 11 people of the slave group. 2 died, and both were part of the slave group, and Tang Shaoyang was still inside the hospital. Since they had 21 people, Cao Jingyi divided the group into 4 teams with 5 people into each of the teams except for her team. Her team was filled with all girls: she, Lina, Fu Dandan, and Dai Wenqian. Qin Shoshan had his team, and Zhao Zhang also led one team. Yan Sheng, a man who showed an excellent performance in the battle against the zombie horse. That was the reason she chose him to lead the 4th team. As for why Cao Jingyi only left 2 people behind, because the area outside the hospital was a safe zone. She left 2 people behind to keep on watch these survivors. She then approached the man she trusted to watch the survivors. Keep an eye on them. Also, give them food and drinks, appropriately, as we don't know how long we are going to stay in this place. The survivors' condition was not good. From their complexion, she could tell they were starving. Their lips were dried, almost cracked, and their face looked bloodless. What if they don't listen to me? The man asked as he glanced at the survivors. The kids should not be a problem, as he could scare, but the newcomers were different. 2 kids, and the rest were adults. The adults might not be listening to him. If they don't listen to you, you can do whatever you want to them. You can hit them or even cut one of their limbs. It's not a problem as long as you don't kill them. Cao Jingyi replied loudly, making sure the survivors heard her. It served as a warning to these people. It was effective, as the survivors flinched in fear the moment they heard that. They were mentally exhausted, so a little threat from Cao Jingyi frightened the survivors. She then looked toward the man in front of her. As for you, if you do something over the line to them, you will not be spared either. Cao Jingyi warned the man. After a brief word with the man, the teams left. The group then headed toward the hospital. Guan Yao, one of the men who survived battling against the zombie horde, watched the group enter the hospital. As he looked at the group entering the hospital, he felt relieved, but also a tinge of regret. He was relieved that he was not picked by the team to enter the hospital to face the scary monster. However, for some reason, he felt some regrets as well. He did not know why, but he felt so. The group entered the hospital slowly. The beforehand incident traumatized the group, so they became more cautious. But Zhao Zhang seemed not affected. He boldly picked the path to the right corridor. Then we will take this way. Cao Jingyi nodded. Be careful, she warned the reckless Zhao Zhang. The latter merely waved his hand casually, indicating he would be fine. The remaining 3 teams went to the left. When they arrived at the emergency stairs, Qin Shoshan went ahead, while Cao Jingyi's team and Yan Sheng's team took the emergency stairs to the 2nd floor. The SH hospital had 10 floors with a parking lot in the basement. The building was big, forming a U-shaped building with a small dome laboratory in the center. As for the dormitory, it was located at the rearmost of the hospital. The plan was to explore each room in the hospital to find the remaining survivors. They had no clue about the remaining survivors, after all. This was what they could do. Zhao Zhang's team and Qin Shoshan's team would look around on the 1st floor, and they would go up after they were done with the 1st floor. At the end of the building, there were more emergency stairs too, so they could climb up from there. When Cao Jingyi's team and Yan Shen's team reached the 2nd floor, they saw the unknown dead bodies. A creature with a small frame and a scary face. Most of the corpses were incomplete. Some had their head cracked, and some had their bodies split open. It's Goblin, Yan Sheng blurted out when the creature's face. He was so surprised to see the goblins. Cao Jingyi and the others immediately turned to Yan Sheng. His voice was not loud, but it was clear in their ears. Goblin? Cao Jingyi got closer to Yan Sheng. Do you know these monsters? Without a doubt, these corpses were left behind by their boss. The corpses confirmed their guess that their boss was still alive. But she was surprised that Yan Sheng knew these ugly creatures. Yan Sheng cautiously approached a barely intact dark goblin's dead body. He kicked the body, making sure the goblin was dead. Confirming that, he squatted down to get a clear look. Yes, this is a goblin. Yan Sheng stood up excitedly and turned to Cao Jingyi. This a fantasy creature that usually appears in the game, fantasy story, and also anime. Yan Sheng, 22 years old, was in the 4th year of his university before the world changed. Loved to play games, watch anime, and read comics. He called himself half neat, and he was not embarrassed to admit that. He could not hide his excitement to find a fantasy creature in real life like this. Cao Jingyi, who was not part of these three, certainly did not know. She looked at the other girls, but Lina, Fu Dandan, and Dai Wenqian also did not know. They shook their heads in response. But weird, the goblin I knew has green skin, but this one has dark skin. Yan Sheng bravely poked the lifeless goblin with his finger, making sure the dark skin was not painted or something similar. His finger bounced back at the soft goblin skin, but it did not leave any mark on his finger, meaning it was not painted, but the goblin's natural skin. A goblin with a scythe, Yan Sheng muttered in a low voice. He was trying to relate the goblin he discovered and the goblin in the comic he read. They may be the same creature, but they are also different. Don't try to compare the fantasy thing and the real one. You may lose your life. Cao Jingyi did not know what goblin looked like in the fantasy story, nor she knew their combat ability. But she could tell Yan Sheng was trying to analyze the goblin. All right, we will part our ways here. We will take the left corridor. Cao Jingyi did not want to dawdle around with the goblin dead bodies. She went out of the emergency stairs and turned to the left. Her team would explore the left side of the hospital, while Yan Sheng would explore the right wing. The 4 teams now completely split up. Back to the first floor. Zhao Zhang and his team slowly walked to the right side of the first floor. So far, they had not encountered anything, even a single zombie. This is the 12th door. Zhao Zhang muttered as he walked toward the door that was 2 meters away from him. The door had a rectangular glass, so he could see what was inside the room. He slowly approached the door and peeked through the glass. It was a patient room. Just as he was about to open the door, he saw a reflection of a shiny blade through the glass. "Get down!" With his quick reaction, he warned his team members as he pushed the team member next to him. Splash! But it seemed not everyone had a fast reaction just like him. He could feel his back was soaked, and he was sure it was blood. He turned around and saw a headless body. The body was still standing as blood spurted out of the neck. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 83. Hunt or Being Hunted. Part 2. Chapter 83 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. One of his team members died while the other 2 managed to avoid the blade by the hair. Zhao Zhang looked up. He saw 3 small creatures were still in the air with their scythe. He focused his strength on his feet and leaped up to the air. "You are not going anywhere, you bastards." He managed to catch up with the creature, in the air. His body spiraled along with the sword in his hand. The sword swept the creature in the air, but the death scythe reacted in time despite the surprise. They put their scythe forward to block the spiral sword. Clank! 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 Even though they managed to fend off the sword to cut their bodies, the force was still there. The death scythe could not hold their scythes under the assault, caused the scythes to fly away from their hands as their bodies slammed onto the wall at the same time. Kick! The monster let out a weird, pained cry, which delighted Zhao Zhang. He got them. But then a shadow appeared behind him with the shiny scythe. The scythe was pulled up. The moment the scythe was about to descend to Zhao Zhang's neck, a spear shot up toward the death scythe. Kick! The death scythe released the scythe as it tried to pull the spear out of his chest. However, Baiyuan did not let that happen as he pinned the creature down with his spear. Baiyuan finally got a clear look at the small creature. He furrowed his brows while his spear was shaking non-stop. The death scythe tried to break free from the spear. Baiyuan did not let that happen as he raised another spear in his left. He aimed the spear right at the creature's forehead. Crack! The creature's skull cracked and pierced by the spear as blood spurted out. The death scythe instantly died with his head pierced by a spear. Yes, Baiyuan used 2 short spears as his weapon, and he was good at it. Zhao Zhang was aware Baiyuan saved his life. but his eyes still locked at the knockdown death scythe. He landed in front of 2 knockdown death scythe. Now you will become dead scythe. He pierced the death scythe to the right as he pinned the left death scythe with his left foot. He pulled the sword and pierced the one on the left. 2 death scythes successfully killed under his sword. Zhao Zhang then turned around. He noticed the remaining death scythe tried to run away as half of its body was about to disappear at the dark corner. Ooh-wah! Zhao Zhang then activated another exclusive skill for Berserker, Berserker's Call. The death scythe, who was about to disappear, suddenly lunged toward Zhao Zhang, without scythe at that. The small creature uses its sharp and pointy nails to prick his chest. He easily avoided it by taking a sidestep to the left. While Death Scythe's body was still in the air, Zhao Zhang slashed down his sword to the neck. Spurt! More blood splashed as the Death Scythe's head rolled down on the floor. Just like that, the battle was ended. The 4 Death Scythes who ambushed them were killed with 1 casualty. Badump! Badump! Zhao Zhang's adrenaline was at its peak as his heartbeat spiking up. It was a close battle in his perspective. If not for Baiyuan's quick action, his head might no longer attach to his body right now. He approached Baiyuan and tapped the guy's shoulder. Thanks. No problem, Baiyuan replied casually as his gaze locked to the creature he just killed. What is this thing? His forehead creased as he tried to identify the dead body next to his feet. His words caused Zhao Zhang to look at the creature as well. There was disgust on his face as he looked at the creature. But he had no clue about the creature as well. It's a goblin, a voice answered from the side. Zhao Zhang and Baiyuan looked toward the voice direction at the same time. A young man that looked about in his early 20s, this man was the one who identified the creature. What? Zhao Zhang asked again when he heard the foreign word. Goblin. He never heard that word before, and he did believe goblin was not a living thing unless it was the rarest exotic animal. The young man's name was Liu Pao. Different from Yan Sheng, he knew goblin from reading the comic only. He did play games, but he was more into comics. So Liu Pao explained what goblin was based on the comic he read, including that the goblin was supposed to be having green skin. While Cao Jingyi listened to Yan Sheng, Zhao Zhang did not believe that the fantasy creature in the comic would appear here. He waved his hands at Liu Pao, dismissed the nonsense about the goblin. Stop with the nonsense. The thing in that comic is just the comic author's imagination. Moreover, this thing is called Death Scythe, not goblin. Zhao Zhang then continued his search for the survivors by entering the room he just checked now. Baiyuan did not say anything, but he did look at Liu Pao. Before he killed the Death Scythe, he used basic detection on the creature. He found out Death Scythe was a class of this monster, while the monster was Dark Goblin. He was surprised Liu Pao guessed it right. As for why he did stay silent, it was because he did not want to argue with Zhao Zhang. After a short interaction with him, he certainly knew Zhao Zhang was typically someone that would only listen to the people he respected, or someone with a higher status. Zhao Zhang listened to the woman because he respected her. Zhao Zhang, without a doubt, would listen to whatever Tang Shaoyang ordered. He respected and admired his boss. He could tell that by just one glance. On top of all of that, no one here fit the criteria, so the guy would not listen to them. Hence, Baiyuan did not bother to speak what he found as well. After a quick check, Zhao Zhang came out. There's no one inside, let's continue. He then walked to the further hallway. What about him? Zhang Ding asked as he pointed at his friend's dead body. Zhang Ding and Guonan, the guy who just died, was a friend and also part of the slave group. Zhao Zhang turned around and looked at the guy pointing toward the corpse. He furrowed his brows. He was not happy with the stupid question. What? What do you want to do with the dead body? Do you want to bring the corpse with you while fighting those monsters? He was pointing at the Death Scythe's corpses. The question silenced Zhang Ding, as he had not expected Zhao Zhang would be unfazed and uncaring by the death of their comrade. His friend was, after all, still their team member. If you want to die and follow after him to hell, then you can bring the body with you. Just don't be a burden to the team. Zhao Zhang waved his hand at Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding looked at Baiyuan, but the latter ignored him. Baiyuan did not even glance back at Zhang Ding as he followed Zhao Zhong. He then looked to Liu Pao. Liu Pao shook his head, telling him not to do anything stupid with his body gesture. Both were about the same age, but Liu Pao had experienced the battle against the zombie horde. He had seen many people die before his eyes, so he was unaffected by the death of Zhang Ding's friend. In the end, Zhang Ding left his friend's corpse behind. He was having a thought of giving burial to his friend. But since his life was on the line, he was not going to do it. Just like that, Zhao Zhong lost one of his team members after a few minutes of the trip. Meanwhile, on Qin Shoshan's team, they did not encounter the Death Scythe, but a dozen zombies on the way. 4 of them were Stage 2 zombie, crawlers. However, Qin Shoshan handled the Stage 2 zombies easily. He took care of the 4 crawlers while his team members were having the easy one. It was smooth for them so far. Cao Jingyi's team also did not encounter any ambush from the Death Scythe, as her team explored the left side of the 2nd floor. However, on the way to the left hallway, they found corpses of the zombies. From how the zombies were killed, they could tell it was Tang Shaoyang's doing. The zombies' dead bodies were split mostly, either their body cut into 2 or the bodies were headless. As they smoothly reached the end of the left side, they found the emergency stairs. Aside from the emergency stairs, they also found an unlocked door, the door that led to the dormitory. Where should we go? Find him or go as we planned? Cao Jingyi asked the other 3 girls. Lina wanted to say to find him, but she refrained from speaking. She did not want to make it so obvious as the 2 girls near her were Zhang Mengyao's friends from the military. Let's continue with the plan. I already can imagine what he's going to say if he finds out that we are looking over him rather than clearing the objective. Dai Wenqian responded immediately. Fu Dandan was imagining Tang Shaoyang lecturing her. She immediately shook her head and agreed with Dai Wenqian's choice. Cao Jingyi smiled in return. She also had the same thought as the 2 girls. Good, then let's continue to the 4th floor. The 3rd floor was Zhao Zhong and Qin Shoshan's responsible, while the 4th floor, 6th, and so on were there and Yan Sheng's team area to explore. As Cao Jingyi predicted, Tang Shaoyang was indeed going to the dormitory area. The reason why he immediately went to the dormitory area was that he knew his people would explore the hospital. Rather than wasting his time in the hospital, he went to the dormitory. Another reason was the ugly swan. This woman insisted on treating his wounds, so she had been forcing him to go to the dormitory, to her room. Yes, Tang Shaoyang was currently inside Kang She's room. As soon as they entered the room, the girl aggressively opened his leather armor and clothes. However, Kang She was shocked to see the wounds were healed already. There were only small marks left behind. Even the wound marks were still in the process of healing. As a doctor, she was shocked to see this phenomenon. It could be considered a miracle in the medical field. How is this possible? She blurted in confusion. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 84, Hunt or Being Hunted? Part 3. Chapter 84 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Flick. Tang Shaoyang flicked the girl's forehead. Ouch! Kang She exclaimed painfully as she covered her forehead. Girl, you should realize by now the world has changed. There's nothing impossible. Even a zombie suddenly appeared next to you at midnight. Have you forgotten that? Tang Shaoyang turned around as he walked toward the kitchen. He picked a glass and poured water for himself. Since you survived, you should have leveled by killing the zombies? He drank the water after he asked that. It has nothing to do with your body that heals by itself. She wanted to refute Tang Shaoyang, but she stopped when she heard the next question thrown toward her. Talking about level, she was now level 6 after killing dozens of zombies with her emergency axe. Tang Shaoyang finished the glass of water and walked toward the bed to sit. There was no chair in the room, and the room was bigger than his old room, but too small compared to his current room. The bedroom, kitchen, and living room were connected. I assume you already know about the level. What about the attribute? He stretched his body while his eyes were still on the girl. I know about the attribute, Kang Shui answered truthfully. Since she was level 6, she got a total of 10 attribute points. and she had allocated all of them into strength and agility. "Then do you know what vitality does?" he asked again. Her voice trailed off as she thought what vitality meant. Your health? Your health? She came up with a plausible thought for her. The moment vitality was mentioned by the man on her bed, she thought vitality related to health. Tang Shaoyang let out a chuckle when he heard the answer. He could not say the answer was wrong, as it was indeed related to one health, but it was not right either. Open your status and tap the word vitality. Rather than telling her directly, he guided her on how to find it out. Kang She did not doubt Tang Shaoyang's instruction. At this point, the man had gained her trust. She opened her status window and tapped vitality. The girl was slightly surprised. She then looked at the man. "You are right. I have a high vitality, so swallow wounds should not be fatal for me," Tang Shaoyang told the girl, as he could read what she was going to ask him. Then he stood up from the bed. "All right, I am fine, so we can continue with our search. 10 people need to be saved. We have to move fast before they get killed by our cuties goblin." Kang She rolled her eyes when the man still called the ugly monster cuties. Just as she was about to nod her head, her eyes fell into a door. Tang Shaoyang caught her longing as she looked at the door. What? Is there something important inside that door? He approached the door and opened it. Inside was a bathroom. Then he looked back at the dingy girl. He called her ugly swan because she was smelly and dirty. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brows and held his chin. After a moment of thinking, he spoke, 10 minutes! You have 10 minutes to clean your body. To his surprise, the girl seemed not happy with that. 10 minutes? It's too short. I need at least 20 minutes. She had not taken a bath for almost 1 month, or maybe over 1 month. She did not know as she lost track of time, but she was sure 10 minutes were not enough to clean her body. Tang Shaoyang shrugged his shoulder lightly as he walked back to the bed. Take it or leave it. All right. Kang She walked to the wardrobe and took her clothes with her. She needed to change her clothes as well, after all. Tang Shaoyang waved his hand, indicating the girl to go shower fast as he laid down on the bed. He pulled the pillow and put his head on it. As he placed his head on the pillow, he smelled a pleasant smell. It was not the opposite smell of the girl who currently took a shower. However, he knew this fragrant smell belonged to that girl. As he heard water poured down from the bathroom, his lips formed a smirk. He then sat up and thought of his search. Kang She told her there were 3 buildings in the dormitory. Each of the buildings was 10 floors on the first floor as the cafeteria. He was assuming that if there were survivors, they might want to stay near a place with food. He was currently in the first dormitory building on the 7th floor. He was thinking of the path he should take from the 7th. I will go up first, then go check the lower floors afterward. While he was planning his path, 10 minutes passed. Kang She was on time as she finished shower in 10 minutes. She came out of the bathroom with her still wet hair. As Tang Shaoyang did not give her enough time, she tried to dry her hair with the towel in her hand. Tang Shaoyang was snapped out of his thoughts when Kang She came out of the bathroom. To his surprise, she came out while wearing gym attire that only covered her chest area and tight pants. The girl maintained her body well, as the tight pants showed a nice curve. Her bulging chest also showed up perfectly. What with this girl? Is she trying to seduce me? Her dirty face was cleared and showed a cheek look. Tang Shaoyang was surprised that the ugly swan was not ugly, but a beauty all this time. Kang Shui had not realized that a predator was eyeing her. She chose gym clothes because it made her easier to move and maneuver. While drying her hair, she walked to her wardrobe to pick a hoodie. She arrived in front of her closet. Just as she was about to open the closet, a shadow loomed over from behind. Kang She subconsciously turned around and met with Tang Shaoyang's face. Her noose and his noose was just a few centimeters from touching. She was shocked, trying to distance herself from the men, but her back hit the closet. She was nowhere to go as Tang Shaoyang's arms locked from moving to the side. Badump! 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 Her heartbeat spiked up as she was nervous. She was not expecting such a thing would happen to her as she fully trusted the man. Tang Shaoyang slowly came closer to her until their cheeks were touching. Then she heard a deep whisper from the man. Girl, you are playing with fire. On the second floor, Yansheng's group encountered 5 Stage 2 zombies. 5 crawlers burst out from one room and ambushed the group. Yansheng maintained his composure as he held the spear forward. Fortunately, this was a big hospital with a wide corridor, so he could still use his spear in a fight. On top of that, thanks to the battle against the zombie horde, he leveled quite a lot. He was currently level 42, while his attribute focus was agility and strength. As the crawlers came from the same direction, Yansheng swung his spear to the right. His timely action swept all 5 crawlers in one swing of his spear. Crank! The crawlers crashed to the glass on the right side. Yansheng, without hesitation, leaped into the room where the crawlers crashed. Yansheng's quick action surprised his team members. The 4 people were about to distance themselves to prepare themselves to fight against the crawlers. However, since Yansheng blew them off, they also rushed into the room to help. As the 4 were about to charge in, they were stupefied as the 5 crawlers were no longer moving. They noticed there was a hole on each crawler's heads. Then the 4 looked toward the young man who was standing near the 5 crawlers. Yansheng was smiling happily as he looked down. Yansheng's image to them was more like a maniac who enjoyed killing. The 4 looked at each other as they realized this young man was as crazy as the others. Of course, Yansheng did not enjoy the killing. He was happy because he just got a notification that he was leveled up. He allocated the attribute points and then came out. "Let's go! We are going up!" He pointed toward the emergency stairs door. The group had reached the end of the right side of the building. "Huh? This is surprisingly easy," said a man that looked in his early 30s. He was part of the slave group and was getting cocky since he did not encounter anything dangerous. So far, they only encountered 5 crawlers that were worth the fight, and it was easily handled by their captain, so the man started getting cocky. Yansheng halted his steps and glanced back at the man. "If you don't want to die, you better be more cautious. We haven't encountered any death scythe yet," he warned the man. Yansheng warned the man out of his kindness. However, the man took that kindness as a scolding, thinking Yansheng was trying to assert his dominance as their leader. Even though the man was unhappy, he still swallowed his anger down. The door was not locked as Yansheng opened it smoothly. They went up together until they reached the floor with the number 4 printed on the wall next to the door. "This is it." He opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, his face was blown by a gust of wind as something bypassed the top of his head. "Ambush! Get down!" Yansheng yelled before he rolled forward, avoiding a scythe that was about to slice his neck. Thanks to his timely warning, the others managed to save their lives as well. They followed him, rolling forward. "Run!" The man who just now said it was easy yelled out and ran toward the other direction. His yell panicked the other 3 as well. They took that yell as an order from Yansheng because Yansheng shouted at them first. They thought Yansheng wanted to run and regrouped with the other groups on the other side to fight the monster together. They were panicked, hence, they could not differentiate whose voice was that. They followed the yell and ran to the left, leaving Yansheng behind. "Coward!" Yansheng cursed out as he looked into the emergency stairs. 5 dark goblins were hanging on the ceiling. Should I run as well, or fight them? His rational thoughts were telling him to run, but his feet would not move. For some reason, he wanted to fight the goblin. While he was in dilemma, 3 out of 5 goblins were chasing after his team members, leaving 2 behind. "Since there are only 2, I will fight then." Taking a deep breath, he raised his spear. He was ready to fight since there were only 2 opponents. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder contact link in the description. Chapter 85, Hunt or Being Hunted. Part 4, Chapter 85 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yansheng had his eyes focused on the 2 dark goblins. He used basic detection skill on the 2 and found out both had a higher level than him. The one on the left was level 61, while the one on the right level 55. "I may lose in the term of the level, but I will not lose in a fight." Then Yansheng noticed the 2 goblins' figures blurred within the darkness. He figured out something when he saw this. Yansheng took 3 steps forward and thrust his spears toward the door of the emergency stairs. He aimed at the top of the open door and thrust the spear again to the lower part. In the span of a short time, he thrust his spear 6 times. Clank! In the 6th thrust, his spear hit something as it made a clanking noise. Right after that, a dark goblin reappeared in the air. It tried to block his spear with its scythe. The dark goblin's body flew back and hit the wall. At this moment, Yansheng knew he had to kill the immobilized goblin now. He pulled the spear back and rolled forward. Swoosh! A scythe swung in empty air. If Yansheng did not move just now, the scythe might pierce and tear his chest. He then stood and rushed toward the goblin that was about to get up. He jumped out to reach the goblin, landing his right foot on the goblin's chest. Kick! The goblin groaned in pain. It did not stay still. The goblin used its pointy claw to break away from the oppression of Yansheng's foot. Arr! Despite the excruciating pain, he did not pull his foot away from the goblin. Yansheng used his spear to stab the goblin on the head. The spearhead pierced through the head and stopped after it reached the wall. Yansheng dragged his injured foot as he turned his body around. There was still one goblin left. He could not lower his guard. But then, the goblin was nowhere to be seen. Without any way to detect the invisible goblin, Yansheng raised his spear upward toward the direction of the emergency door. He counted to 3 in his heart before he brought the spear downward. Swoosh! Clank! The spear bit something made of metal. Then the disappeared goblin appeared in front of him. The goblin had its scythe to the air, blocking his spear from hitting its head. Using his injured foot as a footing, he spun around, pivoting on his heel, and sent a spinning kick toward the goblin's belly. Kick! The goblin screamed as its body was sent flying back by the spinning kick. The goblin's body bit the wall on the other side. Positioning himself, Yansheng raised his spear with his right hand. He then threw the spear to the goblin. The spear shot toward the goblin and pierced its left shoulder. The death scythe let out a pained shrill. Using both hands, the dark goblin tried to pull the spear out of the shoulder. However, the spear was staying still as the goblin could not even shake the spear. Yansheng was relieved that the goblin could not pull his spear out. He then walked toward the goblin. With his ankle pierced by the goblin, he was slightly limping. On the way, he picked the scythe on the ground. Swoosh! He beheaded the dark goblin with the scythe in his hand. Whoa, that was really close. Yansheng muttered as he looked back at the door to the emergency stairs. That door was the one who saved him. Should I feel grateful they ambushed us there? He let out an amused chuckle. Since the goblin ambushed him into the emergency stairs and missed, they entered the limited space. In order to attack him, the 2 death scythes had to pass the door to attack him. Using the door, he sent random attacks that covered most of the door, predicting their move, since they could not be seen by naked eyes. Fortunately, the plan was working and he was saved from the 2 death scythes' assault. Yansheng then checked the mission window. He found out 70 death scythes were remaining. Tang Shaoyang ordered them to finish both objectives, so he needed to kill more of those dark goblins. I killed 2, and Boss killed 12 on the 2nd floor. The other teams or Boss may have killed the other 4. Then he looked to the left direction of the hallway. There are 3 more chasings after those fools. He wanted to go there, but he was hesitating as he looked down at his injured foot. With the injured foot, he was not as fast as before. He might lose his life if he tried to chase, since there were 3 more dark goblins. After some time, he decided to go anyway. I hope the 3 idiots are still alive. If they all died, he might really lose his life, since it was impossible for him to win against the 3 monsters. Meanwhile, the 4 people of Yansheng's team were running with all their might. Despite that, they were not faster than the goblin. 2 people had their heads fall off from their bodies. Now it was 2 people who still ran away from their lives. Mo Wen, the man from the slave group who got rebuked by Yansheng, and a terrier named Yang Peng. Even though Mo Wen was a part of the slave group, Tang Shaoyang was not stingy. He bought the basic equipment for them from the general shop that was available in the base. They were armed to fight, not to kill themselves. However, at this moment, Mo, when pulled out the sword and stabbed Yang Meng's thigh, to save his life from the monster, he did not care even if he had to sacrifice a life. Young Peng had his eyes wide open as he could not believe the man would stab him. With his thigh stabbed by the sword, he fell to the floor. In the last moment of his life, Young Peng did not even scream from the pain. Slash! Then his head fell off as a scythe passed through his neck. Tang Shaoyang did not know his subordinate was killed by the slave group despite the second he gave them. Currently, he had his eyes on the prey before him. He then locked his arm around Kang Shui's waist as he pulled her closer to him. He smelled the fragrant smell around her neck. "Woo, what are you doing?" Kang Shui stuttered. She tried to push the man away, but she lacked the strength to push him. The body just would not budge, even though she used her 2 hands to push. "Koo, what do you think I am doing?" Tang Shaoyang's other hand slowly crept up from her back, caressing her smooth skin. Kang Shui's body shivered, but for some reason she did not feel repulsive at all. "What's wrong with me?" she screamed in her heart. "I have a boyfriend." After some time, she managed to say that out. She indeed had a boyfriend. Before this shitty zombie came out, she had a boyfriend for real. But now, she did not know whether her boyfriend was still alive or not. "Kuhu? Does that matter?" Tang Shaoyang cracked into a chuckle as his hand caressed her soft cheeks. "Do you know who the most beautiful woman is in the world?" With his deepened voice, he asked the girl. "Who?" Kang Shui subconsciously asked out. She regretted it immediately, though. She should not have asked that, she thought. "It's another's woman." The man answered with his deep voice. Hearing the answer, she knew she was doomed. The answer was telling he desired her. Just as she thought his hand would reach her chest, she felt her butt was being wrung by the man. After that, the man kissed her neck, the right side of her neck to be exact. After that, the man got off from her. He did not continue his perverted action. "I leave the mark on you, now you are mine," the man declared overbearingly. But soon she realized what he meant by saying he left a mark on her. He left a hickey on her neck. "What? Are you disappointed that I stopped halfway?" The man narcissistically asked her. "Listen, girl, this is not the right time to do that. We are going to save that for later after we come out of this place." The man grinned at her. "Huh. I will make sure that I am not going to see you anymore after I come out of the hospital," she thought to herself. Kang Shui did not reply to him. She opened the wardrobe and took a light blue hoodie to cover her body from the perverted man. After that, she picked the scythe from the ground and declared, "I am ready to go out." "Why would you cover your body with the hoodie? You are great with your gym suit," Tang Shaoyang remarked disappointedly. She had great assets, but she chose to cover it. It was a pity in his eyes. Kang Shui merely rolled her eyes at those remarks. She chose to not respond to him. She thought it was the best way to treat this perverted man. Ignore him. "Since you are ready, then let's go hunting." Tang Shaoyang took the destroyer from the side before he walked toward the door. Kang Shui followed him as nervousness started to invade her. She was going to face the monsters again. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 86. Hunter Being Hunted. Part 5. Chapter 86 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang and Kang Shui went up to the dormitory. Bang. "Is there anyone inside?" Tang Shaoyang broke the door and called out. The door was disintegrated in one hit of his battle axe. He had been doing this for a while. Kang Shui looked at the man strangely. He told her that they were looking for more survivors, and he oddly specifically told her there were 10 more survivors in the hospital area. Looking at how the man searched for the survivors crudely like this, she did not know how to say about this. She also did not want to say anything about that. No, she did not want to speak to him after what happened before. Even after they checked all rooms on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor, they did not find a single living being. Not even zombies or the monsters, despite the ruckus made by this perverted man. For some reason, this made her lower her guard down. They went down together as she followed the man quietly. When they reached the 7th floor stairs down to the 6th floor, the man had his hand stretched out to stop her. "Do you hear something?" she heard the man ask her. Kang Shui creased her brows as she tried to hear the thing the man said. Unfortunately, she had a low point in sense, so she could not hear what the man heard. "Get into the room. They are coming." He could hear them coming, but he did not know how many of them. Since they were not visible to the eyes, he had to ask her to hide. He could not split his focus while facing such an enemy. Kang Shui was hesitating as she held the scythe in her hand tighter. She wanted to fight along with Tang Shaoyang. But then the man looked at her sharply. She then went into the closest room that the door had been broken. She entered the room and went directly to the bathroom. Kang Shui did not close the bathroom. She left a little gap open to hearing what happened outside. Bam! The wall of the bathroom was shaken. Even though she did not see what happened, she could imagine the big battle axe struck the wall. Kick! After that, a weird shrill resounded from outside. Less than 2 minutes later, she heard the man's voice again. It's clear. You can come out now. She opened the door and rushed out. The floor and the wall next to her were destroyed. There was a corpse right below his feet, the monster corpse to be exact, and it had the chest split open. To the destroyed wall, a monster's body was dangling there with its head stuck into the wall. In his hand, the man was holding a monster head in the other hand, and the small monster's body on the other hand. The man seemed just ripping that poor monster's head off its body. Tang Shaoyang turned around. Half of his face was covered by the blood, and the same for his chest area. He picked the destroyer from the ground and motioned the girl to move. Let's go. Looking at the man's face and his full appearance with additional gory background, Kang Shui flinched slightly. If this man did not save her life twice, she would not dare to get closer to him. Afterward, both went down while checking the room. It took them an hour to check all the room, but they did not find the people they were looking for. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Mo, when kept running to the other side of the hospital. After sacrificing Yang Peng, he managed to reach the other side of the 4th floor. At the same time, the door to the emergency doors opened. Cao Jingyi came out from the emergency stairs with 3 girls following her. Mo Wen's eyes heightened. He waved his hand and called out for help immediately. Help! Help! Cao Jingyi was alerted by the cry for help. Along with the cry, her hand moved to the sword's handle. She was readying for a battle, but what she saw was a man running toward them, with nothing following him. Where's Yansheng and the others? Since they had arrived on the 4th floor, she guessed the man must be from Yansheng's team. The monsters! The invisible monsters are chasing us! Mo Wen pointed his finger to the back as he hid behind the girl. His frightened expression alarmed the girls as they immediately entered the battle state. Lina immediately summoned her crescent moon bear. Her action shocked and scared Mo Wen, who did not know anything about her class. As for the other 3 girls, they already knew about her class and were not surprised by the bear's sudden appearance. By now, the crescent moon bear was 3/4 of Lina's height. She was not idling after she acquired summoner class and had been leveling her summon up in the last week. Cao Jingyi stared at the dimmed and quiet hallway. She stared at the hallway, concentrating everything on this empty hallway. After a moment, her eyes twitching. 2 are near us. She whispered to the others. 3? There are 3 of them, and they are coming from the top. She warned them and pulled her 2 short swords out. Cao Jingyi's class was Ranger, the class with a very sharp sense. In this quiet and dimmed hallway, she could tell the movement in the air. Fu Dandan raised her sword. Her sword was bigger than the normal sword, but smaller compared to the great sword. Dai Wenchan raised her rectangular shield in her left hand and had a sword in her other hand. Lina loaded her small crossbow in her right arm, aiming to the top. The 3 completely trusted Cao Jingyi. Lina, shoot your arrows! Cao Jingyi glanced at the girl. She noticed where the girl aimed for, hence she ordered her to shoot. Swoosh! 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 3 consecutive arrows bolted out of the small crossbow. It looked like the arrows were shooting at the empty air, but then the arrows bounced back as the arrow's head hit something in the air. At the same time, 1 dark goblin emerged in the air. The goblin used the scythe to reflect the arrow, forced to show up by the arrow. But the attack did not stop there. There were still 2 death scythes. Dai Wenqian, 1 comes from your top, and... Cao Jingyi threw one of her short swords to the air, to the top of Fu Dandan. Fu Dandan, get ready to kill! Whoosh! Clank! The sword accelerated until a clanking noise resounded. The second goblin showed as it was forced to block the incoming sword. However, the third goblin successfully attacked Dai Wenqian. It was just unfortunate that Cao Jingyi had warned her earlier, so the scythe was blocked by the rectangular shield. Clank! The tip blade of the scythe hit the shield, and the third dark goblin showed up. With her remaining sword, Cao Jingyi rushed toward the goblin who reflected the arrow. She was engaged against this one while trusting the remaining goblins to her team members. Fu Dandan quickly gave a follow-up after the goblin blocked the flying sword. She took 2 steps forward, with her both hands holding the sword. She slashed the sword upward. The strong momentum from the flying sword threw the goblin off, so Fu Dandan easily sliced the goblin. At the same time, Lina's summon, Moon, was charging toward Dai Wenqian's direction. It leaped to the air, using its big paw. It slammed the goblin down hard. Bah! Dai Wenqian pulled back her shield and stabbed the goblin on the ground. The sword shot to the vital part of the goblin, the head. Just like that, the team took 2 out of 3 goblins. Cao Jingyi was at a disadvantage because her sword was shorter than the scythe. She could not reach the small creature with her sword. But thanks to her instruction, 2 goblins were down. Fu Dandan, Dai Wenqian, and Lina moved up to help Cao Jingyi. "Get down, Sister Jingyi," Lina called out. Cao Jingyi thought Lina was going to support her with the crossbow. She got down, but then it was not an arrow, but a big guy passed on the top of her head. Moon was leaping toward the death scythe. Bam! With its 2 paws on the goblin's shoulders, the creature was completely immobilized. At this time, Fu Dandan arrived. She hacked her sword down to the goblin's neck. Slash! The head got separated from the body. 3 death scythes were killed in a short time. The team had very good teamwork and handled the death scythe pretty well. But there was a big guy that was unsatisfied. Lina named her summon Moon. The big guy crooked his head to Fu Dandan and angrily growled at her. Grrrr! "You were stealing my prey," it was what Moon tried to say. "Oopsie, I'm sorry." Fu Dandan said so with a smiley face, trying to hold her laugh. Moon got off the dead body and started to approach the girl. "Lina, calm your big guy." She ran off behind Lina. The girl did not even forget to stick her tongue out to the big bear. "It's okay. It's okay." Lina caressed the big guy's back. Only then Moon calmed down. Cao Jingyi did not take part in the play as she approached the coward who fell with his butt. "Where's Yan Sheng and the others?" Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 87. Hunt or Being Hunted. Part 6. Chapter 87 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yan Sheng limped his way to the hallway. Despite the throbbing pain in his right ankle, he picked up his pace to catch his team members. If they died before he arrived, then he would immediately turn around. He was not going to throw his life away to face the 3 death scythes at once, with his current condition. On top of that, he did not have a door or limited space he could use to fight against the death scythe. The hallway was wide enough that 10 to 15 people could stand side by side. This was not the ideal place to fight against the invisible goblin. As he was hoping his team would survive, that hope crushed the moment he saw 2 dead headless bodies laid down in the middle of the hallway. Yan Sheng gripped his spear tightly as he scanned the surroundings. There are only 2 corpses. Maybe the goblins are still chasing the remaining 2. He speculated as he saw the empty, dimmed hallway. Should I keep going or go back? He questioned himself. The ideal situation was to get back. He halted his steps and leaned to the wall next to him. Fuck that guy. If he did not start screaming to run, we might win against the monsters. Remembering what happened back then, he could not help but curse the man who started to scream and run. He looked at his still bleeding right foot and gritted his teeth. He remembered Cao Jingyi's team should arrive on this floor at this time. If I keep going, I may meet them if I am lucky, of course. Yan Sheng continued walking. He did not even glance at the dead bodies. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame themselves for running away, thought the man. As Yan Sheng continued to walk, he never lowered his guard down. His eyes darted around to the dark room on his left and right. He was on high alert. With his foot, an ambush from the crawler might cost his life. After a few minutes of slow walking, he saw yet another body. still headless body. This time it was only one, and he immediately recognized the body belonged to Terrier under him, Yang Peng. Shit, boss, surely will scold me this time. Yansheng clenched his left hand. He knew Tang Shaoyang was appreciating the people who survived the battle against the zombie horde more. While he was in a daze, he heard a series of footsteps ahead. Yansheng was alerted, and he subconsciously raised the spear for the upcoming battle. He could also feel a slight vibration. It seemed something big also came. He whispered, "Am I going to die now?" Yansheng had surrendered to fate. Slowly, 4 figures emerged from the dimmed hallway. He recognized all 4 of them instantly. They were Cao Jingyi's team. Then he saw a big white bear with blue stripes following the 4 girls. He finally understood who caused the vibration on the floor, the famous moon, Lina's summon. As soon as Yansheng identified who was coming, he let out a long, relieved breath. He lowered his guard and let his body lean to the wall to rest. It was nerve-wracking for him. Cao Jingyi was delighted to see Yansheng was still alive. But soon she noticed a headless dead body next to him. She also recognized the dead body belonged to Terrier. As she was about to get a quick check on the body, she noticed Yansheng walked toward her with a furious expression latched on her face. Cao Jingyi was confused why Yansheng was like this. Is he grieving for the death? But her team should not be blamed for that. While Cao Jingyi was confused, Mo Wen knew the reason why Yansheng was furious. Sure enough, Yansheng bypassed the 4 girls and went straight to Mo Wen. He sent a punch to Mo Wen's face, and it was followed by a spinning kick to the belly. Mo Wen's body was just like a sandbag sent flying. The guy did not have a chance to dodge or block. Cough! Cough! He coughed up blood, but his hand was holding the belly. The excruciating pain from the kick was unbearable. He groaned in pain as he rolled on the ground. Then he peeked through the small gap of his eyes. He thought Yansheng would be satisfied with this, but it was not. The guy was still approaching him with a spear in his right hand. Yansheng arrived next to him. He placed his right foot on Mo Wen's chest, and then he raised his spear. He was going to pierce the man's neck with the spear, so this man could not scream anymore. Mo Wen was terrified, as he did not expect Yansheng would go for a kill. His eyes wide open in horror as he suddenly could no longer feel the pain on his face and stomach. Fortunately, Fu Dandan and Dai Wenchan quickly acted. "Don't!" "Wait!" both yelled as Fu Dandan was going for the spear, while Dai Wenchan had her hands locked his hand from behind. Cao Jingyi immediately rushed and pulled Yansheng back. "What are you doing?" She raised her voice, furious that these people were going to kill each other before her eyes. Lina was panicked, not expecting such a thing would happen. Moon seemed to realize its master's feeling. It stood before her, trying to protect her. "I'm going to kill him. Let me kill this trash. This trash deserves to die in my hand." Yansheng lost it. He was being emotional after seeing the person that almost caused him to die was still alive. He truly wanted to kill the man. His eyes started to turn red and veins began to appear below his cheeks. Cao Jingyi looked Yansheng in the eyes. She immediately realized there must be a reason why Yansheng was so angry. However, she also knew that she could not let Yansheng kill Mo Wen in front of her. "Snap it out, Yansheng," she immediately called in a loud voice. With her voice, Yansheng stopped struggling and looked to Cao Jingyi. "Whether he was wrong or not, you don't have the right to punish him. The boss has the right to talk about his punishment. Do you understand?" When the boss was mentioned, Yansheng calmed down. He released out a long breath, releasing the pent-up of anger and stress he had been holding up. "Tell me now, what happened to your team?" Noticing Yansheng had calmed down, she inquired to the guy. She wanted to know what happened that made Yansheng so angry. At the same time, she could not help but admit these people truly respected Tang Shaoyang a lot. When she mentioned him, it immediately calmed the furious Yansheng. She thought she had to use force to stop Yansheng from killing Mo Wen. "Can you release me first?" Yansheng requested the girls. Cao Jingyi motioned the girls to release him. Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian released him, but they stood in between Mo Wen and Yansheng afterward. Yansheng walked to the side and leaned his body against the wall. Slowly, he let his body slide down to the floor. He sat there while telling the girls what happened before. After hearing everything, The girls finally understood why Yansheng was so angry at Mo Wen. This guy's foolish action almost cost his life. Fu Dandan and Dai Wenchan gave the cowardly Mo Wen disgusted face. Cao Jingyi let out a sigh and muttered, "Bringing the slave group may not be the best choice." However, she understood Tang Shaoyang's decision to bring the slave group with them. On top of that, no one expected such an absurd game would happen, after all. "All right, let's move out. Lina, you and Moon go check the nearby room. You two, go search the further room, just in case a survivor stays on this floor. I am going to look for an emergency box to treat Yansheng's injury." She instructed her team members while pointing at Yansheng's bleeding right foot. She entered one random room that was closest to her. While looking for the emergency room, she checked the mission window. 64 death sides were still alive, but they had lost one team already. "We should regroup with Qin Shoshan's team and Zhao Zhong's team on the 5th floor." Cao Jingyi changed her plan. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang and Kang She were on the 2nd floor of the first dormitory building. They had to stop their search because suddenly the first floor was filled with zombies. Kang She scanned the cafeteria. Her eyes were darted around, looking for a gap to sneak out. Yes, she planned to sneak out. It was 100 or might be over 100 zombies. It was impossible for only 2 of them to take these zombies down. At least, that was what she thought. "Are you done looking?" From behind, she heard the perverted voice. She turned toward the man. He was so calm, embracing the big battle axe, leaning his back against the wall, looking unperturbed with their situation. "Yes, I am done looking. There's no gap for us to escape. We have to think of another way out." She voiced her idea. But the man did not appreciate her idea, as she saw the perverted was shaking his head at her. "If there's no gap to escape, then we can just make that gap for us to get out." Tang Shaoyang walked close to the girl and pointed to 3 Stage 2 zombies. "Crusher, I am going to take care of those 3 big guys. You will take care of the rest." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 88. Hunt or Being Hunted. Part 7. Chapter 88 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kang Shui's eyes went wide when she heard the man tell her to take care of the crowd of zombies. She could not believe that. Is it because I rejected him before? The girl thought to herself, because I rejected him now he wants to kill me. This was the only explanation she could think of, but he said I was his, so why does he want to kill me now? The girl could not understand the man's train of thought. Why? Why do you want to kill me? She could not hold back anymore and asked the man directly. Tears started to gather in her eyes as she asked that. Huh. Tang Shaoyang was flabbergasted by the girl. Then he noticed tears in her eyes were about to fall. Why is she crying? Why does she think I'm going to kill her? A series of questions started to pop up in his mind as he tried to understand the girl. Who's trying to kill you? I don't, and why would I? Tears started to fall as she heard the man questioned her. She could not believe the man was playing ignorant like this. He asked her to fight against the zombies that filled the cafeteria. It was the same as an attempt to kill her. Because I rejected you? And now you want to kill me because of that. You try to throw me these zombies, so they will eat me. When Kang Zhe replied to him, Tang Shaoyang finally understood why the girl thought he wanted to kill her. Tang Shaoyang's lips cracked into a grin and locked his arms to the girl's waist. You rejected me. I don't recall you rejecting me, but I do recall you accepted it silently when I said you are mine. With his deepened voice, he whispered to her ear. Flick. He released her, and flicked her forehead once again. Stupid girl, I haven't tasted you at all. Do you think I will let you die? He then held her hand, the one that was holding the scythe. What you need to do is just slash the zombie's neck with this. He moved her hand to make a slash motion. Kang She covered her forehead with her other hand. She looked at Tang Shaoyang resentfully, as she still could not believe him despite his vulgar confession. You may be my woman, but I don't keep a useless woman by my side. You have to kill them and get... Tang Shaoyang dropped his voice as a thought came to his mind. The girl in front of him was a doctor. She had an essential role in creating the medical division for his empire. Feeling the unusual silence from the man, the girl peered at the man. What now? What is he scheming now? All right then, I will take care of half of them. You go kill the remaining half. He then noticed the girl still glared at him. This is for your own good, girl. You can't hope for me or others to protect you forever. He thought the girl should realize that attributes were important at this moment. She could only get attributes by leveling up, which meant she had to kill zombies. Of course, the girl was not that stupid to not realize the man's intention after that explanation. But still, half of them? There are too many of them here. I may die before I can kill them all. The girl thought to herself as she still did not believe she could do it. The man was not giving her a chance to get prepared. He jumped off the stairs, attracting the zombies' attention. She then noticed the man was heading toward the big zombies near the counter. Tang Shaoyang was about to curse the man, but her voice did not come out as she noticed the whole situation. All the zombies' attention was on the man, so they chased after him. This is my chance. Not wasting any chance, she ran down off the stairs. She also tried to make noise as little as possible, not wanting to attract the zombies toward her. Facing 1 or 2 zombies might not be a problem for her, but not dozens of them at the same time. With a light step, she approached the closest zombie. Looking at the zombie's neck, she swung the scythe by using her both hands. Swoosh! The scythe was so sharp, cutting through the zombie's neck as it was tofu. Bug! The noise of the head hitting the floor rang. Oh, shit! Thought the girl as she realized it might attract the closest zombie. She looked around, trying to find a hiding spot so the zombies around her did not notice her presence. At the same time, she saw 5 zombies halt their steps. Boom! But then, a louder noise created from the distance. Even Tang Shaoyang was startled by the shattering noise. She subconsciously looked toward the direction and found one big zombie was getting smashed on the counter by the man. Thanks to this, the 5 zombies continued their steps toward Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang was delighted by this. She then continued with her action. There was no technique or whatsoever. She was walking around as she beheaded the zombies while the man was making more loud noises. As this went on, she lowered her guard down. Since the zombies were walking in one direction, she was sneaking around, claiming one head after that. Since she easily killed the zombies, she lowered her guard down. She rushed to the closest zombie and swung the scythe. It was a success, an easy kill. But right after she chopped this zombie's head, a shadow hovered on her top suddenly. Tang Shaoyang subconsciously looked up and her eyes widened at what she was seeing. It was a zombie with long limbs. The zombie walked on the ceiling, and it jumped toward her from the top, with its pointy finger aimed at her head. She was stunned and failed to react in time. As someone who was never going on the battlefield, her reaction was slow. I am really going to die now. Fuck that man! That was what she thought when the zombie jumped toward her. She did not forget to curse Tang Shaoyang, who pulled her into this situation. Swoosh! 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 Just as she thought she was going to die, a big battle axe that was spinning in the air struck the zombie down. She was saved once again, and it was the same man who saved her before. Then the man arrived in front of her. She saw the maiden annoyed face and flicked her forehead for the 3rd time. Stupid swan! Don't daze around on the battlefield unless you want to get yourself killed. The flick was harder than before, but Tang Shaoyang was not angry. She was smiling. Yes, her lips formed a smile as she turned around with her scythe. 4th floor, SH Hospital, Cao Jingyi was squatting next to Yan Sheng, bandaging his injury, which was swelling up. Yes, she saw 5 holes around his right ankle, and it started getting blue as he forced himself to walk. Are you okay? Can you still fight? Cao Jingyi was concerned about Yan Sheng. She did not want to lose more people than they already lost. I am fine, and I can still fight. I don't want to miss this chance, Yan Sheng replied vaguely. She did not know what chance it was, but since the guy still wanted to continue, she did not force him to go back. Get up, then. We will meet Zhao Zhong and Qin Shoshan on the 5th floor, she instructed while scanning the hallway. Except for a few Stage 1 zombies and the already killed Death Scythe, they did not find anything on the 4th floor. Yan Sheng stood up, but his eyes locked on Mo Wen, who armed himself with the gear he took off from Yang Peng's dead body. Since Yang Peng died, Cao Jingyi ordered him to get the equipment from the body, since Terrier's gear was much better than the one that was handed to the slave group. Mo Wen avoided the gaze as he followed Dai Wenqian closely. He was too afraid to stay near Yansheng, so he hid behind the girls. Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian walked in the front, Mo Wen and Li Ma in the middle, and Cao Jingyi and Yansheng in the back. That was the order of the party as they headed to the 5th floor. To everyone's surprise, the party met up with Zhao Zhong and Qin Shoushun right after they came out of the emergency stairs. The two groups just finished a fight against 8 death scythes. Zhao Zhong was the first one to notice Cao Jingyi. He walked toward the party with a wave of his hand. "What's up?" This was not the plan, and since Cao Jingyi came to their floor, there must be something. The others immediately noticed the new party, and they walked toward Cao Jingyi's party as well. Cao Jingyi quickly scanned the people. She noticed there were only 8 people, which meant they also lost 2 people. Starting with a sigh, she told them what happened to Yansheng's team, not missing a single part. When she finished her story, everyone had their gaze locked on one person, Mo Wen. With a wide grin on his face, Zhao Zhong approached the guy. He wrapped his right arm around Mo Wen's neck. "I wonder what boss will do to you later. I can't wait for that." When the word boss came out of Zhao Zhong's mouth, Mo Wen's body shuddered voluntarily. The boss was scarier than these people. I have to run away from them. I have to split up. Mo Wen planned out something. He did not want to fall into Tang Shaoyang's hand. So what are going to do now? Qin Shoushun did not care about the guy called Mo Wen. In his eyes, the guy was a dead man. From what he knew about Tang Shaoyang, he was sure the guy was going to have a miserable fate as the guy indirectly killed one of the Terrier. "Let's join up. The death scythe is tricky to kill. With more people, we could suppress the casualty." Cao Jingyi shared her plan. That was the best thing they could do now. "It seems that's the best option we have for now. Or we can meet up with the boss if you want to." Tang Shaoyang was the most reliable person they had. If he was here with them, the casualty was not a thing they should worry about. "Let's not." Cao Jingyi shook her head. "Since you and I encountered the death scythe, it means he's not in the hospital building. We will do as we planned and let him search the other building." "Hoo-hoo, it seems we are the one being hunted instead of hunting them." Zhao Zhong let out a chuckle as he led the group to the 6th floor. The 4 teams grouped and went to the 6th floor. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 89. 31 Survivors. Chapter 89 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Huff! 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 Kangshe wipes the sweats on her forehead. The sweat was mixed with blood, the blood of the zombies she had killed. While trying to stabilize her breathing, she scanned the surroundings with an unbelievably look on her face. The cafeteria of the 1st floor dormitory was now clear from the zombie. On top of that, more than half of the zombies were killed by her. Blood dripped from the blade of the scythe, one drop after another. Amidst the messed-up cafeteria, there was a man with a big battle axe that rested on his shoulder walking toward the kitchen. The man opened the fridge, taking out a bottle of juice. He did not immediately open the bottle, but scanned the bottle first. She guessed he was checking the expiration date. After stabilizing her breathing, she walked toward the kitchen as well. She sat on the half-destroyed counter. "Can I get a bottle too?" Looking at the man gulping a bottle of juice, she asked for one as well. Tang Shaoyang took another bottle of orange juice and delivered it to the girl. He placed the bottle right in front of her. "Good job!" He did not forget to praise the girl as well. "Thank you." Kang Shui looked down at the orange juice while whispering. "Huh? What?" Her voice was small. He could not hear clearly because she spoke at the same time he threw the bottle randomly. "Never mind." The girl shook her head as she twisted the bottle cap and delivered the refreshing juice into her mouth. Her mouth curved upward as a sweet smile formed while she was drinking the juice. She thanked the man, not for the juice, but for saving her life, again and again. From the outside, he looked uncaring, but he always kept an eye on her. Each time Crawler tried to sneak attack her, he would come to save her. Why can't you just be honest and say you are going to protect me while I am killing the zombies? The girl thought to herself, as that was actually what happened. The man would fight while making noise as loud as possible, attracting the zombies away from her. As she recalled what happened back then, she was convinced that the guy was good, albeit a little bit domineering. Tang Shaoyang was oblivious to the girl's thoughts. He got another bottle of juice and gulped it down at once. Finishing the second bottle, he picked the battle axe. That's enough time for a rest. Let's go to the next building. Kang Shui smiled in return as she finished the half-filled bottle of juice. Then she picked the scythe and followed after the man. When they were about to come out of the cafeteria, they met a man in a blue uniform. "Shuier!" The man called out while waving his hand toward the girl. From his voice, Tang Shaoyang could tell the man was very excited to find his girl. Kang Shui was also surprised to see the man. From her expression and gesture of her body, she was less excited than the man. It was more like she was happy the man was still alive. However, the man took that differently. He rushed over, and Tang Shaoyang finally got a clear look at the man. He was wearing a dirty blue uniform, a security uniform, bringing the same emergency axe that Kang Shui had earlier. He threw the emergency axe away and was about to hug the girl. Kang Shui was freaked out as she was not expecting this. She was about to avoid the man, but she did not need to do that as Tang Shaoyang stood in front of her. He stretched his hand forward, holding the man's shoulder, stopping him from hugging her. "Wow, man. You can't just run around and hug another's woman randomly like that. It's inappropriate." Tang Shaoyang grinned at the man who had a high expectation of hugging the girl. He could see a deep frown formed on this guy's forehead, but he ignored the man's hostile gaze as he looked at the name's tag on the right chest. Zhang Wen was written on that. "Who are you?" "She is not yours. She is mine," the man declared as he glared at Tang Shaoyang to the eyes. His voice was loud, reverberating through the cafeteria. Tang Shaoyang turned his head back to the girl. No words came out of his mouth, but the girl could tell from his expression that he was asking, "Is he your boyfriend?" to her. Kang Shui shook her head. She indeed claimed she had a boyfriend, but not this one. Zhang Wen was a friend she made during the first 3 months she was hired by SH Hospital. She was surprised that Zhang Wen claimed to be her boyfriend now. "No, we are just friends," she replied to Tang Shaoyang, making clear her relationship between her and the man. But he said he was. "I am pretty sure that my hearing has no problem, unless—" He got his head closer to the girl and whispered, "Unless you don't want to admit it because you are afraid of me killing him?" Tang Shaoyang's lips formed an evil grin. Before the girl could respond to him, Zhang Wen slapped Tang Shaoyang's hand away. Right after that, he sent a kick to the belly. He was security, and he was recruited because of his black belt in Taekwondo, second Dan black belt. Not the best, but beating 5 to 10 thugs on the street should not be a problem for him. Bug! The kick landed right where he aimed for. He smirked. "This is what you got from taking another's woman." That was what Zhang Wen thought when his kick landed on the belly. But then, things did not go as he expected. The scene where the man got thrown by his kick did not happen. The man in front of him did not even budge despite his strong kick. Tang Shaoyang looked at the man. He was not angry even though the man kicked him. He grinned at Zhang Wen, a mocked grin. He let himself get kicked by Zhang Wen to test out his body. He found out the kick was nothing but a slight sore to the belly. Surprised and delighted, that was how he was feeling right now. Zhang Wen gritted his teeth as he took 2 steps back. He altered his stance to send an even more powerful kick. Just now, he kicked the man without a proper stance, so it weakened his kick. He was now prepared. Taking a step forward with his left foot, he spun around. Using his left as a pivot, Zhang Wen sent a spinning kick to the same spot. "Too slow," Tang Shaoyang remarked as he caught the kick with his free hand. "Now should be my turn, right?" He grinned at the shocked Zhang Wen. The guy was shocked as his powerful spinning kick was caught easily by Tang Shaoyang. "Stop!" Kang Shui intervened halfway. She pulled Tang Shaoyang back, hiding him behind her. From Zhang Wen's perspective, the girl he loved was protecting the arrogant man from him. Of course, the fact she was afraid Tang Shaoyang might kill Zhang Wen, so she put herself between the two to stop the conflict. Jiang Wen, we are just a friend. My boyfriend is... me. Tang Shaoyang did not wait for the girl to finish his words as he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Stop being a delusional man. Kang She looked up and met with the man's eyes. She wanted to say he was not her boyfriend, but maybe this is the easy way to solve the problem for now. I can clear our relationship later after we come out of this cursed place, she thought to herself. Little did she know that the chance to clear their relationship would never come in the future. But your boyfriend? Jiang Wen looked at Tang Shaoyang with hesitation. No, he is my boyfriend. Kang She affirmed the relationship. Not wanting to dawdle over this matter longer, she changed the topic. Are you alone, or are there more people with you? Sorry, I thought he's not your boyfriend, but some random man who tried to threaten you. Jiang Wen apologized to clear the misunderstanding since Kang Shui admitted the man was her boyfriend. And yes, I am not alone. Brother Kun and Brother Ding with me, Department Head Lin, and... Jiang Wen told the two that 9 people were hiding in the basement parking lot. I am trying to get food for us, but I heard a commotion, so I came to check. He scanned the cafeteria and was surprised by the corpses of the zombie. Good. All survivors are now located. Jiang Wen brought good news. 20 survivors were safely brought out, and 10 survivors were safe as well in the basement. Now they were left with the second objective, killing all death scythes. Let's go to the next dormitory. Tang Shaoyang pulled the girl with him. Thinking back then, accompanying the girl back to her room was not a bad idea. What? Why? Shouldn't we regroup and think of a way to get out of the hospital? Jiang Wen failed to comprehend the intention behind Tang Shaoyang's bold idea to go to the next dormitory. Yes, why are we going to the next dormitory if we have found all survivors? Kang Shui asked in a whisper. We have to finish the second objective too. Kill the remaining cuties. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 90. Dark Phantom, Death Reaper, Part 1. Chapter 90 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. On the 10th floor of the SH Hospital. The group had finished searching all floors and they were on the topmost floor now. Cao Jingyi swept the sweat from her forehead as she scanned the group. After they grouped, they suffered no casualties. When her sharp sense combined with Zhao Zhong and Qin Shoshan, they managed to kill all death scythe they encountered so far. On top of that, Baiyuan was a great help to them. Despite his level was lower than the Tarrier, his contribution in the fight was only below Zhao Zhong, Qin Shoshan, Cao Jingyi, and Li Na's Moon. Even the experienced Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian were getting outshined by him. It's easy if we get used to their pattern of attack, Zhao Zhong commented while resting his back against the wall. Even though he said it was easy, he was still out of breath after the fight just now. It was indeed easier to counter as the death scythes would come from your top, or you back. He did not wrong, but the thing went harder because the dark goblin they encountered was stronger as they went up. Especially on this floor, this was the toughest one. They did not suffer the casualty, but someone lost their entire left arm. At the corner, Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian tried to stop the bleeding of the man who lost his left arm. Go Sheng was the man who lost his left arm. He was sweating profusely while holding the throbbing pain. With a minimum tool, it was impossible to stop the bleeding. They could only minimize the bleeding with the gauze. The group was on a break after an intense battle. Mo Wen's eyes darted around, looking for a gap to sneak out of the group unnoticed. Thanks to the great team, he managed to preserve his life. If not for the beforehand mistake, he would for sure want to stay with the group. Just as he was about to sneak out, a deep voice came from behind him. Don't try to sneak away from us, or I will cut your legs to make sure you can't run away from us. Mo Wen looked at the voice. Then he met with Qin Shoshan's hawk-like gaze. He swallowed his saliva nervously as he smiled embarrassedly. Haha, I am just checking the surroundings, making sure nothing dangerous lurking in the dark. He threw random excuses. Qin Shoshan merely snorted at him before turning away. His facade was clearly seen by Qin Shoshan. He turned his gaze from the scary guy and met with another scary guy. Yes, Yan Sheng had his eyes locked at him as well. At this point, Mo Wen realized that sneaking out from the group was impossible. With Qin Shoshan and Yan Sheng watching him, running away was not possible. There's no other choice but stay with them. Mo Wen's face brightened up as he thought of a new plan. I just need to behave and gain her trust. His eyes locked toward Cao Jingyi, who was having a conversation with Zhao Zhang. Within this group, Cao Jingyi was someone who could save him. If he gained her trust, she might speak for him in front of Tang Shaoyang. As a new plan formed in his head, Mo Wen started to approach the girl. Should we check the rooftop too? When he was near the group, he heard Lina ask Cao Jingyi. Let me check the rooftop. That was what he wanted to say, but someone spoke first. There's no need. I have checked the rooftop. Aside from a few Stage 1 zombies, the rooftop was empty. With an annoyed look on his face, Mo Wen looked toward the voice, thinking, which bastard ruined my plan? The plan was to risk his life to check the rooftop. He thought he could just run away if he met something dangerous. As long as he could gain the girl's trust, it was okay to risk his life a little bit. However, those thoughts immediately vanished into a puff of smoke when he saw the person. Having a scary face with stitches marks and holding 2 short spears, Baiyuan was walking toward his direction. He saw blood dripping off the spearheads, which meant he just killed something. Cao Jingyi nodded her head at the guy. She checked the mission progress and found out that there were only 10 remaining left of death scythes. They just needed to kill 10 more goblins, and they were done with the mission. Wow, that guy is absurdly strong. He alone almost takes down half of the death scythe, while the group had to suffer to kill them. Cao Jingyi thought to herself when she saw the number of the remaining death scythe. From the 5th floor, they killed 24 death scythes, while she guessed Tang Shaoyang killed the remaining 22 death scythe in the dormitory area. At this point, Tang Shaoyang's strength could not be measured by her. 5 minutes rest. We will head to the laboratory after the rest, Cao Jingyi announced. Since they explored the hospital and Tang Shaoyang got the dormitory area, the remaining area was the laboratory. Cao Jingyi was not wrong. Tang Shaoyang killed 22 death scythes alone. He leveled up again after he killed the 17th death scythe. He was quite delighted as his level increased again. With a bottle of juice in his left hand, he was checking the mission progress. 10 death scythes left, he muttered in a low voice. What? Kang She heard the man murdered something, but it was unclear for her to hear. Never mind, you said there's a laboratory. Where is it? He wanted to finish the mission quickly, so he decided to go to the next location. Kang She was sitting in front of Hero. They just finished the battle in the 3rd dormitory building, and they were now chilling in the cafeteria. The laboratory is the small dome in front of the 1st dormitory. In the meantime, Kang She was opening her status window. She was now level 12. She got an extra 6 attribute points. She asked the man which attribute she had to focus on, but the man did not give her a definite answer. It's depending on your fighting style, just do as you fit. That was the answer she got. She had gotten the answer. She thought the most suitable to focus on this early was the agility and strength, so she split the attribute point evenly on strength and agility. Break time is over. Let's go to the laboratory. Tang Shaoyang threw the empty bottle randomly and clapped his hand. Zhang Wen just silently watched the couple from a distance. He had noticed how strong the man was. He soon realized it was best to not offend such a guy. Even in this time, I still can't be a hero for her, Zhang Wen thought to himself as he lowered his head. Before the world changed, he was just a mere security guard of a big hospital. The social status between the two was far apart. He had no hope to get her. Now the world changed. He thought he could shine at this moment, but once again he was outshined by someone else. The 3 then walked toward the Doom, leaving the messed-up cafeteria filled with dead bodies. The laboratory was not far from the dormitory area. It did not take a long time for them to arrive. Since the laboratory only had 1 entrance, they had to walk around to reach the entrance. When Tang Shaoyang reached the entrance, he saw a group standing in front of the entrance. Cao Jingyi and the others also had just arrived. You guys survived. Good, Tang Shaoyang remarked with his trademark grin of his. He did not bother to count if there was missing within the group. "What? Do you wish us to die?" Cao Jingyi talked back when she heard the irresponsible remark from their boss. "Of course not. I am very happy you guys survived." He maintained his smirk as he looked toward the small dome. "It seems there's only one place left." He then looked back toward Cao Jingyi. "Get 2 people to escort the remaining 10 survivors. They are in the basement. That guy knows where they hide." He ordered Cao Jingyi while pointing his index finger toward Jiang Wen. Cao Jingyi looked toward Jiang Wen. The latter nodded his head. Afterward, she chose 2 people to follow Jiang Wen. One of them was Yan Sheng. Since the guy's foot was injured, it was better to send him out early. Moreover, they did not need that many people to kill the remaining 10 Death Scythe, especially with Tang Shaoyang here. "Let's get this thing over and get our reward." Tang Shaoyang pushed the steel door and entered the laboratory. When he was inside the laboratory, he was surprised. This small dome should be a laboratory, but what was inside was not looking like a laboratory. It was just an empty building with nothing but a steel floor. The dimming light limited his vision, but he could see 11 figures standing in the center of this empty building. The people behind him were also surprised. They halted their steps and scanned the surrounding. Tang Shaoyang walked closer to get a clear look at these 11 figures. Soon, the 11 figures came into his sight. 10 out of the 11 figures were Dark Goblin, the Death Scythe. But there was a different one standing in the middle. Class Death Reaper? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 91, Dark Phantom, Death Reaper, Part 2. Chapter 91 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. It was a monster, but it was not a goblin, despite the resemblance between the two. Dark Phantom was taller, twice taller than the goblin, and had a more robust frame, not skinny like the goblin. It had the same dark skin. As he lowered his gaze down, he noticed the Dark Phantom did not have physical feet. Yes, it was floating in the air as half of its feet blended in the darkness of its shadow. Aside from the class and what kind of monster it was, the basic detection gave him question marks for everything else. He could not even see the level of this phantom guy. The Dark Phantom floated in the air as the scythe rested on its shoulder. It had its eyes closed as well. "This is not the laboratory," Kang Shui muttered in confusion. She did not look forward as she walked, so she bumped into Tang Shaoyang. She looked up and met with Tang Shaoyang's heavy gaze. She never saw this kind of expression before. She was caught off guard. "Get out, now!" She heard the man ordered her to get out. "Enemies ahead. Get ready to engage." Tang Shaoyang instructed and turned his head toward the 11 figures. It was just a split second that he turned away from the figure. When he turned back, he saw Dark Phantom open its eyes. It was pitch black eyes with no pupil. Totally black. Right after that, the Death Reaper rushed toward him. The distance between them was around 20 to 25 meters, but the Dark Phantom arrived in front of him in the next 2 seconds. Tang Shaoyang swung the battle axe downward. He thought the Dark Goblin would pause and try to block his battle axe. However, he did not see the sign of this thing would block his destroyer. Death Reaper just rushed forward without caring about the incoming axe. Whoosh! The battle axe passed through the Dark Phantom's body. Not only that, but it also passed through his body. Bam! The destroyer struck the steel floor. Just like smoke, the Dark Phantom's figure blurred when the battle axe passed through the body. Tang Shaoyang turned around and saw the Dark Phantom was floating above Kang Shui. It raised the scythe, ready to behead the girl. He released his grip from the battle axe, squatted down, and tackled the girl. Kang Shui's vision turned upside down as acute pain hit her heels. But then she saw the big scythe flashed ahead of her. If she was still standing, she was pretty sure the scythe would slice her neck. Tang Shaoyang then leaped out as he caught the girl, who was still in the air. Both were rolling on the hard ground. He then pulled the girl to stand up and push her toward the exit. "Get out if you don't want to die." Kang Shui's body followed the order as her mind was in a mess. It was so close. She was so close to the death door. Not the first time, but this one was the scariest. She rushed out of the laboratory. You guys take care of the death scythe. I'm going to take the big guy head on. He instructed his people as his gaze locked at the floating dark phantom. At this moment, the others had seen their enemies. They immediately raised their weapons as their gaze locked on the 10 figures behind the dark phantom. Lure the death scythe away from me. Tang Shaoyang was not confident to face them together after the bizarre event just now. It was as if the dark phantom did not have the physical body, but he was sure if he did not save the girl just now, he believed she would die for sure. Now, how should I fight the guy that does not have the physical body? He thought about how to fight the big guy, while his eyes locked into his destroyer behind the dark phantom. There must be a way to kill this guy. But be careful. These cuties are high-level ones. As he warned his people, he walked to the side, separating himself from the group. The floating dark phantom's eyes followed his movement. It was targeting Tang Shaoyang. Good boy. Follow me. We are going to fight in another place, not here. He picked Kang Shui's scythe from the ground. Since he did not have his battle axe, he had to pick the light scythe. He furrowed his brows slightly as the scythe was too light. As someone who used the heavy battle axe, the scythe was too light for him. Even though the dark phantom's eyes looked at him, it was just for a moment. As Tang Shaoyang was getting away, it turned away from him and looked to the group. It was as if the Death Reaper had lost interest in him. Since he failed to lure the creature away from his people, Tang Shaoyang had no choice but to rush to the Death Reaper. He shortened the distance between the two shortly. Once again, the Death Reaper turned toward him. The moment it looked his way, Tang Shaoyang threw the scythe in his hand toward the chest. Once again, the scythe merely passed through the dark phantom's body. The Death Reaper raised its big scythe and swung it downward. As for Tang Shaoyang, he immediately rolled forward. Bang! The scythe hit the gap between his leg and struck the hard ground. The moment it raised the scythe to swing the scythe was so fast. Fortunately, despite its super-fast swing, the attack was easy to predict. He rolled to the back of the dark phantom and picked up the destroyer. At this moment, he noticed his people were dazing out in their original spot. "What the fuck are you doing, fuckers?" he yelled to the group. "Enjoying watching me fight this guy, huh? What about if you guys care about this guy, and I will face the death scythe instead?" He added sarcastically. Only after the yell, the group moved out toward the 10 death scythes who were still standing in the center of the small dome, leaving more space for Tang Shaoyang and the Dark Phantom. The Death Reaper glanced at the group for a moment. It was just a moment before it focused back toward him. "That's right. You should focus on me, only me." Even though he did not know whether the monster could understand him, he kept speaking to the monster. Swoosh! Maybe the monster understood him. It flew toward him. Tang Shaoyang did not run or try to dodge. He risked it to face the Dark Phantom head-on. Of course, he activated the spirit integration. The moment the Dark Phantom arrived in front of him, a lion-like roar came out of his mouth. Warcry activated, boosting your attributes by 20% for 5 minutes. Tang Shaoyang activated immediately, testing whether this skill would work against the Dark Phantom or not. The answer was negative as it raised the scythe. This time, Tang Shaoyang noticed black smoke covered the scythe's blade. Even though Warcry failed to stop the monster, he braced himself to prepare to block the attack. Swoosh! At the same time, he thrust the battle axe upward. Clank! This time, the scythe did not pass through the destroyer. It met in the air and caused a loud clanking noise. At the same time, he noticed something. The Dark Phantom's feet. It was no longer black smoke, but real feet, showing the physical feet. Urgh! Ainz bulged out from his arms. The force behind the scythe was not a joke, even he was in spirit integration. The steel ground sunk as he was suffocated. Ha! As he negated the attack, he let out a long breath. Tang Shaoyang did not waste his time. He reflected the scythe away and sent a flying kick to the Dark Phantom's crotch. This time, his kick did not pass through the Dark Phantom's body. The kick hit the monster, and the Death Reaper flung back from the impact. A delighted and surprised look surfaced on Tang Shaoyang's face. After the flying kick, he fell to the ground, but he immediately stood again. He saw the Dark Phantom was 7 meters away from him. The kick did not knock it down, but he was delighted nonetheless. Cuckoo, got you. His usual trademark grin came back as his eyes locked on the Death Reaper. I am going to reap your life now. He licked his lips. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 92, 20 seconds. Chapter 92 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. So that's how things work. The Dark Phantom would materialize when it attacked, and it was his chance to kill it. He just found how to counter the Death Reaper, but soon he noticed the Dark Phantom dissolved into black smoke. It puffed into black smoke and disappeared. No sound could be heard, and no visible movement could be seen. Tang Shaoyang was sure the Dark Phantom was not dead, for sure, but it was kind of a skill this monster had. He moved around while his eyes darted around to the left, right, and behind, hoping to detect the black smoke, but in such a limited light, almost impossible for him to find the black smoke. At this moment, he could do nothing about it, but waited passively. The grip on the battle axe tightened as sweat started to wet his palm. He was truly helpless facing such an opponent. Death Scythe, they still made a very slight sound while they disappeared. However, Dark Phantom just disappeared. He was not afraid of fighting anything head-on. But fight something you could not see, it was impossible for Tang Shaoyang to not get nervous and anxious. Don't get too nervous and calm your heart. If you become too anxious, you are bound to make a blunder very soon. Zanio's voice rang in his head. At this moment, the demon swordsman's spirit tried to help him with his advice. Thanks to the voice, it lessened his nervousness. Good, now try analyzing your opponent from the information you have. From how it attacked you, and what it aimed when it attacked you. The Dark Phantom only attacked twice. The first one attacked Kang Shui, and the second one attacked him. From the two attacks, there were things in common. Dark Phantom always attacked him from the top, and the upper body was its target. It did not take him a long time to realize where the attack would come from. He looked up. Sure enough, the Dark Phantom materialized on top of him. The same as before, it targeted his upper body. The difference was the Death Reaper swung the scythe upward this time. He stretched his battle axe horizontally to block the incoming scythe. Clank! Tang Shaoyang stopped the scythe as the tip of the scythe's blade was a few centimeters away from his chin. If not for his quick realization, the scythe might tear his chin upward to his skull. He shook the scythe away and distanced himself from the Dark Phantom. The Dark Phantom did not give a chase. It floated in the air, looking at Tang Shaoyang in confusion. Tang Shaoyang noticed the confusion within the monster. He did not bother to think about why the monster was confused. He followed his teacher's teaching, analyzing the Death Reaper. Since I blocked its attack twice from the same spot, it might change its way to attack me. It may come from the other sides but the top, but it most likely will attack me from behind this time. I need the right timing to counter it. He looked forward and noticed the Death Reaper was nowhere to be seen. It had vanished once again, since he did not see or notice when it disappeared, as he was preoccupied with his thoughts. Tang Shaoyang was panicked. He spun his body around while swinging the destroyer. Swoosh! He predicted when it appeared, but he was too early for swinging the battle axe. The Dark Phantom appeared behind him, but it was still in a state of invulnerability. The battle axe passed through its body just like before. The Dark Phantom raised the scythe, taking this chance to attack him. Whoosh! The scythe descended toward Tang Shaoyang. He tried to leap back to dodge, but his reaction was too slow since he just swung his battle axe around. Slash! The scythe grazed his left shoulder downward. The leather armor could not protect his body from the scythe. It was sliced open along with his flesh. Badump! 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 The moment the pain transmitted to his body, his heartbeat spiked up instantly. It was so close, if he leaped back a bit later, he would lose his left part of his body for sure. He immediately distanced himself far away from the Death Reaper. But this time, the Death Reaper did not stay still. It disappeared into black smoke again. Tang Shaoyang immediately stopped moving. He scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he could even hear his heartbeat. He tried to calm his heart down, but it was to no avail. It was impossible to calm down when an invisible predator preyed on him. From the left, he screamed inside his heart as he immediately rolled forward. Bang! The scythe pierced through the steel ground. It was the spot where he was just standing. If he did not roll forward, his skull might be destroyed, just like the hard ground. Right after the Dark Phantom missed the target, it immediately disappeared again. Behind! He turned around, ready to face the Death Reaper. His prediction was spot on. The Death Reaper swung the scythe horizontally. Since he was prepared for this one, he decided to meet the scythe head-on with his destroyer. Clank! He blocked the scythe, but his body was pushed back from the impact. It showed how strong the Dark Phantom was. Even though he was in the integration state with Karen, his strength could not block it perfectly. They just clashed, but the Dark Phantom already disappeared again. It truly did not give Tang Shaoyang to take a breath. Behind. He predicted the Dark Phantom would appear behind him once again. He turned around but saw nothing, but he felt a shadow hovering from his back. Without a second thought, Tang Shaoyang lunged forward. Unfortunately, the Death Reaper was faster than him. The scythe sliced his back this time. The fortunate thing was, he reacted slightly faster this time, so it was just a swallow slice on the back. After a quick succession of attacks, this time the Dark Phantom did not chase him. As he turned around, the Dark Phantom was floating in the air, its black eyes locked on him. Kiki kiki. Out of sudden, the Dark Phantom let out a laugh, a mocking laugh. It was laughing at Tang Shaoyang. The monster was looking down on him. It pissed him off. If it was before, he would not hesitate to charge forward and hack the monster with his battle axe. But this time, Tang Shaoyang decided to stay still, collecting his breath. You were doing good, but you are still inexperienced. If this continues, you may die, Xanaeos remarked inside his head. It did not help, but he could not refute the demon swordsman too. What the demon spirit said was true. He would truly die if this continued like this. We have promised that we will not be doing integration until you gain my approval, but I will make an exception. Do you want to try? Huff! Huff! Tang Shaoyang was trying to calm down with his eyes locked on the Death Reaper. I don't have a choice, do I? A wry smile formed on his lips. He was not that stubborn to think he could win against the Death Reaper. Indeed, but based on your current condition, we can only do the integration for 20 seconds. Your body is too weak for my demonic magic power. You have to kill that thing in 20 seconds. Then let's do it now. With that being, Tang Shaoyang's green skin started to fade away. Slowly, the green skin was replaced with dark skin, as his body also shrunk down slightly. Aside from the dark skin, 2 small horns started to grow from his forehead. At the same time, his green pupils were replaced by deep red pupils. Huh. Tang Shaoyang was startled for a moment. His body felt a lot lighter and vision became extremely clear. It was as if there was a bright light illuminating the dark laboratory. He was slightly caught off guard because it was totally different compared to when he used spirit integration with Karen. Maybe the Dark Phantom noticed his change. It stopped laughing and dissolved into the dark smoke. This time, Tang Shaoyang saw it clearly. Countless black particles moving in the air. These black particles moved toward his direction, passed through his body. He immediately turned around and saw the Dark Phantom materialized. The moment he turned around, the scythe sliced toward him. However, the current Tang Shaoyang was different. He saw where it was coming and hacked the Dark Phantom with his battle axe. His battle axe was much faster than the scythe. Spurt! The Dark Phantom's head flew up as a blood fountain spurted through its neck. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 93. Minigame cleared. Chapter 93 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kangshe was standing alone in front of the entrance to the laboratory. She did not run for her life, but was waiting for the group to finish off the monsters inside. She had been standing there for like 10 minutes. However, it was like an hour for her. The longer she waited, the more anxious she became. Through the gap of the door, she could hear the sound of metal clanking. It was the sign the fight was not over yet. But then, in the next 30 seconds, she stopped hearing the noise. There was one possibility and 2 results waited for her. The fight was over, but she did not know who came on top. If the man who overbearingly claimed her to be his woman won, then she was safe. But if the monsters killed everyone inside, Today would be her death anniversary for the next year. Should I run outside? It was a lie if the thought of running away never crossed in her heart. She heard from Tang Shaoyang that the area outside the hospital was the safe zone. As long as she could run out, she would be safe. However, she did the unexpected. Looking around her, she found a block of wood. Kang Shui picked the block and took a deep breath. Fuck it. I am going in. Maybe the man's fearlessness inspired her. She bravely entered the building. Maybe because her life savior was inside, so she wanted to come to help. Or maybe she had fallen for him. The last one is absurd. There's no way I fall for that brute, she thought to herself as she pushed the door open. Kang Shui stepped into the laboratory. From her short experience of battling the monsters, she made sure to not make any noise. She passed the short hallway and reached where the battlefield was. Her timing was spot on. She witnessed the monster's head got beheaded. The head flew up as blood sprayed into all directions. The timing of the head landed on the hard ground, and the timing of the body flopped down was precisely the same. Kang Shui's eyes were locked on Tang Shaoyang. The man now had his skin darkened, just as she wondered what happened to the man. The dark skin returned normal. Right after that, the man flopped down with his knees. She threw the block away and rushed toward the man. When she got closer, she saw the big cut on the man's left shoulder downward. As the man was about to fall to the hard ground, she caught him. She panicked when she noticed the long cut on the left. "Are you okay?" He was certainly not okay, but those words just came out from her mouth subconsciously. She then looked at the wound, but then she felt a warm liquid from the man's back. She pulled out her hand and saw her right palm was covered in blood too. Kang Shui postured Tang Shaoyang to sit and checked his back. There was a similar wound, but the one on the back was more shallow than the one on the front. "I am fine." An exhausted voice entered her ears. She looked back at the man. Indeed, the man looked so exhausted. His eyes were half open, his breathing was irregular, but she found the man was smirking. His half-open eyes were looking at the headless body. He looked genuinely happy. "You look so happy? Are you a psychopath?" She could not help but question the man. Who would smile while looking at the headless body? Pfft. He was holding his laugh when he heard those. The reason he was being so happy was that he just killed the Dark Phantom. On top of that, it was the notification he got after killing the monster. "You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen." The double notification voice was so beautiful to him, so he could not stop smiling. 2 levels from killing 1 monster, it was bliss for Tang Shaoyang. This dude should give me this much. I almost lost my life, he thought. "Stop laughing. Let's go back to the hospital and get your wounds treated." Kang Shui tried to help the man to stand up, and he allowed the girl to do that. When he stood up, he flicked the girl's forehead. "Ouch! What are you doing?" "Stop flicking my forehead." Kang Shui covered her forehead with her free hand. "Stupid swan! Do you forget I have high vitality? The wounds will heal by itself. The fight is still not over. You should not be here." He turned around to see how his people were doing. They were supposed to fight the last 10 death scythes. "Congratulations. You have completed the normal mode minigame. You have completed the 2 objectives. You gained a bonus reward. You have defeated the boss. You gained special reward alchemist facility in a broken state. You gained +3 level. You gained +20 skill points. 100,000 game coins have been sent to you. You gained a level 7 treasure chest." A series of notifications rang in Tang Shaoyang's head. The notification was an indication his people had killed all death scythes. At the same time, Kang Shui also received a notification. It was only one notification. "You have been rescued by the Tang Empire." She certainly did not know anything about the Tang Empire. Does his name Tang Empire? She thought while looking at the man. The people around him call him boss, so she still did not know his name. 7 levels. I leveled up 7 times, a high risk with a high return, he muttered as he counted how many levels he gained in this minigame. Cao Jingyi did not pay attention to the notifications. There was something urgent than that as she rushed toward Tang Shaoyang. "What's wrong?" she heard the man ask her. Cao Jingyi was surprised to see the big cut on his left shoulder. On top of that, he needed help from the woman to stand up. She was not expecting she would see the man in this condition. She shook those thoughts and reported the aftermath. They managed to kill 10 death scythes, but they had to pay a big price for that, as the last 10 death scythes were far stronger than the ones they encountered in the hospital. We lost 3 people. One is heavily injured. She was hesitating in the end, unsure what to say. What's wrong? Just say it. Tang Shaoyang pressed for an answer from Cao Jingyi. Ha! Cao Jingyi let out a long sigh. It's Li Na's moon. Follow me. She turned around, but soon she noticed the man did not follow her. She looked back and furrowed her brows. What are you doing? I don't have the mood to play around now. She was slightly angry as she thought Tang Shaoyang was playing around. Tang Shaoyang rolled his eyes. Do you think I am playing around? I can't walk. My muscles have gone weak. He was serious with his words. He did not have energy in his body. The moment spear integration wore off, all energy was drained out of his body. Cao Jingyi scanned Tang Shaoyang's body. She then found out his words were true. Standing there, she could see his legs were shaking. She came to the man and helped him to walk. Soon, they reached where Li Na was. She was crying on top of the big white bear. Kang Shui was surprised to see the big white bear. She just could not think of where the bear came from. The white fur now turned red as blood dyed the fur. Tang Shaoyang frowned the moment he saw the white bear was breathing weakly. In the last moment, 3 death scythe tried to ambush Li Na from the dark, but Moon tanked everything. Cao Jingyi told what happened to Moon. Next to the white bear, there was a man heavily injured. His left shoulder was pricked by the scythe, his thigh sliced open, and there were 5 small holes on his left belly. The man was breathing heavily. He looked at Tang Shaoyang, pleading to be saved. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 94. Inventory Bag. Chapter 94 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang thought for a moment before he looked toward Kang Shui. You are a doctor, right? He asked the girl. Yes. Kang Shui answered readily as she knew what the man wanted her to do. In the next moment, her eyes wide open when she was asked to save the bear instead of the man. Then can you save the bear? The moment Lina heard that, she looked up to Kang Shui with teary eyes. She did not know how to respond to this question. But soon she found out the man was serious with his words. Kang Shui looked toward the bear. I don't think I can. Let's say I can stop the bleeding, but the bear lost too much blood and we don't have the tool. She did not finish her words as Tang Shaoyang looked away from her. Why don't you ask me to save the man instead? She thought while looking at the man. Tang Shaoyang pondered something before he finally took something from the small bag around his waist. It was a vial containing red liquid. There are 2 of them. The vial is truly durable, he thought to himself. He had been rolling around while fighting the Dark Phantom, but not even scratch could be seen from the vial. Don't cry, girl. You look ugly when you cry. Then Tang Shaoyang tossed the vial toward Lina. Feed that to Moon. He will be fine. It's a healing potion. Is that how you console the girl? Kang Shui could not help but look at the man, but from the short experiences she had with the man, this was what the guy would do. Lina caught the vial with a surprised face. She completely trusted Tang Shaoyang, hence she opened the vial and fed the liquid to Moon. At the same time, he put the last one in the bag. Kang Shui and Cao Jingyi could not help but stare at him. What about the man? Kang Shui blurted out while pointing her finger toward the man. He does not deserve to receive my healing potion, he replied in an unwavering tone. As a doctor, Kang Shui of course could not accept his reasoning, but she was silenced by his next words. If you know nothing, don't try to preach me with your doctor vow or how important human's life is. But you can save him, you are a doctor after all. Tang Shaoyang shrugged and looked toward the direction where the shiny treasure chests. The reason Tang Shaoyang did not use his healing potion was that the man was part of the slave group. He was not going to give his precious potion to someone who abandoned him once. Giving them the second chance was the best he could give to these people. Get someone to help her. He pointed toward Kang Shui, who walked toward the man. Cao Jingyi nodded her head. She then called Fu Dandan and Dai Wenchen to assist Kang She. With the help of Cao Jingyi, he walked toward the treasure chests. 14 chests were lining up in orderly, 13 of them shone in blue while one shone in golden. Zhao Zhang and the others merely surrounded the treasure chests. No order from the boss, so no one dared to touch the chest. They just looked at the chest from a distance. Tang Shaoyang walked toward the chest. For the first time, there was a translucent screen on top of the chest. Level 7 chest was written on it. He walked further and identified all the chests. 13 level 7 chests and 1 bonus chest. Bonus chest was the chest that shone in golden light. It looked more appealing than the other chests. Under his people's gazes, he opened the chest. Brilliance light burst out from inside the chest. Everyone had to close their eyes from the blinding light. In a few seconds, the light disappeared and showed what was inside the chest. Everyone had to tiptoe to peek at the content of the chest. Tang Shaoyang looked down. 13 black crystals were lying down inside. He picked one crystal and information showed up. Inventory bag crystal. Do you want to use it? Yes, no. He without hesitation chose yes. The moment he said yes, the crystal cracked and disappeared. Huh? Where's my inventory bag? Tang Shaoyang blurted out in confusion. In the next moment, a translucent appeared in front of him. On top of the screen was written, inventory bag. Below it, there was a grid with 10 empty squares, and on the right bottom left, there was written upgrade. He tapped the upgrade button, and a new screen popped on top of his inventory bag. Upgrade inventory bag LV2X inventory bag crystal plus 100,000 game coins. That was the materials needed to upgrade the inventory bag to LV2. Tang Shaoyang closed the upgrade screen and took the remaining crystals. The chest disappeared the moment he took all crystals, and a new screen popped out again. Do you want to save inventory bag crystal X12? Yes, no. He chose yes, and then the crystal disappeared from his hand. At the same time, the crystal appeared in one grid of his inventory bag. It showed the picture of the crystal with X12 at the bottom corner right of the picture. Ah, I see. Figuring out how the inventory bag was working, a delighted smile formed on his lips. He was just like a kid who found a new interesting toy. Now I want to take it out, so a screen popped out, asking him whether he wanted to take the crystal out or not. He took 3 crystals out, then 3 crystals appeared in his hand. Cao Jingyi was amazed. How did he do it? She thought while watching the trick. Here, we got an amazing reward. He handed 1 crystal to Cao Jingyi before calling Zhao Zhang and Qin Shoshan. From his understanding, the reward was based on the surviving member, but then he was confused. What about the kids in the safe zone? They should be considered as participants, right? But why are there only 13 level 7 chests? Is it because they don't contribute anything in the minigame completion? That was the possibility he could think of. Tang Shaoyang shared the inventory bag with the terrier and told them how to use the inventory bag. When Tang Shaoyang told them what the crystal was, they were so excited. Of 20 people who entered the hospital, 7 died, 2 terriers and 5 from the slave group, leaving 10 terriers including Tang Shaoyang and 3 from the slave group. Yan Sheng escorted the survivors to the safe zone, Fu Dandan and Dai Wenqian helped Kang Shui treat the heavily injured slave, and Li Na was still sitting next to Moon, waiting for its recovery. He then saw Mo Wen did not come toward him, so he called him out. Oi, you don't want your reward. He thought Mo Wen was part of Terrier, as he wore Terrier's equipment. He is part of the slave group, boss. You don't have to share the reward with them. Zhao Zhang immediately informed his boss. Mo Wen, just about to walk, immediately stopped the moment he heard Zhao Zhang's words. In the contract he signed, he had to give all his loot to the faction for him to stay in the base. Then why did he have Terrier's equipment? With a frown, he asked. This time, it was Cao Jingyi who told him what happened with Mo Wen. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head. He was in a good mood. He did not want the good mood to be ruined with a coward like Mo Wen, so he chose to ignore the guy for now. As for Bai Yuan, he did not protest. He had signed the contract. As long as Tang Shaoyang kept his promise, he did not mind if he did not get the physical reward. In the end, he leveled up and also got the coins. All right, it's time to open our reward. You can choose your chest, All chests looked the same, so it was pure luck whether one could get a good loot or bad loot. So Tang Shaoyang let his people choose the chest they wanted. Me. Zhao Zhang raised his hand excitedly. I want to go first. Tsk, childish, Cao Jingyi remarked. Go ahead. Tang Shaoyang let him go first. Getting Tang Shaoyang's consent, Zhao Zhang immediately ran toward the chest. He scanned them one by one. After a moment, he returned to his original spot. He began scanning the chest one by one carefully, but he saw no difference. Just choose one already. God damn it! Cao Jingyi urged Zhao Zhang. All right! Zhao Zhang walked toward the right, the first chest on the right. Everyone thought he was going to choose the first from the right, but he did not. He was counting the chest. He stopped at the moment he arrived at the 7th chest. 7 is a lucky number, right? Or is it 13? Zhao Zhang looked to his left, looking at the last chest. He then kept looking at the 7th and 13th chest back and forth. At this moment, Zhao Zhang started to regret his decision to go first. Let's go for the 13th chest. Just as he was about to take the first step to the 13th chest, his foot stopped midair. Zhao Zhang! Cao Jingyi yelled at the guy. She was pissed off. All right, I know. He pulled his foot back and opened the 7th chest. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 95, Opening Chest, Part 1, Chapter 95 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Zhao Zhang was in a daze when he found out the chest was empty. Yes, there was nothing inside the chest. Noticing the strangeness of his subordinate, Tang Shaoyang approached the guy. Before he could ask what happened, he noticed the chest was empty. In the next moment, the chest dissolved into lights and disappeared. Huh? Was it possible for the chest to be empty? Tang Shaoyang questioned himself. From his experiences from opening 3 chests, he never got the empty chest. But if there was a chance for the chest to be empty, then Zhao Zhang's luck was quite something. The chest was empty, but it did not mean Zhao Zhang did not get the reward. He got his reward already. You obtained 200,000 game coins. That was what he got from the treasure chest. He slowly turned around and met with Tang Shaoyang's eyes. I got 200k coins. With his disheartened voice, he reported to his boss what he got from the chest. Oh! Tang Shaoyang was a little surprised, and he finally understood why the chest was empty. He tapped Zhao Zhang's shoulder. It's better than nothing, he said in his thoughts. It was truly much better than nothing. You can save the coin to get a high-tier talent. Zhao Zhang eyes the other chests. He did not want a coin, but a fancy weapon or something else, not the coin. Nope, you can only open once, and you have made your choice. Tang Shaoyang's voice reminded the disheartened Zhao Zhang. Do you want to go next? He asked Cao Jingyi. Let the others choose first. Cao Jingyi shook her head. Since no one dared to step forward, Qin Shoshan stepped forward. He went straight to the first chest from the left. I will open mine first, boss. After saying that, he opened the chest immediately. Inside the chest, a brown leather scroll tied with a red band. He took the scroll and the chest dissolved immediately. Advanced Class Shieldbreaker. That was what was shown when he held the scroll. He was delighted and happy with what he got. However, Qin Shoshan did not immediately use the scroll. He handed the scroll to Tang Shaoyang to let him see what he got. You surely got the jackpot. Tang Shaoyang was also surprised when he got a hold of the scroll. He handed back the scroll to Qin Shoshan. You can use it, but we don't know what this shield breaker is doing. You can save it for now, and meet Origin to consult, he advised his subordinate. Qin Shoshan received the scroll, but he gave the boss an odd gaze. He told me to consult with Origin. Does he want the scroll? The scroll was so precious, and it was natural for someone who wanted to get a hand on the scroll. He could not help but think negatively when Tang Shaoyang asked him to save the scroll for now. There's no way, right? Qin Shoshan thought to himself. From what he knew about Tang Shaoyang, the boss was someone with a principle, so taking his subordinate's possession never crossed his heart until now. In the end, Qin Shoshan decided to keep the scroll in the inventory bag, as a seed of doubt was planted in his heart. Tang Shaoyang, of course, did not eye the scroll. It was purely advice as a boss. The AI Origin has rich knowledge while they did not have a clue regarding the class. Consulting the AI brought no harm, and it was not too late to use the scroll later on. Jinfan, a terrier, stepped forward after Qin Shoushun picked his chest. He wanted to pick his chest, and under Tang Shaoyang's consent, he picked the second chest from the left. With a deep breath, he opened the chest. As soon as the chest opened, it dissolved into lights and vanished. Jinfan was startled as nervousness started to engulf him. His process of the opening chest was different from the others, so he thought he was busted and got nothing. But his concern was nothing as the chest disappeared. A shield and a lance laid down on the ground. The shield and the lance were black in color. The black shield was about 70 centimeters wide and 130 centimeters long, with a strange symbol in the center. As for the lance, it was around 3 meters or maybe longer than that. The black shaft took half of it, while the other half was the coned blade. Jinfan was surprised that he was not busted. But his surprised face changed into a disappointment at the sight of lance and shield. With a sigh of disappointment, he approached his reward. He tried to pick the lance with one hand. Urgh! To his surprise, he could only pick the land mid-air before he had to drop it again. The lance was so heavy that he could not pick it with one hand. From his knowledge with a lance, it was supposed to be a one-handed weapon with a shield in the other hand. If he could not pick the lance, how he was supposed to use it in the battle. Shade of the Fallen. Tier, C attribute bonus, 50 stamina, upgrade. That was the details of the lance. It gave a lot of stamina, but with no way to use it, the attribute bonus was useless. Jinfan could only smile wryly as he looked at the lance. Tang Shaoyang could not contain his laugh when Jinfan with his lean frame tried to pick the lance but fail. It was hilarious for him. Jinfan got embarrassed when he heard the laugh. He could only scratch his hair as a helpless smile plastered on his face. Tang Shaoyang approached the guy. Without asking his permission, he picked the lance with his right. Urgh! He groaned in pain. The cut wound had not healed, and he made a big movement. However, he managed to pick the lance with one hand. It was a little heavier than the destroyer. He was surprised when he saw the details about the lance. He tried to press the upgrade, but a red alert appeared in front of his eyes. Only Blacksmith can upgrade the weapon. He nodded his head and picked the shield with his free hand. This time he was a little more cautious. A lance in his right hand and a shield in his left hand, just like a knight. Tier C. Attribute bonus, plus 50 vitality. A set of weapons that gave you a total of 100 attributes. Without a doubt, the weapon was strong. He looked at Jinfan. I have an offer for you. Do you want to hear it? Huh! Stunned for a moment, Jinfan nodded his head. How about this? I will buy this set for 500,000 game coins. You can't use it anyway. Tang Shaoyang offered as he had a plan in his mind. Since the guy could not use it, he wanted to buy it for Zhang Mengyao. Jinfan truly did not know what to do. He knew the weapon set was strong, but he did not know the value of the weapon set. Of course, compared to the weapon on the general store, 500,000 game coins was much more expensive than the weapon sold there. Looking at the troubled expression on Jinfan's face, Tang Shaoyang looked at the other chests. 13 chests, and 10 of them belonged to a person, while the remaining 3 were the Tang Empire's assets. How about this? You can choose the chest once more, but I will take this set. He offered a more lucrative offer for Jinfan. Sure enough, when he said that, Jinfan's face brightened up. However, I want to make sure that if you choose another chest, this set will be mine. No matter what you get from the chest, you can't take this set back. This was more like a gamble. Since Jinfan did not want the coins, the chest was the best offer he could give. He was doing this not solely for Zhang Mengyao, but for Jinfan as well. Since the guy did not want the weapon, and he could not use it too, he gave him the offer. As for the rest, it was depending on his luck and choice. There's no need to be pressured. I am not going to force you to trade. You can trade the set with 500,000 coins, or a chest, or you can keep the set too if you want. The choice is yours. Take your time. Tang Shaoyang put the lance and the shield back to the original spot. Jinfan was not in a hurry to decide as he contemplated in silence. While the guy was still in deep thought, Tang Shaoyang turned toward Cao Jingyi. "Do you want to open yours now?" He offered her to open the chest. Cao Jingyi did not answer Tang Shaoyang as she immediately went to the third chest from the right. She stood there for a while before she placed her hand on top of the chest. Instead of opening the chest disappeared. She saved the chest into the inventory. "I guess I am not going to open it now." She smiled at Tang Shaoyang with a face, "I am not going to let you see my loot," kind of face. Tang Shaoyang shrugged his shoulder. "It's your call. I don't care." At this moment, Jin Fan made his choice. "I am going to choose the second chest." He was resolute with his decision to take the second chute despite the risk of getting a less valuable item. "Then go for it." Tang Shaoyang collected the set and saved them into inventory. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 96. Opening Chest. Part 2, Chapter 96 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Jin Fan went to the next chest. The first chest from the right, he opened the chest without hesitation. The chest did not immediately disappear, meaning he did not get the gear like before. With a curiosity about what his subordinate got from the chest, he walked over to see what Jun Fan got from the second chance. It was the same brown leather scroll as Qin Shoshan's. The difference was Jin Fan's scroll tied with a blue band. He was surprised as this Jin Fan had divine luck. In the first chest, he got a top-tier weapon set. On the second one, he got a class change scroll. His hand was itchy. He wanted to take the scroll to see what class his subordinate got. However, he refrained himself, letting his subordinate to pick his reward. Jin Fan's face was as bright as the sun when he saw the scroll. His hand was as fast as lightning when he took the scroll out. Advanced Skill, Stealth. It was not a class change scroll, but a skill scroll. Nevertheless, Jin Fan was still happy even though it was a skill. "Do you want to learn Advanced Skill, Stealth?" Jin Fan's reaction was the same as Qin Shoshan's. He handed the scroll to the boss to let him see what he got. It was as if that was a natural reaction for him. "You actually don't have to show me what you got. It's yours, after all." Even though he said so, he took the scroll from Jin Fan's hand. Looking at the screen popped out above the scroll, Tang Shaoyang was a little surprised. "Your hands truly have divine luck, not unlike a certain someone," he remarked as he handed back the scroll to Jin Fan. "You should learn the skill and use it well." Certain someone in his mouth was Zhao Zhang. While everyone else got a valuable item, he got game coins that could be farmed by killing zombies. Zhao Zhang heard his boss's words very clearly, but there was nothing he could do but scratched his head in embarrassment. Jin Fan received the scroll while nodding his head. As soon as he got the scroll, he learned the skill. The scroll broke into blue light and engulfed Jin Fan's body. It disappeared as soon as it appeared. After that, Jin Fan's body disappeared from sight. He was demonstrating the new skill for everyone to see. It caught them by surprise, but when Jin Fan tried to walk, his steps made a noise and Tang Shaoyang could see, or more likely feel the movement for some reason. After a quick demonstration, Jin Fan appeared again 5 meters away from his original spot. He appeared again with a big smile plastered on his face. He seemed so happy with his new skill, while Zhao Zhang could only gaze at Jin Fan with envy. "Good skill, but you have to work on your steps. Be sure to not make any noise while moving, or the skill would be pretty useless." He gave an honest remark for the boy. It was a good skill, as it could be an element of surprise in the battle. Tang Shaoyang glanced at the others, and found out everyone seemed to be shocked when Jin Fan activated the stealth. None of them could see the movement, just like he did, so he concluded it was just him. So he left that out, lest he ruined the guy's happy mood. He then looked toward the chest. Zhao Zhang opened one, Qin Shoshan opened his, Cao Jingyi took hers, and Jin Fan opened 2 chests. 8 treasure chests left. He then looked toward the direction of Kang Shui, but he found out Fu Dandan and Dai Wenchan were gone. "Where do they go?" he asked Li Na, who currently stood next to Cao Jingyi. The girl was quick with the response and immediately replied hastily, "They went to the hospital to treat Cao Sun. Cao Sun was the man who suffered heavy injuries. They did not have the necessary tool here, so they brought the man to the hospital for rescue." Tang Shaoyang nodded his head and put his gaze to the girl. "Here for you." He then gave the girl the inventory bag crystal and instructed her on how to use the inventory. After that, he used his index finger to point in the direction of the treasure chests. "Do you want to bring your chest home and open it privately, or do you want to open your chest now? Your choice, so pick one." I will open it now," Lina answered instantly. She had been looking at Tang Shaoyang for some time. He looked interested in what people got from the chest, so she decided to open it now. Lina immediately walked closer to the treasure chests. With 8 chests left, she had a lesser choice, though it did not matter as the chests had the same outer appearance. She walked for 1 round, looking at the chests closely. It did not take that long for her to pick the chest she wanted. The chest in the middle, the 4th chest from the left. She nervously stood in front of the treasure chest while secretly peeked toward Tang Shaoyang. To her dismay, the man she liked was more interested in the chest than her. His eyes were looking toward the chest. With a small, saddened sigh, she opened the treasure chest. The chest immediately disappeared, which meant she got the equipment. Everyone's eyes locked toward the chest as it dissolved, and then a white cloth folded neatly replaced the treasure chest. Lina stared at the white cloth nervously while wondering if she got trash equipment. She picked the white cloth, and the details appeared on top of the white cloth. Tier. Bonus skill, Conceal. Conceal effect will wear off if you're moving. Upgrade. She looked disappointed when she saw the text next to the skill. If the effect wore off if she was moving, then it did not have the point to have this. At least, that was what she felt at the item she got from the chest. She handed the cloak to Tang Shaoyang to see. "So it's a cloak," remarked Tang Shaoyang while nodding his head. From his tone, she could tell he was uninterested. "This is a good cloak. It could save your life at the moment of danger." Lina received the cloak and saved it to the inventory. After that, he walked toward the chests. Everyone thought Tang Shaoyang was going to open his share of chests, but he did not. He saved the chests into his inventory instead of opening it. "I thought you were going to open your share," Cao Jingyi commented when he walked back. "I already opened my share, and I am going to have Fu Dandan, Yan Sheng, and Dai Wenqian to choose for the fairness." That was his answer as to why he did not open the remaining chest. He then scanned his people. 20 people entered the hospital, 11 terriers included him, and 9 slaves. 7 people died, 2 terriers and 5 slaves. So 4 out of 7 remaining chests were supposed to be the reward of the 4 slaves. If only the 2 remaining groups entered the hospital area, we may get more free chests. Tang Shaoyang regretted the fact that the 2 cars did not enter the hospital. "Let's pack. We are going back to the base," he shouted and walked toward the direction where he left Destroyer. He picked the battle axe and put his weapon in the inventory. Thanks to the inventory bag, it was more convenient to bring things as big as his battle axe. While picking up the battle axe, he spotted the scythe used by Death Reaper next to the headless body. He walked over and picked the scythe. Tier C+, bonus attribute, plus 25 strength, 25 agility, plus 25 stamina. This is actually good. He tossed the scythe to the air and caught it again. He repeated the action, weighting the scythe. It was lighter than his battle axe. Should I change my weapon too? He considered changing the weapon since he got a better one in his hand. In the end, he shook his head. At this point, he was used to swinging the battle axe. He did not want to change his weapon yet for the time being. "This is an unexpected reward," Tang Shaoyang muttered as he saved the Soul Reaper into the inventory. Then he checked the inventory. More than half of his inventory was filled with items. He was happy with that. I forgot about this." He took out the healing potion and put the potion into inventory as well. Afterward, everyone went out of the laboratory with a victory. They finished the mini-game, not with the perfect score as they lost 7 people, but both objectives achieved. He was satisfied with the result. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 97, The Broken Contract. Chapter 97 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang went out of the laboratory, but then he recalled something. He turned around and entered the laboratory. "Where are you going?" Kang Shui asked out aloud. She just came back from the hospital and saw the man was going back while the others headed toward the hospital direction. Everyone turned around looking toward Tang Shaoyang, who was about to enter the laboratory. He waved his hand. "I'm going to collect something. You guys can leave first." Kang Shui did not leave. She followed Tang Shaoyang since she only knew him amongst the group. "Why are you following me?" Tang Shaoyang asked the girl as he headed toward the Death Reaper's headless body. "Do you need to ask? Because I only know you." The girl thought to herself. Then she noticed the man was about to pick the dead body. She was about to ask, "Why do you want to pick the body?" However, the headless body disappeared the moment his hand touched it. "Huh, where did it go?" Kang Shui instantly asked that out as the dead body magically disappeared. Tang Shaoyang smirked at the girl. "It's magic!" With that simple answer, he went out again. The reason Tang Shaoyang collected the body was to use it as sacrificial later on. An offering for spirit summoning skill. Since the monster was strong, it could be used as a good offering. After that, he began to collect the other Death Scythe's bodies as well. Just how? The girl muttered as she witnessed the body disappear one by one when Tang Shaoyang's hand touched the body. She focused to rescue the man from the slave group early, so she missed the opening treasure chest event. "I told you, didn't I?" "It's magic," he kept teasing the girl as the two walked together out of the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Cao Jingyi did not leave. She was right in front of the entrance, leaning her back against the wall near the door. When the two came out of the laboratory, her eyes immediately moved toward the girl. She did not know the girl. The only thing she knew about Kang Shui, she was a doctor. Cao Jingyi scanned her from the top to bottom. She had to admit that the girl had a great body. Even her, as a woman, had to admit it. Looking at her face, the doctor was a stunning beauty. Cao Jingyi frowned at how clingy the girl was to Tang Shaoyang. Of course, Kang Shui immediately hid behind Tang Shaoyang the moment Cao Jingyi scanned her. She could notice the hostility from the woman's gaze, so she was slightly afraid of Cao Jingyi. "You are scaring my swan." Tang Shaoyang called Cao Jingyi out as the girl stared at Kang Shui for too long. "What's wrong? Do you need anything from me?" "I want to talk about the alchemist facility." She sent a distrusting look at Kang Shui. Cao Jingyi did not want their talk to be heard by a stranger. On top of that, she sympathized with Zhang Mengyao to have an unfaithful as this guy. "We have no way to use it. For now, it's still in a broken state. I already did something about that, but nothing we could do." He tried to call the access to Alchemist facility a few times, but nothing happened. "We will ask about that to Origin. It may know something about the facility." "All right, our trip is over, so let's go back." Hearing the explanation, Cao Jingyi nodded her head. Kang Shui followed Tang Shaoyang closely as they came out. When they came out of the hospital, Tang Shaoyang could see the two groups that were being left out now regrouped. The trip was bountiful. Tang Shaoyang did not regret his decision to go to the hospital, even though he lost a few people. He was going to let Cao Jingyi and the others take care of the aftermath while taking a nap in the car. The battle against Death Reaper was exhausting and mental-breaking. He needed to take a nap to organize his thoughts and his body. Tang Shaoyang was about to open the front door of the car until a young man blocked his path. The man's face was dirty, his hair was messy, and he was smelly, more unpleasant compared to Kang Shui's smell before she took a shower. "Are you the leader of this group?" the man asked out. His tone contained a slight arrogance, and his eyes fell to Kang Shui behind Tang Shaoyang as he asked. "Not again," Tang Shaoyang thought to himself. It was kind of déjà vu. He knew where this was going on. "Kang Shui, you survived," before he could reply to the smelly man. The man called out Kang Shui cheerfully. The man was about to bypass Tang Shaoyang as he opened his arm. The smelly guy wanted to hug his swan. Tang Shaoyang moved to the side, and the man bumped into him instead of hugging Kang Shui. The man was pushed back. It was as if he was bumping into a wall instead of a body of a human. The smelly man felt a slight pain on his forehead. The man frowned deeply as his eyes met with Tang Shaoyang's tranquil eyes. "Don't touch the other's belongings, especially without the owner's consent." The smelly man heard the man's voice. Huh, you are not Kang She's boyfriend. I know her boyfriend. The smelly man claimed loudly as he pointed his finger right to Tang Shaoyang's face. He caught the finger and squeezed the finger. The smelly man's face changed from arrogance to distorted in pain. His legs went weak, kneeling in front of Tang Shaoyang while screaming, "Pain! Release my hand, you mother's fucker." As the man cursed him, Tang Shaoyang sent a kick to the man's belly. The body was sent 5 meters flying back. He coughed for a while before he passed out. The people around watched the whole situation in a daze, especially the survivors just saved by the group. They were shocked to meet someone as overbearing as Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang himself was too exhausted to take care of this matter patiently. Integration with Xanios was too taxing for his body, and he finally understood why the demon swordsman spirit told him not to integrate with it. 2 men that wore the same uniform as Jiang Wen. The security guards tried to rush over, but Jiang Wen held them back. He was shaking his head to them, indicating them to not make any move against the man. For someone who had witnessed how crazy Tang Shaoyang was at fighting, Jiang Wen knew even 3 of them were not enough to take the man down. Tang Shaoyang sent a thumb up at Jiang Wen as a grin plastered on his face. He then entered the car. He took the middle seat this time. Kang She was left in an awkward situation. Since Tang Shaoyang had entered the car, she was now becoming the center of attention. "What are you doing outside, Swan? Get in." With no choice, she followed Tang Shaoyang into the car. It was too awkward for her to stay outside. "Boss surely has good luck with women," Zhao Zhong remarked while looking toward the car with admiration. Cao Jingyi merely shook his head and tossed a scythe that was used by the Death Scythe to Zhao Zhong. "Lead the survivors to collect the scythe. It's your boss's order." Tang Empire's main base. Zhang Mengyao was just coming back from the drill field. She just finished with her routine training with the others. The moment she entered the base, she heard Origin's voice inside her head. "Lady Mengyao, I have something important for you. Can you please go up immediately?" Usually, she would get breakfast first before going up to take shower. Since Origin asked her to go too early, she went to the elevator to go back to her room. Origin guided her to the control room. "Please check the slave contracts," the AI instructed Zhang Mengyao. Even though she did not know why the AI asked her to check the slave contracts, she followed the instruction. Zhang Mengyao opened the drawer where she saved the contracts. Inside the drawer, there were 2 different stacks of contracts. The stack on the left was the slave contract, who stayed in the base, while the stack on the right was the people who followed Tang Shaoyang's team. To her surprise, the topmost contract on the right stack was charred black. She frowned with the change. "The person who signed the contract is dead if the contract turns charred black." Origin told Zhang Mengyao, "The thing I want to show is not this. Please check the slave contract in the middle of the stack." Zhang Mengyao picked the stack on the right. The moment her finger touched the topmost contract, it dissolved into dust. She found 4 more charred slave contracts, meaning 5 slaves died. This was not good news. This was a sign the expedition was quite dangerous if 5 people died. She looked further, then she noticed 1 unusual contract. This contract was not charred black as the other 5's, and it also had changed from the original color. The contract had turned blood red from the original brown. She looked at the name on the top of the contract. Mo Wen. The blood red contract was Mo Wen's contract. This guy broke the contract. He killed one of the terriers. For more details, you can look behind the contract. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 98, Establishment. Chapter 98 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. SE City was on the north of SH City, different from SH City. There was a big establishment established in SE City, an establishment made by the survivors and watched by the military. At least that was what spread around the people. After the meeting with Tang Shaoyang, Youyouliucun and Luolan fled toward SE City. Now they arrived at the outermost SE City establishment. Youyouliucun knew that his class might bring trouble for the couple, hence they decided to stay at the outermost establishment. They bought a decent abandoned building from the management team of the establishment. He bought a 2-floor house with the coins he had gathered from killing zombies and mutated beasts. Since the establishment was being watched by the military force, he thought this place would be a decent place to stay. However, it was just the same in the end. Sitting in front of the window while holding a glass of juice, Youyouliucun watched the unusual empty street in front of his house. The street usually would have people past, especially in the morning. But this morning, no one passed the street in front of their house. Creak! The bedroom door opened, and Luolan came out with her loose, sexy dress. She just woke up, noticing her boyfriend sat at his usual chair. She came over and kissed his cheek. "Good morning, honey." Youyouliucun kissed her back on the cheek. "Morning." She could feel her boyfriend was a little enthusiastic than usual, but she thought it was because it was still morning. "We are going to the market this morning. We are going after I wash my face," Luolan told her plan to her boyfriend. "No, we are leaving." To her surprise, her boyfriend made an unexpected decision. "But why? I thought this place is decent." This was so absurd for Luolan. He did not speak anything either to her that they were going to move out. "You will know soon. Just get dressed up and fill your belly with the sandwich I have prepared." Youyouliucun did not immediately tell her the reason. Even though she was clueless, Luolan followed her boyfriend's words. She went back to the room and dressed up. She brought out a backpack and went to the kitchen. While eating the sandwich, she brought the food that could fit into the backpack, such as bread, cane food, and drinks. Youyouliucun stood up from the chair. He drank all the juice in one gulp. He then stood in front of the window and looked down at the empty street. A sigh came out of his mouth while shaking his head. He then entered the bedroom, and when he came out, he brought 2 black cloaks in his hand. "I am ready!" Luolan reported to her boyfriend with a backpack full of food. Youyouliucun smiled at her and took the backpack. He then put the cloak to cover her girlfriend. "I am starting to think to go back to meet that crazy man." The crazy man in his mouth was Tang Shaoyang. He regarded the man as a crazy man. Maybe only that guy who jumped into a wave of thousands of zombies, hence he called him a crazy man. Luolan, who was still confused as to why they had to move out, nodded her head. "I have no one left in this world but you, so I will follow you everywhere you want to go." Both had tried to look for Luolan's family, but they only met zombies in her old house. Youyouliucun smiled as he wore his cloak, covered the backpack and his body with the black cloak. He pulled his girlfriend downstairs with him. The moment the couple took 3 steps out of their house, 9 men emerged out of the neighborhood, and they surrounded the couple. These men were wearing red plate armor with a red sword on their waist. There was a burning flame symbol right on their chest. "Yo, yo, yo! Look what we have here. Someone is trying to run without settling the payment." From the 9 men, one stepped out from the group. He looked young, less than 30, with a hair combed to the right side. The man walked forward and stopped 4 meters away from Youyouliucun. "What are you talking about? We have paid for everything. 20k coins." Luolan recognized this man. He was the guy from the management team. They bought the house from this man, Huo. The 20k coins is just the down payment. You have to pay 50k coins, then the house will be yours. Huo took out a paper with a bunch of words in it. There was no need to read. It was the contract. Luolan wanted to argue against the shameless man, but Youyouliucun pulled her back. "I will talk to him." He hid his girlfriend behind and looked toward Huo. "We don't want the house any longer. You can take the house back. The deal is off." Huo seemed to be expecting this move. He nodded his head calmly. "Since the deal is off, then you have to pay up half of the deal. Pay up 25,000 coins. They were blatantly extorting the coin from Youyouliucun. As I thought, I should have to think carefully before paying up, Youyouliucun thought to himself as he regretted his decision to pay the house without a second thought. These people clearly came for his coin since he could spit out 20,000 coins in one go. They thought he had more, so they came to extort more from him. What if I don't pay? Youyouliucun suddenly smiled. Since it had reached this point, fighting these people was inevitable. Oh, you have a second option to pay, actually. As Huo said that his eyes fell to Luolan. Borrow us your girlfriend for a week. Yes, let us borrow your girlfriend for a week, then you can have the house. The man grinned lustfully at Luolan. Even though the woman was covered in the black cloak, he had seen her beautiful face and hot body. Luolan's hand quivered instantly the moment she heard those words. Youyouliucun could feel it. He rubbed her hand to calm her down. How is it? It's a great deal, right? It's just a week. I will make sure to treat her well in 1 week. Huo Zhengsheng laughed evilly. Ha! A long sigh came out of Youyouliucun's mouth. I don't want to kill you guys, but since you asked for it, I have no choice but grant your wish. His voice and eyes turned cold the moment Huo Zhengsheng tried to take his girlfriend. The reason he did not want to kill Huo Zhengsheng was because of his background. This guy was the leader of the Flame Castle's nephew. He planned to knock them down and ran away from the establishment. That was the plan, but he changed his plan now. Wah! Huo Zhengsheng laughed out loud. It was as if he heard the funniest joke of the year. Boy, oh boy, you are messing with the wrong person. He motioned his hand forward, telling his people to take Youyouliucun down. Boom! 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 Before the 8 people could reach Youyouliucun, 3 big guys covered in a black cloak landed in front of Youyouliucun. These 3 were about 4 to 5 meters in height. It was a massive the size of a human. As the 3 big guys landed in front of Youyouliucun, the ground vibrated slightly. Huo Zhengsheng was shocked by the 3 big guys' appearance. Then he saw 2 of them raise their hands. He then noticed their hands were actually a mace. Swoosh! Swoosh! The mace-like hand descended to 2 of his subordinates' heads. Splat! Splat! Just like a watermelon was being hit by an actual mace. The head burst out as red juices splattered around. He gasped in shock at this gory scene. It did not stop there. The big guy in the middle also swung his round shield-like hand to 2 of his subordinates. The swing to the head, he saw 2 heads got plucked off. 2 heads flew up as 2 blood fountains sprayed out. Huo Zhengsheng subconsciously took 2 steps backward, but the scene was too shocking for the sheltered Huo Zhengsheng. His legs went weak and he fell on his butt. What are you doing? Kill these monsters. Kill them, he yelled to his remaining subordinates. However, he received no response from them. Then he saw 5 more blood fountains sprayed from his remaining 5 subordinates. His eyes widened in shock as he saw another man in the black cloak join Youyouliucun's group. The last black-cloaked monster was more normal in height, a little over 2 meters tall, and it had sword-like hands. Huo Zhengsheng could see blood dripping from the sword-like hand. Without a doubt, the last monster was the one who killed his remaining subordinate. At this moment, he smelled his own urine as he wetted his pants from fear. Youyouliucun walked forward, and as walked, he picked the sword from the dead body. The sword had a red sheath. He pulled the handle and the shiny sword came to sight. He threw the sheath away and walked toward Huo Zhengsheng. He stopped right in front of the shocked Huo Zhengsheng. At this moment, the guy had lost all his courage. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. He begged for his life as he hit his head to the hard ground. Youyouliucun looked down with his cold eyes. I don't want to kill you, but you force me. He then slashed Huo Zhengsheng's neck. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 99, Red Contract. Chapter 99 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For Tang Shaoyang, the trip back to the base was faster than they departed. Maybe because he was sleeping, but he felt so. The moment he stepped down from the car, he wanted to go back to his room and sleep. As the car parked in front of the entrance of the base, Zhang Mengyao was waiting for him in front of the glass door. She looked concerned, but he noticed the concerns disappeared from her face when their eyes met. She looked relieved when she spotted him. The girl immediately rushed toward him. Tang Shaoyang wondered what made her wait at the entrance. As the girl rushed toward him, he noticed Zhang Mengyao was bringing a blood-red paper. She immediately handed the blood-red paper to him as she kept looking behind him, searching for someone. Check this for yourself. Tang Shaoyang took the red blood contract and found out it was the slave contract. Since he was the one who was responsible for the slave contract, he knew the reason why the contract turned red. It meant the person who signed the contract had breached the contract. He immediately checked the name, Mo Wen. He did not forget this name. It was the cowardly man who abandoned his team. At this moment, his eyes sobered up. The exhaustion from spirit integration vanished. Tang Shaoyang turned the contract. Behind the contract, it was written how Mo Wen breached the contract. A detailed text was written behind the contract. Mo Wen killed. While running away from the death scythe, he stabbed Yang Peng's thigh as a sacrifice to save himself. Yang Peng died. Tang Shaoyang did not finish reading everything. There was no need for him to finish everything. A grin formed on his lips as his eyes turned cold instantly. He crumpled the contract with his palm and turned around. Mo Wen! Bring Mo Wen to me! He turned around and yelled with all his might. Kang Shui, who followed Tang Shaoyang closely, had to cover her ears with her hands. The shout gave her a jump scare when she saw his cold eyes. She shrunk back in fear. His expression was so scary. Without waiting for someone to bring Mo Wen, Tang Shaoyang walked to the car on the rear. As he walked in hurry steps, he saw Zhao Zhang was holding Mo Wen. He rushed over. Without any words, he kicked Mo Wen on the belly. Mo Wen let out an agony scream while his body flew backward just like a pillow got kicked. Bug! Mo Wen's body hit a pillar and fell to the ground. The man was coughing hard as blood mixed with his saliva came out. Still, in a shocking state, Tang Shaoyang arrived next to him and placed a foot on his chest. He saw the devil grinned at him, but his eyes were extremely cold. Just looking at Tang Shaoyang's eyes, his body shuddered voluntarily. Mind explains this? Tang Shaoyang showed the back of the contract to Mo Wen's face. Mo Wen skimmed the text quickly, then he realized what was written behind the contract was a detailed explanation of what he did to Yang Peng. I can explain this, boss. He immediately tried to think of an excuse to save himself from the scary boss. However, those words were enough for Tang Shaoyang. The guy admitted his deed by saying those words. Tang Shaoyang lifted his foot and kicked the guy's side stomach. Mo Wen screamed in pain as his body rolled on the ground. He walked to the guy and picked his right foot. Gather all slaves in that building, now! While dragging Mo Wen by his foot, he was pointing at a random building that was not far from the base. Mo Wen was pleading with tears as his body got dragged. But those words did not affect Tang Shaoyang in the slightest. People were in a daze as they watched Tang Shaoyang dragged Mo Wen. Yang Guangli, the head of the Century Orphanage, tried to block the kids from looking at the violence, but his effort was futile since Tang Shaoyang's ear-piercing shout and added, Mo Wen's cry for help was pulling the kids' attention. He had no way to block 17 kids by himself, while the 2 female caretakers were hiding in fear. Did I make the correct decision? Will they let us leave if we ask them? Yang Guangli started to think to leave the base. The middle-aged man was afraid he and the kids would be the man's next target. Cao Jingyi creased her forehead. She was on one bus with the kids. This kind of violence should not be shown to the kids. However, she knew that Tang Shaoyang would not beat someone without reason. Especially after looking at his scary expression, there must be a reason for his anger. She immediately noticed Zhang Mengyao was not far from the entrance. Cao Jingyi walked over and asked what happened to the man. With a sigh, Zhang Mengyao told her what happened. After hearing the complete story, she also released out a sigh. That Mo Wen is done for, she thought to herself. Zhao Zhang, Qin Shoshan, gather all slaves into that building. All of them. Tang Shaoyang yelled to his 2 subordinates while pointing at the building where he was heading to. Mo Wen was struggling hard, but his struggle was futile. His struggling only brought more harm to his body as his skin scratched against the hard road. Zhao Zhang and Qin Shoshan did not know what happened, but they followed the order. Inside the abandoned building, all slaves gathered. Their eyes fell into one spot. Mo Wen, who had his hand, was tied to the ceiling, and his mouth was stuffed with wet clothes. Mo Wen's body was wriggling around in the air as his mouth mumbled incomprehensibly. No one could understand his voice, but all people in the room could tell the guy was pleading to the boss. 5 slaves died in the expedition. Now the slave group was left with 38 people. With Mo Wen tied to the ceiling, 37 people stood straight, lining neatly in front of Tang Shaoyang, including the heavily injured Xiao Hongchun. I will be direct with you, slaves. Tang Shaoyang emphasized the word slave to these guys from the same group. I am not joking when I am saying I am going to heavily punish you if you guys break the contract. Today, I'm going to set an example of what will you get when you break the contract. He licked his lips, but his eyes remained cold. The slaves subconsciously swallowed up mouthful saliva. This guy, Mo Wen, broke the contract. During the expedition, he killed one of my terriers called Yang Peng. The slaves gasped in shock when they heard Mo Wen killed a terrier. The other slaves had various kinds of expression, but most of them were furious. It made their image getting worse, and it would be possible the slave groups would be treated even worse after this incident. I am gathering you guys here to show what you will get from breaking the contract. The grin on Tang Shaoyang's face widened. I am not going to kill you directly. He licked his lips, and he stretched his hand toward Luan. Borrow me your sword. Luan handed his sword to his boss. He took the sword and got closer to Mo Wen. He sliced Mo Wen's soles. It was shallow cuts, but deep enough to make many drops of blood dripped from the soles of his feet. Hum, hum, hum. Mo Wen's body wriggled hard as the sword sliced his soles. He sliced 5 times until his soles were covered in blood. Bring the bucket to me. Zhao Zhang brought 2 buckets of full water to him. Don't think I will grant you a quick death if you break the contract. Tang Shaoyang sneered at the slaves and dipped Mo Wen's feet into the bucket, dipping Mo Wen's feet into the buckets of full water. It did not multiply the pain, but it would make the wound fester. However, this was just the start of the torture. All right, disperse! But you have to go back here in 12 hours. The show is not over yet. Tang Shaoyang grinned at the slave group, making them shudder voluntarily. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 100, Punishment and Reward, Part 1. Chapter 100 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang opened his eyes as Origin's voice rang in his head, waking him up from his slumber. He opened his eyes and immediately got up from the bed. He went to the bathroom and washed his face. It was still so early in the morning, the sun had not risen yet. However, he had something to do. He changed his clothes into a black plain shirt and black long pants. Tang Shaoyang went to the fridge and got a bottle of milk to fresh him up. It was around 4 a.m. He was not going to wake the kitchen people to make him a coffee. After finishing his milk, he went out of the room silently, making sure he did not wake Zhang Mengyao, who was still sleeping on the bed. After that, he went to the elevator. He pressed the number 2 button. He needed something from the cafeteria before he went for his business. When he arrived on the 2nd floor, he was surprised there were still people in the kitchen. It was 4 middle-aged men. They were wearing a white apron. Leader! The 4 kitchen staff greeted Tang Shaoyang simultaneously. They called him leader instead of boss, more appropriate so he did not look like a gangster leader or something. He nodded his head. Can you get me a jar of salt and a butcher knife? The 4 kitchen staff did not know what the leader wanted to do with a butcher knife and a jar of salt. None of them did dare to ask too, so they just gave what Tang Shaoyang wanted immediately. He took the jar and the knife, but he then stopped midway and turned around. Also, can you get me a cup of coffee? The usual one. Yes, your coffee will be ready shortly, the leader of the 4 replied. The reason why the night shift existed was because of Tang Shaoyang. The kitchen was prepared to get ready any time for him. After receiving the order, 4 of them moved up. 1 got the cup, 1 looked for the recipe on the wall. A recipe for Tang Shaoyang's coffee was stuck on the wall. 1 poured the coffee and the last one added the sugar. The leader of the 4 mixed the coffee cautiously. 2 minutes after that, the coffee was placed in front of Tang Shaoyang. Thank you for the coffee. Tang Shaoyang raises the cup with his left hand as he thanked the kitchen staff. With a jar of salt and a butcher knife in his right hand, and a cup of coffee in his left hand, Tang Shaoyang left the base. He went to the abandoned building where he hung Mo Wen to the ceiling. To his surprise, Mo Wen could sleep in that kind of situation. The guy had his eyes closed. It was just his breathing that was irregular. The 37 slaves were already there. They followed the order to arrive at this place 12 hours later. They lined up in order as they looked straight toward the hanging Mo Wen. Tang Shaoyang walked toward the table next to the hanging body. He placed the jar, butcher knife, and cup of coffee on the table. Zhao Zhang was here for some reason. He did not know why. Not only Zhao Zhang, but Yan Sheng also here. He was standing next to Zhao Zhang. Is he dead? Tang Shaoyang asked Zhao Zhang while pointing his finger to Mo Wen. I don't know, but let's check him up. Zhao Zhang brought a stick with him as he walked toward Mo Wen. He hit the guy on the cheek with the stick. Water! 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 Mo Wen yelled out for water. He's still alive, boss. Zhao Zhang reported to Tang Shaoyang with a big grin. I can see that. Tang Shaoyang nodded as he took a sip of his coffee. Get rid of the bucket. Zhao Zhang got rid of the bucket from Mo Wen's feet. The clear water turned red as blood mixed with the water, as the wounds started to fester, since the wounds soaked in water for 12 hours. Please forgive me. I promise I will change. Mo Wen pleaded with his weak voice. How about extending the contract up to 5 years? No, 10 years. Let's extend the contract to 10 years. Please don't kill me. Tang Shaoyang merely smiled as he took the second sip of his coffee. After that, he stood up and walked to the front of Mo Wen with a jar of salt in his hand. You asked me to give you a second chance, and I give you a second chance. Now you have the second chance, but you betrayed my trust by killing one of my people. He shook his head while opening the jar. He poured a handful of salt onto his palm, then he rubbed the salt to the wound. A piercing cry came out of Mo Wen's mouth. The wounds were tearing up as the crystalline salt rubbed into his wounds. At the same time, the unbearable, excruciating pain assaulted his feet. Mo Wen's body shook wildly in the air, but Tang Shaoyang held the foot with his hand as he rubbed the salt to the wound a few times. Stop! Please stop! Tang Shaoyang, of course, would not stop just because Mo Wen told him to. He continued with the other feet. The agony scream that reverberating in the room made the slave's body shuddered. Tang Shaoyang stopped after he spent half of the jar of salt. He walked back to the table as he washed his hand with water. He took the third sip of his coffee as he watched Mo Wen's body wriggled wildly. It was simple torture, but the guy could not bear with it. After the third sip, he picked up the butcher knife. He walked back to Mo Wen's front. The guy was begging to stop, but Tang Shaoyang merely grinned at this pitiful sight. There was pity in his eyes. In the next moment, Mo Wen screamed again. With the butcher knife, lacerated his thigh down to the calf and down to the heel. The butcher knife was dancing around the legs, lacerating Mo Wen's legs. 10 minutes later, the blood completely covered Mo Wen's legs. The blood even covered the wound, and if one looked at the legs, they could not even see the cut wound. Don't you dare look away. Zhao Zhang yelled at the slave group the moment he noticed a few of them tried to look away. At the yell, the slave group was forced to look at the bloody scene. After that, Tang Shaoyang took the fourth sip of his coffee. After the fourth sip, he picked the salt again. Just like a professional cook sprinkled the salt onto the steak, Tang Shaoyang sprinkled the salt onto the laceration wounds. Once again, the ear-piercing scream full of agony filled the room. Mo Wen did not stop screaming for like 10 minutes. All right, the second show is over. I expect to meet you guys 6 hours later in this very same place. We have the last show for you to see. Tang Shaoyang grinned at the slave group. At this point, Mo Wen was begging Tang Shaoyang to kill him. Unfortunately, the show was not over. Before they leave, he stuffed the wet clothes into Mo Wen's mouth and tied that to the back of his head, making sure the guy did not suicide. 6 hours later, everyone was back to the same building, the same people, and the same show. This time, Tang Shaoyang had prepared 5 full buckets of alcohol with high concentrate. Looking at the bucket filled with alcohol, the slave group could tell what was going to happen to Mo Wen. Just like the morning, the slave group filled their afternoon watching Mo Wen tortured. For 30 minutes, they watched the third show of torture for 30 minutes. After done with the torture, Tang Shaoyang cut the rope. Bug. Mo Wen's lifeless body fell to the floor. Yes, the guy had lost his voice since he did not drink and eat. He did not have the energy to scream, let alone move part of his body. This is what will happen to you guys if you break the contract. Tang Shaoyang spoke with his cold yet deep voice. Actually, this guy is a little bit lucky that I don't have the tools for torture like pliers to pull his nail, or something else. He shrugged his shoulder lightly. All right, this is the closing. He took out the destroyer from his inventory. Without blinking his eyes, he chopped Mo Wen's head off. Swoosh! Mo Wen died with his head separated from his body. It was witnessed by the 37 slaves. Mo Wen died after a long of torture. Burn the body! That was his last order before he went back to the base. As soon as Tang Shaoyang arrived in his room, he washed his body. After that, he hopped up on the bed. Even though he looked tough and grinned all the time, torturing Mo Wen was a mental taxing for him. This was his first time torturing someone to death. He felt a little dizzy after all of that. However, he could not show his weak side to his people. Hence, he always put on his usual grin. It was a necessary warning for the remaining slave group, after all. Not long after he hopped onto the bed, he fell asleep. While he was sleeping, the door opened, and Zhang Mengyao entered the room. She was looking for Tang Shaoyang, but she slowed down her steps when she saw he was on the bed. Slowly, she approached the bed and saw the man was sleeping. His face was paled slightly, and the face showed how exhausted he was. Zhang Mengyao wanted to speak something with Tang Shaoyang. However, looking at the exhausted Tang Shaoyang, she could not bear to wake him up. Slowly, she also got on the bed and laid down next to Tang Shaoyang. She faced the exhausted Tang Shaoyang, and her hands slowly moved to his hair. She caressed his black hair down to his cheek. The exhaustion was so apparent on his face. Who knows you also have a weak side of yours? Zhang Mengyao muttered while caressing her man's cheek. She had heard everything he did to punish Mo Wen, but who knew the guy himself was forcing himself to do that? Status update. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Class, Spirit Contractor. Age, 26. Affiliation, Tang Empire level 68. Talent, Divine Body Attribute .0. Strength, 238, plus 200. Agility, 77. Vitality, 151, 100. Stamina, 79. Magic Power, 59. Sense, Skill Point, 20. Skill Basic Detection, Spirit Summoning, Level 2. Spirit Contract, Level 1. Spirit Integration, Level 1. Contracted Spirit, 2/3. Karen, Xanios, the Demon Swordsman. Spirit Skill, Karen's Skill, Warcry, Earth Split. 200 STR and 100 IT when Spirit Integration with Karen. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.